The story kicks off with Kyle Selterian, our protagonist, waking up to find himself in a whole new world, specifically inside the virtual reality game Fantasy Defense. But hold on, this isn't just any typical fantasy adventure. Kyle's situation is about to get hilariously chaotic because, plot twist, he's not the main character. Nope, he's an extra. The youngest son of the prestigious Selterian family, known for their swordsman skills and involvement in major game events. Sounds cool, right? Well, not for Kyle. In the game's storyline, this particular Selterian is famous for getting obliterated in the most spectacular fashion imaginable. Picture this. During a climactic showdown, Kyle gets one-shot by a villain summon minion. That's it, one hit, lights out. Now, imagine waking up to find out you're him. Yikes. Kyle, or rather, Lee Hyun-woo, the elite gamer now trapped in Kyle's body, quickly realizes this world isn't exactly a dream. He checks his reflection in the mirror, admiring the character's striking white hair and piercing blue eyes at first. But let's be real, looking cool means nothing when you're a punching bag in this world. After a quick cheek pinch that leaves him red-faced and wincing in pain, Hyun-woo is forced to accept the harsh reality. This is no dream. He's stuck here. Now, let's rewind for a sec. Lee Hyun-woo isn't just any gamer. He's a #1 ranked player in Fantasy Defense. Yep, the top dog, the GOAT. So, being reincarnated as a lowly extra? That's a hard pill to swallow. Naturally, he freaks out. And honestly, who wouldn't? Imagine being the best player in a game, only to wake up as the kind of character you'd normally ignore or farm for EXP. For those who don't know, Fantasy Defense is the virtual reality game of the future, set to dominate the gaming scene by 2030. It's infamous for its brutal difficulty, so much so that in 10 years, no one has managed to clear it. Not a single soul. But that's also why it's so addictive. Its devilish charm and impossible quests kept players hooked, despite the pain and suffering it inflicted. The global ranking system only added fuel to the fire, with rare quests and items skyrocketing players' scores and giving them serious bragging rights. And now, the best player in the world is stuck in the body of the game's most forgettable character. Will Hyun-woo find a way to turn this weakling Kyle, Selterian, into a legend? In the real world, Lee Hyun-woo was a gaming prodigy, completely dominating the virtual reality game Fantasy Defense. This guy had it all figured out. Rare magic circles, legendary crafting combos, unbeatable strategies, you name it. His unmatched skill earned him a jaw-dropping score of 950,000, cementing his place as the #1 global player. With his epic armor and legendary sword, Lee Hyun-woo wasn't just a player. He was the living legend of the game. But now, well, life has taken a sharp turn for the worse. Our boy finds himself inhabiting the body of Kyle Selterian, a character so far removed from greatness, it's almost laughable. Going from top-ranked gaming god to a walking target with zero potential? It's the ultimate insult. Naturally, Hyun-woo's not taking it well. He groans and sulks, feeling the weight of his new reality pressing down on him like a bad respawn timer. To make matters worse, Hyun-woo knows all too well what's in store for Kyle Selterian. As the game's top player, he's intimately familiar with every storyline, including Kyle's fate. Spoiler alert, it's not a happy ending. Here's the deal. The final goal of Fantasy Defense is to stop the forces of darkness. Sounds straightforward enough, right? Wrong. The source of these dark forces? None other than Adolf Selterian, Kyle's older brother. Adolf, the second son of the Selterian family, dives headfirst into darkness, seeking power to overthrow the family head. His rebellion sets off a chain reaction, turning the Selterian territory into a haven for dark forces bent on invading human lands. And where does Kyle fit into all of this? He doesn't, at least not for long. In the chaos of Adolf's rebellion, Kyle's incompetence and powerlessness seal his fate, and he's quickly wiped off the map. That's the future Lee Hyun-woo is staring down, and it's enough to make him want to run for the hills, literally. His first survival strategy? Leave the territory before the rebellion kicks off. But just as Hyun-woo flops onto his bed, drowning in disappointment, he remembers something even more terrifying. Kyle isn't just weak, he's cursed. The kid suffers from a rare and deadly condition called Hermamu, and this might actually be worse than the rebellion. So, what's Hermamu? Glad you asked. In this world, mana isn't just for casting cool spells. It's the literal life force of both magic and aura users. Hermamu is a disease where the mana channels in the body are completely blocked, meaning the afflicted can't absorb the mana they need to survive. Most Hermamo patients don't live past 20, and Kyle? Yeah, he's got it bad. Now, Hyunwoo isn't just some clueless newbie. He knows the game inside and out, including the cure for Hermamo. The only way to fix it is by absorbing natural mana directly into the body. Sounds simple, right? Except for one small problem. The blocked mana channels make this cure nearly impossible. Translation? Having Hermamo is basically a death sentence. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Hyunwoo stares at his hands, grappling with the bleak reality of Kyle's situation. If the rebellion doesn't kill him, the disease will. Can the number one player in the world find a way to rewrite this doomed character's fate? Lee Hyunwoo recalls the tragic and twisted journey of Kyle Salterian in the original story, and it's not pretty. Diagnosed with a terminal illness at a young age, Kyle was consumed by despair. The fear of dying, the crushing anxiety of his short life expectancy, and the helplessness of not being able to fight back broke the white-haired boy's spirit. These emotions didn't just stay bottled up. They twisted him into someone entirely different. Kyle's frustration and depression boiled over, transforming him into a bitter, hostile individual. He lashed out at everyone around him, treating servants cruelly and behaving arrogantly toward his own family. This behavior, of course, caught the attention of his father, the head of the Salterian family. Hoping to rein him in, his father confined Kyle to his room to reflect. Spoiler alert, it didn't work. Things only got worse. Kyle's resentment festered, and his isolation in the family's annex became a breeding ground for his hatred. He became convinced that everyone saw him as a joke, and this belief only fueled his bitterness. In one particularly chilling flashback, Kyle loses control in a fit of rage. He throws furniture across the room, shouting curses and even wishing death upon his entire family. The twisted expression on his face during this breakdown is proof of just how far he'd fallen. Hyunwoo snaps back to the present, his disappointment growing by the second. He's possessed the body of a character he always considered a lost cause, even back when he was just playing the game. Kyle's irredeemable personality, combined with his terminal illness, doesn't inspire a shred of sympathy in Hyunwoo. Instead, it leaves him wondering how on earth he's supposed to salvage anything from the situation. Taking a moment to assess his grim circumstances, Hyunwoo lists out the problems. 1. Kyle Salterian is the youngest son of a doomed family. 2. He has no talent for swordsmanship or magic. None. 3. His illness means he's likely to die before turning 20. 4. His personality? Absolutely awful. He's hated by just about everyone. 5. His father has already confined him to isolation, further cementing his terrible reputation. Hyunwoo massages his temples as it all sinks in. This isn't just bad, it's rock bottom. He's stuck in the body of a character with no redeeming qualities, no future, and no allies. Whether he stays in the Salterian territory or runs for the hills, the odds of survival are slim to none. If you reincarnate into a game, he mutters, aren't you supposed to get some kind of cheat ability? A status window? A system? Something. But there's nothing. No flashy powers. No hidden talents. Just Kyle's pitiful stats and a grim destiny. Frustrated, Hyunwoo flops onto the bed, groaning about how unfair this all is. But just as he's sinking into another round of self-pity, something weird happens. A bright light suddenly illuminates the room from behind him. Startled, Hyunwoo sits up and spins around. His jaw drops as he takes in the sight before him. Something incredible and completely unexpected has appeared. Could this be the lifeline he's been hoping for? Kyle, or rather Lee Hyunwoo, finds himself surrounded by several glowing balls of light, hovering and pulsating gently. His curiosity kicks in immediately. What is this? He wonders aloud, his gamer instincts tingling. This isn't something he's ever encountered before, not in all his years of playing fantasy defense. Unable to resist, he reaches out and touches one of the glowing spheres. The moment his fingers make contact, the ball reacts dramatically, releasing bright rays of light and an electrifying energy that fills the entire room. Hyunwoo stumbles back, stunned. Before he can even wrap his head around what's happening, a window pops up right in front of him. The first message on the screen reads, "You have awakened." Hyunwoo blinks in disbelief, and before he can process that, another message follows. 2 new talents have been granted to you. Then comes the final kicker. Status window unlocked. Insight activated. The shock quickly gives way to pure excitement as Hyunwoo realizes what this means. The features he'd been desperately hoping for are finally here. He sits down on the bed, still reeling and stares at the newly opened status window. There it is, plain as day. His name, age, he's 13 apparently, and the two new talents. Mana-sensitive insight, body without a pathway. For the first time since waking up as Kyle Celterion, Hyunwoo feels a flicker of hope. Maybe this character isn't as doomed as he thought. But then he notices something peculiar in the status window. Mana pathways. His excitement shifts to confusion. He knows the game like the back of his hand, but this is a talent he's never seen before. Based on the name, it seems related to magic, but in the original game, the top-tier magic talent was called Mana Companion. Could mana pathways be something even more extraordinary? Hyunwoo grins as he lets his intuition take over. This has to be top tier. He mutters to himself, the excitement bubbling over. It would only make sense for the creators of the game to introduce something this groundbreaking. With renewed confidence, he believes Kyle Celterion might just have a fighting chance after all. Determined to learn more, Hyunwoo starts experimenting. The glowing energy from the spheres moves toward his palm and then, to his surprise, begins seeping into his body. He feels it enter his bones, a sensation so strange, yet so invigorating that it leaves him speechless. This is pure mana energy, he realizes awestruck. Back when he had Mana Companion in the game, he'd never seen anything like this. The sheer purity of the mana confirms what he suspected. Mana pathways isn't just a talent. It's something extraordinary. Encouraged by this realization, Hyunwoo decides to test it out further. Concentrating hard, he wills the energy inside one of the glowing balls to flow into his body. As if responding to his command, the energy breaks free and surges into his arm. A brilliant blue ring appears around his forearm, glowing intensely. Hyunwoo stares at the ring in awe, the realization dawning on him. If he can figure out how to properly absorb and control this energy, he might finally be able to do what Kyle Celterion in the original story never could, overcome his limitations. Kyle discovers something groundbreaking, his newfound ability to control mana like never before. First, he orders the energy to move up his arm. It responds instantly, like a loyal soldier awaiting his command. Encouraged by this, he dares to push further. He tells the energy to pierce his body. And guess what? It obeys in a flash. Now here's where things get extra interesting. Kyle decides to shape the mana into something sharp like a drill. And in a moment straight out of a sci-fi epic, the energy twists into a drill and even starts spinning. Our boy is beyond thrilled. His experiment worked like a charm. For years, this kind of mana manipulation was thought impossible, a pipe dream for even the most seasoned experts. But here's Kyle, nailing it on his first go. Sure, he can only channel the mana up to his elbow for now, but he's already brimming with confidence. He knows that with enough persistence, he can shatter the barriers holding him back. For the first time since waking up in this strange virtual world, Kyle feels a spark of hope. I'm not going to die here, he says with a grin that could probably light up the entire manor. And speaking of the manor, let's take a quick detour to meet some new faces. The maids. Kyle lives in his father's grand mansion, and in the dining hall, the maids are busy as ever. One of them, Urgel, places a steaming plate of food on the table, proudly announcing, "It's ready." Her first instinct? Take it straight to Kyle before it gets cold. But her colleagues? Oh, they've got other plans. Don't bother, says the green-haired maid with a sly smirk. We're not serving him. Wait, what? Yep. It turns out the maids have declared a protest against Kyle's behavior. Their brilliant strategy? Let the young master go hungry for a few days. They're convinced hunger will teach him some humility. Urgel, with her black hair and kind heart, is completely baffled. Starve a 13-year-old boy? Are you serious? That's cruel. But the others, especially the green-haired maid, clearly the ringleader, stand firm. Cruel or not, it's for his own good. The blue-haired maid nods in agreement, backing up her partner's argument. Urgel, however, isn't about to let them dictate her conscience. You do whatever you want, but I'm doing my job, she declares. And here's where things take a nasty turn. The green-haired maid, furious at Urgel's defiance, slaps the tray of food right out of her hands. The plate shatters, and the food spills across the floor. Urgel freezes, staring in disbelief at the mess. Her orange eyes are wide with shock and horror. Still think you're better than us, Miss High and Mighty, sneers the green-haired maid. She's not done yet either. She digs in deeper, mocking Urgel's past. You're nothing but a fallen noble. Your family's gone, and now you're just a slave like the rest of us. Ouch. That was a low blow. The verbal assault leaves Urgel silent. She's not the confrontational type, and the humiliation is written all over her face. Even the blue-haired maid starts looking uneasy, gently trying to rein in her friend. But the damage is done, and Urgel is left to pick up the pieces, literally and emotionally. Urgel is still frozen, staring at the spilled food like her world just crumbled onto the floor. Her orange eyes glisten, as if tears are about to spill, but she doesn't say a word. Of course, silence only fuels the green-haired maid's fury. Ignoring me now. Huh, she sneers, and without missing a beat, she raises her hand, ready to slap Urgel into submission. But just as her hand swings toward the quiet maid, a sharp voice slices through the tension like a blade. What is going on in here? The room falls dead silent. Enter Sir Leon Hart, a higher authority in the Marquis household. His piercing green eyes scan the scene, taking in the shattered tray, the spilled food, and the unmistakable guilt on the troublemakers' faces. The cruel maid freezes, her raised hands slowly lowering as the weight of her mistake dawns on her. The blue-haired accomplice? She's visibly trembling. Clearly, she knows this isn't going to end well. Leon Hart, blonde and imposing, is the last person they expected to walk into the kitchen. The accomplice tries to play dumb, stammering. What brings you here, Sir Leon Hart? Surely, this is just a misunderstanding. But Leon Hart's sharp gaze shuts her down. He doesn't need to hear their excuses. He takes one look at Urgel, still shaken and quietly picking up the mess, and immediately knows what's been happening. You were bothering her again, he states, his voice low, but full of authority. The accusation hangs heavy in the air. His glare hardens as he continues, and the meal is laid on top of that. Unacceptable. The green-haired maid wilts under his glare, and Leon Hart doesn't waste any more time. Urgel, clean this up and prepare the meal again. Take it to Kyle immediately, he orders. His tone is firm, but there's a hint of concern for the black-haired maid. Grateful for the lifeline, Urgel nods quickly and rushes into the kitchen to redo the meal. With Urgel out of sight, Leon Hart's focus shifts back to the troublemakers. His expression hardens into something terrifying, a silent warning that speaks louder than any lecture ever could. The two maids don't dare breathe, knowing they're standing on thin ice. Meanwhile, back in his room, Kyle is busy testing out his incredible new talents. With insight and mana manipulation now in his arsenal, Kyle believes he can rewrite the fate of his family and himself. For over a decade, he's been playing fantasy defense, so he knows the mechanics of this world like the back of his hand. It's like he has a built-in cheat code for survival. On top of that, being born into the powerful Celterian Marquis family gives him an added edge. The family's wealth and status are like a suit of armor, shielding him from immediate danger. And with their territory far from the capital, Kyle figures he won't need to deal with messy political drama, at least for now. But Kyle isn't naive. He knows survival will require more than just good luck and a famous last name. He narrows his focus to 3 key tasks. Task 1. Clear the mana channels and overcome the Hermamu barrier. Mastering magic is a must, since mana blockage is tied to magic. Becoming a mage will give him a major advantage over sticking to the path of a knight. Task 2. Prevent the downfall of the Celterian Marquis family. If the family thrives, so will he. Their strength, reputation, and resources will be his shield against the challenges ahead. Task 3. Gather talents. The most crucial step of all, Kyle knows that strength lies in numbers. And if he's going to survive the looming assault of the dark forces, he'll need reliable allies. Using his insight talent, he plans to identify individuals with untapped potential and recruit them into his fold. To visualize his strategy, Kyle tosses several chess pieces onto his bed. He smirks at his growing confidence. It's like preparing for an epic battle on a chessboard, and he's determined to checkmate the darkness. First things first, he says, his eyes gleaming with determination. Start close to home. It's easier to build your army when they're right under your nose. And with that, our young hero begins plotting his next move, unaware of just how close his first talent might already be. Kyle knows his survival plan starts at home, and for that he needs reliable allies. Naturally, his thoughts land on Sir Leon Hart. The man was a powerhouse tank and an essential NPC in the game world. If I'm building my team, Leon Hart's got to be my cornerstone, Kyle muses. But before he can strategize further, his train of thought is interrupted by a gentle knock on his door. It's me, Urgel. I brought your meal, comes a soft, timid voice. Kyle blinks in surprise. Urgel, the shy maid who never seems to raise her voice, stands at the door, waiting for permission to enter. There's something different about her. A strange feeling stirs inside him, almost like an instinct kicking in. He tries to remember her name, racking his brain, but nothing clicks. The girl sets the food on the table while Kyle is still deep in thought. And then bam! His insight talent suddenly activates, flooding his mind with information. Target. Low-rank character. The system informs him, and a detailed status window pops up. Kyle's jaw practically hits the floor. He can see everything about her. The screen reveals that Urgel is 12 years old, diligent, and cool-headed. Her talents? Well, one is household chores, not surprising. But the other? Eternal friend of spirits. Kyle's eyes widen as he processes that. This isn't some random made skill. This is elite tier, a talent only top-tier spirit summoners possess. And the kicker? She likely has no idea she's sitting on such a game-changing power. Kyle can't believe his luck. This shy maid has the potential to become one of the greatest spirit summoners? What is she even doing working here? His mind races with possibilities. If nurtured, she could be a critical asset in his battle against the darkness. Meanwhile, Urgel notices his intense staring and shifts uncomfortably. She clears her throat and says, "Enjoy your meal," hoping to snap him out of whatever trance he's in. Kyle jolts back to reality, realizing he's been gawking like a weirdo. "Oh, thanks," he mutters, quickly grabbing the food to cover his embarrassment. Urgel, ever the professional, gives a quick bow and retreats toward the door. As she walks away, Kyle's thoughts spiral. Why would someone with such extraordinary talent end up as a maid in the Celterian household? It makes no sense. Was she unaware of her gift? Or perhaps, was there something or someone suppressing her potential? Then we are brought back to a flashback 1 year ago. A grand mass party was in full swing. The room was filled with wealthy elites, their faces hidden behind elaborate masks as they mingled and sipped expensive wine. The atmosphere buzzed with anticipation because this wasn't just any social gathering. An auction was about to begin, and the host, a man in a striking red mask, promised a truly rare and extraordinary item for sale. Red Mask took the stage, commanding attention as he teased the crowd. "This is something you won't find anywhere else," he announced smugly, "a treasure so rare that we barely managed to acquire it ourselves." The audience leaned in, intrigued. Among them sat a young Kyle Celterian, his arms crossed and his expression screaming, bored out of his mind. His eyes roamed the room with disdain, clearly wishing he were anywhere but here. Sitting beside him was Sir Leon Hart, ever the responsible guardian, though even he seemed uncomfortable with the night's proceedings. Finally, the host decided to unveil the so-called treasure. And what did he present? A young girl. The attendees gasped as she was brought onto the stage. "This," Red Mask declared, "is the third daughter of the fallen Baron Helheim family. A noble by birth, but now," his voice dripped with mock sympathy, "well-mannered, smart, and a perfect acquisition for any household." Yep, the treasure was none other than Urgel. Born to nobility, her family's fall from grace had led her to this horrifying moment, a slave auction. The bidding started almost immediately. 50 gold, someone shouted. 70, another countered. 90 gold, came a voice from the back. The crowd was ravenous, the bids climbing higher and higher. Urgel stood frozen on stage, her terrified eyes darting around the room as the masked faces hungrily vied for her. Kyle, meanwhile, sat with a scowl, clearly unimpressed by the spectacle. Leon Hart leaned over and whispered, "This is pointless. Let's leave. Slave auctions aren't worth our time." But before Leon Hart could finish a sentence, Kyle did something that stunned the entire room. 300 gold, the boy announced lazily, his voice cutting through the noise like a knife. The room fell silent. You could have heard a pin drop. Even Leon Hart's jaw dropped as he stared at Kyle in disbelief. "What? 300 gold?" The host, Red Mask, beamed with delight. 300 gold. Any takers for a higher bid? The silence persisted. Nobody could match that price, and everyone knew it. Red Mask slammed his gavel and declared, "Sold to Lord Kyle Celterian." Leon Hart grabbed Kyle's shoulder, whispering harshly, "Are you out of your mind? You just bought a slave. Your father will be furious." Kyle shrugged him off with a cold glare. "My father doesn't care about me or what I do, so why should I care what he thinks?" Leon Hart's protest fell on deaf ears as Kyle stood and walked toward the stage. The crowd parted, stunned by the audacity of this 12-year-old boy who had just outbid everyone in the room. When Kyle reached Urgel, the terrified girl stared at him with wide, tear-filled eyes. He leaned in, his voice cold and unfeeling as he said, "You belong to me now. Understand?" Urgel flinched, trembling under his icy gaze. Outside the grim slave auction house, the air is cold and heavy, but what Kyle does next leaves everyone stunned. Without saying a word, he reaches down and unlocks the chains binding Urgel's wrists. The metal cuffs clatter to the ground, and the girl freezes, staring at her freed hands in disbelief. Her wide, tear-filled eyes flicker between her trembling palms and Kyle, trying to process what just happened. Was this real? Was she truly free? Kyle's voice cuts through her spiraling thoughts. "You're not a slave anymore," he says firmly. "I bought you with my money, and now I'm setting you free. You can go wherever you want." Sir Leon Hart stands off to the side, his usually stoic expression softening into something resembling pride. It's not every day his young charge shows such compassion. Kyle, however, doesn't linger. His job done, he turns around and begins walking away, leaving Urgel standing there bewildered. She watches the boy and his guardian disappear into the night, her heart pounding in her chest. Freedom, a word that had once felt like a distant fantasy, was suddenly hers. But what now? Where could she go? Who could she turn to? Kyle's earlier words replay in her mind, but one sticks out like a thorn. "You belong to me." He'd said it so coldly inside the auction hall, and she couldn't shake how deeply it had struck her. Before she even realizes it, her legs move on their own. "Wait," she calls out. Kyle stops and turns back, raising an eyebrow. The girl runs toward him and tugs gently at his sleeve, her small hands trembling. "You said, I belong to you," she whispers, her voice barely audible. Kyle's green eyes narrow as he studies her. She's terrified, lost, and clinging to the only shred of stability she has left him. His first instinct is to tell her to go home, but the fear and helplessness in her gaze stops him. Instead, he gives her the only thing he can offer, a choice. "Do whatever you want," he says simply. Her response is immediate. "I'll follow you." Kyle doesn't argue, though it's clear he's reluctant. He simply turns and continues walking, letting her decision stand. Sir Leon Hart, watching silently, doesn't intervene. Deep down, he probably knew this would be the outcome. And just like that, Urgel became part of the Celterian household. Back in the present, our protagonist reflects on everything he just learned. This wasn't just some random act of charity. Urgel's loyalty, her refusal to conspire with the other maids, was rooted in that fateful night. Kyle had saved her when no one else would, and despite his cold demeanor, that one act of kindness meant the world to her. The protagonist also realizes something deeper. He's not just playing as Kyle Celterian anymore. Their lives, their memories, their emotions, they're intertwined now. The loneliness and abandonment Kyle felt, the lack of control over his own destiny, it's all starting to feel eerily familiar. Lost in thought, Kyle suddenly snaps back to the present when he realizes how much he's enjoying the meal Urgel brought him. He looks down at the empty plate and can't stop himself from blurting out, "Did you make this yourself?" Urgel stiffens, startled by the unexpected question. Her orange eyes dart toward the plate, and she quickly nods. "Why, yes, I did. Is something wrong with it?" Kyle finishes his meal and sets the plate down with a satisfied sigh. Looking at Urgel, he does something unexpected. He compliments her. "That was delicious. You're a really good cook," he says plainly. The words land like a surprise attack. Urgel blinks, caught completely off guard. A compliment? For her? She stammers, "To thank you," her cheeks flushing slightly. Kyle, oblivious to her reaction, adds, "Make it for me again next time." This request catches her even more off guard. She nods quickly, not wanting to seem rude, but it's clear she's struggling to process the interaction. Compliments, requests, these aren't things she's used to. At that moment, Kyle's insight activates again, and he notices something interesting. Her affection level ticks up from 30 to 35. Not a huge jump, but it's progress. Still, our protagonist can't help but feel a little disappointed. Only 35, he thinks to himself. For someone who's been through such a dramatic history with Kyle Celterian, he feels the number should be much higher. Then again, considering how insufferable Kyle has been in the past, it's a miracle she has any affection for him at all. That's when a crucial realization hits him. In the original story of Fantasy Defense, Urgel wasn't a spirit mage. In fact, she didn't even survive long enough for her talent to bloom. Caught up in the Marquis family's internal rebellion, she perished before anyone could recognize her potential. But Kyle refuses to let history repeat itself. Not this time, he vows silently. "I won't let her talent slip away." With a determined glint in his eye, he decides to take the first step. Urgel, he says, breaking the silence. Have you ever thought about learning spirit magic? The question seems to come out of nowhere, leaving Urgel stunned. Spirit magic, she echoes, her voice filled with uncertainty. Kyle nods. Yeah, I think you might have a talent for it. Urgel's expression shifts to disbelief. Me? Spirit magic? I never imagined I'd have any talent for something like that. Kyle is surprised. Not even back in your family home? He presses. She shakes her head. Spirit magic is notoriously expensive to learn, and lower-ranked noble families like hers couldn't afford that kind of education. Her answer only solidifies Kyle's resolve. If no one else will help her unlock her potential, he will. You should start thinking about it, Kyle tells her firmly. Because you're going to learn it. Urgel hesitates, clearly unsure. I don't think I can. There's no option to refuse, Kyle interrupts, stepping closer. His voice softens, and he offers her a rare smile. You're my person now, Urgel. You'll follow my words. Urgel looks up at him, her orange eyes wide with surprise. In that moment, her affection level jumps again, this time all the way to 50. Though still nervous, she finally nods. Okay, she whispers. A few days later, Kyle's resolve faces a different kind of challenge. His ever-watchful guardian, Sir Leonhardt. The scene is tense. Kyle stands in his room, glaring daggers at the blonde knight, who's firmly planted himself in the doorway, arms crossed. Move aside, Kyle growls, his temper flaring. Leonhardt doesn't budge. No, you're still confined to your room, as per your father's orders. Kyle's hands ball into fists, his frustration bubbling over. I have things to do, Leonhardt. Important things, and those things can wait. Leonhardt replies coolly, completely unfazed by Kyle's outburst. The two lock eyes, engaging in an intense staring contest. The room is thick with unspoken tension, as if they're daring each other to back down first. Kyle leans against the edge of his bed, glaring at Leonhardt like a cat that's had its tail stepped on. How long am I supposed to stay locked in here? He snaps. It's been days. Are you planning to keep me here forever? Leonhardt, ever calm and collected, responds with a deadpan expression. Until the master gives permission, yes? Kyle groans dramatically, dragging his hands down his face. He knows why he's in this predicament. His delinquent antics had finally pushed his father, Marquis Salterian, to his limit. Confined to his room, cut off from the outside world, Kyle's punishment was as much about teaching him discipline as it was about sparing everyone else the chaos he usually caused. But Kyle doesn't have time for this nonsense anymore. He's got bigger problems to tackle, starting with gathering mana particles to open his channels further. Though he's been absorbing mana inside his room, it's like scraping crumbs off an empty plate. He needs the real deal, and for that, he has to step outside. I need to go outside, Kyle declares, standing up straight. Just for a little bit. I won't go far. Leonhardt doesn't even flinch. No, I just need to stretch my legs, Kyle insists. A short walk around the mansion. That's all? Now Leonhardt raises an eyebrow. The idea of Kyle Salterian, a notorious couch potato, wanting to exercise is almost laughable. Exercise? Leonhardt echoes, his tone dripping with skepticism. Kyle's face twists into a scowl. What's that supposed to mean? You think I'm lying? Leonhardt shrugs slightly. It's just surprising. It's the first time you've ever given a constructive reason for anything. The remark hits Kyle right in the pride, and he bristles. What do you take me for? He huffs, crossing his arms and raising his voice in irritation. But almost immediately, he catches himself, letting out a sigh. Yelling won't help his case. Leonhardt watches the entire tantrum unfold with mild amusement. But something about the exchange gives Kyle a moment of clarity. His reputation is horrible. People trust him about as much as they'd trust a hungry wolf guarding a flock of sheep. No wonder Leonhardt won't listen. He thinks bitterly. My trust level is 0. Kyle takes a deep breath and shifts his approach. Look, Leonhardt, he starts, trying to sound reasonable. I really do need to go outside. I'm not just saying this for fun. I have a good reason. Leonhardt's expression doesn't change. You're still confined to your room. Orders are orders. Frustrated, Kyle narrows his eyes at the knight. What are you even doing here, anyway? You're way too talented to be babysitting me. Leonhardt's posture stiffens at the comment. Do you have a problem with me being your bodyguard? He asks, his voice cool, but with an unmistakable edge. Suddenly, a notification flashes in Kyle's mind. Leonhardt's affection level dropped by 60. Kyle's heart skips a beat. Wait, he says in a panic, scrambling to fix the situation. That's not what I meant. I mean, you're too talented for this job. It's a waste of your skills. That's all I'm saying. Leon Hart tilts his head slightly, his piercing gaze softening just a bit. He seems to understand what Kyle means now. I'm here because I follow the master's orders, he explains simply. Kyle blinks. Ah, so your loyalty isn't to me. It's to my father. Leon Hart doesn't respond, but the truth is obvious. Kyle feels a pang of realization. Of course, no one would willingly swear loyalty to the former delinquent Kyle Salterian. It all makes sense now, but Kyle isn't about to give up. Then convince my father to let me out, he demands, trying to sound authoritative. Leon Hart stares at him for a moment, something like curiosity flickering in his green eyes. There's something different about Kyle today, something he can't quite put his finger on. Unbeknownst to Leon Hart, Kyle is already forming a plan. He's decided that Leon Hart will be his second major recruit. The Knight is an exceptional talent, skilled in both offense and defense, a reliable tank, and fiercely loyal to whoever earns his respect. In the game, Leon Hart could even rise to the level of a captain if developed properly. But here, he's been reduced to a glorified babysitter. What a waste. If I can catch his eye, he'll be mine, Kyle thinks with determination. Leon Hart isn't just another NPC. He's a vital piece of the puzzle, and I'll do whatever it takes to recruit him. For now, though, the standoff continues, with Kyle scheming and Leon Hart standing firm. Kyle, frustrated with being locked in his room for days, makes a last-ditch effort to reason with Leon Hart. Can you just help me out here? I'm serious this time, he says, his voice carrying an unusual edge of sincerity. Leon Hart, standing firm as ever, tilts his head. Kyle's sudden shift in attitude catches him off guard. For a boy who's been nothing but trouble, this polite tone feels suspicious. What are you scheming? Leon Hart asks bluntly, narrowing his eyes. Kyle flinches, realizing just how little trust anyone has in him. Still, he's determined to change that. I'm not scheming anything, he exclaims. It's just, I've been stuck in here for so long. It gave me time to think. Leon Hart isn't convinced, his expression remaining skeptical. Kyle decides to pull out the big guns. I want to live a long life, he declares firmly. The words hang in the air, and for the first time, Leon Hart seems genuinely taken aback. You want to live a long life, he echoes. For as long as Leon Hart has known him, Kyle has been the picture of apathy, defeated by the Hermamu disease, disinterested in the family legacy, and completely lacking in magical or martial prowess. Kyle's father, Marquis Salterian, had explained all of this when assigning Leon Hart to guard his youngest son. The boy was destined for an early death, with no future worth fighting for, or so everyone believed. Yet here he was standing before Leon Hart, proclaiming a newfound desire to live. Kyle pushes his advantage. I need to exercise to stay healthy, he explains, and I'm not asking for much, just a walk around the mansion. My father will understand if you explain it like that. Leon Hart, however, remains unmoved. You can train indoors, he counters. That's the last straw for Kyle. He snaps, his frustration boiling over. Move aside, Leon Hart, he shouts, staring the Knight dead in the eye. Leon Hart stiffens, sensing something different about Kyle. The boy's aura has changed, and for a moment, it feels almost intimidating. But Leon Hart quickly regains his composure. The Marquis' order is absolute, he reminds Kyle coolly. If you want to leave, you'll have to get past me. Kyle narrows his eyes, feeling a surge of determination. Suddenly, he senses a wave of killing intent radiating from Leon Hart, a force that could paralyze most adults, let alone a 13-year-old boy. But Kyle doesn't flinch. He knows Leon Hart is testing him, and mentally, he's prepared for far worse. Really? Killing intent on a kid? Kyle quips, crossing his arms. If I were a normal 13-year-old, I'd probably wet myself right now. With a smirk, Kyle activates a spell, teleporting himself outside the room in an instant. Guess you'll have to eat your words, Leon Hart, he taunts, walking away confidently. Outside, the fresh air hits Kyle like a dream. He breathes deeply, marveling at the beautiful night sky and the mana particles floating all around him. Finally, he mutters, feeling a surge of relief and joy. Without hesitation, he begins hopping around the garden, absorbing mana as if he's collecting rare treasures. Leon Hart watches from a distance, utterly baffled. He can't see the mana particles, so to him, Kyle just looks like an overexcited kid who's thrilled to be outside. But what really rattles him is how Kyle teleported past him. The boy hasn't trained in magic or aura, so how did he pull it off? And then there's the killing intent. Leon Hart is a seasoned warrior. His killing intent has terrified far more capable opponents. Yet Kyle brushed it off like it was nothing. Who is this boy? Leonhardt wonders, thoroughly unsettled. Unbeknownst to Leonhardt, Kyle's calmness comes from years of battling in the virtual world of fantasy defense. After surviving countless wars and facing countless threats, killing intent feels like little more than a cheap scare tactic to him. Once Kyle finishes absorbing mana for the night, he prepares to return indoors, only to find Leonhardt waiting for him, looking as stern as ever. I'll have to report this to the Marquis, Leonhardt says firmly. I used killing intent on you, and that was wrong? Kyle raises an eyebrow, caught off guard by the knight's sense of honor. That won't be necessary, he replies. But if you insist, make sure to tell him I don't want you punished. Got it? Leonhardt hesitates, but ultimately agrees. Later, when Leonhardt reports the incident to Marquis Remton Celterion, the nobleman is shocked. Kyle, ask me not to punish you, he repeats, his tone laced with disbelief. Yes, Leonhardt confirms, still puzzled himself. And that's not all. He stood his ground against my killing intent calmly. I've never seen anything like it. The Marquis strokes his chin, trying to make sense of it all. What was he doing in the garden afterwards? Leonhardt hesitates, then answers reluctantly. Meditating. He sat in a lotus position and seemed completely focused. The story rewinds to the moment Kyle sat in the garden, meditating in a lotus stance, under the watchful gaze of Leonhardt. Curious and still puzzled by Kyle's earlier behavior, the knight decides to check on him. As Leonhardt approaches, he notices how still and focused Kyle is, a stark contrast to the restless, tantrum-prone boy he's used to dealing with. What's this kid up to now? Leonhardt mutters to himself. But as he steps closer, Kyle's eyes snap open, sharp and clear, as if he'd been aware of Leonhardt the entire time. I was taught this by my father, Kyle says, his voice calm but tinged with a hint of nostalgia. Leonhardt blinks, caught off guard. You were taught to meditate. Kyle nods. Back when my father tried to teach me swordsmanship, meditation was part of the lessons. He pauses, a shadow passing over his face. But I quit not long after. Turns out, I had no talent for it. Leonhardt doesn't know what to say. The idea of Kyle attempting swordsmanship, let alone meditating as part of his training, feels like something from another lifetime. Kyle interrupts Leonhardt's thoughts with a flat statement. I don't like being disturbed when I'm meditating. It ruins my focus. Leonhardt, now understanding the situation, nods and backs away without another word. He watches from a distance, trying to process everything. The flashback ends, and Leonhardt reports the incident to the Marquis Remton Celterion. You're saying you stayed in that spot, meditating, for 6 hours? Remton asks, his voice thick with disbelief. Yes, my lord, Leonhardt confirms. Not 6 seconds, 6 hours. He didn't move once. The Marquis stares at his knight, utterly dumbfounded. 6 hours? My son? Are we talking about the same Kyle Celterion? Yes, my lord. Remton falls silent, his mind racing as he recalls the last time he'd seen Kyle attempt anything remotely resembling discipline or focus. Years ago, when Kyle was younger, the Marquis had tried to teach his son the art of swordsmanship. As a descendant of the Celterion family, it was not only expected, but necessary for him to master the blade. The Marquis also hoped that by training his body, Kyle could one day overcome the Hermimu disease. But it didn't take long for disappointment to set in. Kyle, barely able to hold his stance, would stumble and fall repeatedly during even the simplest drills. His movements were clumsy, his legs shaky, and within minutes, he would burst into tears. I can't do it, the boy cried, his face streaked with frustration and despair. My legs, they won't move right. The Marquis, furious at his son's lack of resolve, glared down at him with eyes like daggers. Get up, he barked. There has never been a weak descendant in our family before, and there won't be one now. But no matter how much he yelled, Kyle couldn't stand. He remained on the ground, defeated, his small frame trembling with exhaustion. The Marquis, unable to contain his rage, turned and walked away, leaving Kyle sobbing on the training grounds. At that moment, he had written his son off as a lost cause. No talent, no determination, no patience, he thought bitterly. Snapping back to the present, Remton can hardly reconcile the memory of that fragile, hopeless child with the boy Leonhardt is describing now. 6 hours of meditation, he mutters to himself, shaking his head. How is that even possible? He must have hit his head or something. Leonhardt, standing nearby, tries to offer a more logical explanation. I checked the food, my lord. There was nothing unusual. As far as I can tell, Kyle has genuinely changed. The Marquis frowns, deep in thought. Leonhardt continues, his tone thoughtful. It's not just his determination either. The way he looks at me, it's different. There's a sharpness in his gaze now, a clarity I've never seen before. Remton processes this, still skeptical, but unwilling to dismiss the possibility. Finally, he sighs and leans back in his chair. Perhaps he's starting to grow up, he muses aloud. It's not a bad thing, I suppose. The Marquis, after hearing Leonhardt's detailed account of Kyle's behavior, makes a decision. We'll overlook this matter, he says, his tone measured. But I want you to keep a close watch on him. Leonhardt nods. Understood, my lord. Meanwhile, Kyle is deep in meditation. The stillness of the night surrounds him, but within, it's a storm of energy. Suddenly, the system chimes in, informing him. Mana is overflowing. Kyle's eyes widen slightly as another notification pops up. Sharp perception skill enhanced. You can now accurately assess the condition of your body. Well, that's useful, Kyle mutters under his breath, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. With this new insight, he begins formulating a plan. I'll clear the mana channels all the way to my heart, he decides, determination hardening his features. Focusing deeply, Kyle starts channeling the mana. It begins in his arms, where the first pathways open with a rush of energy. Next, the channels in his shoulders unlock, followed by the ones in his spine. The process is intense, but steady, each step bringing him closer to his goal. Finally, the channels to his heart are cleared, and when he takes a mental look, he sees flames surrounding his heart, a sign of success. The intensity of the flames diminishes, leaving Kyle relieved. I did it, he whispers, clenching his fists with resolve. The path is now open, and with mana reaching his heart, he can officially use magic. The system's words linger in his mind. To use magic, a circle must be formed near the heart. The concept is simple enough, but the challenge lies in execution. The higher the level of magic one wishes to use, the more circles must be formed. This also means more time is needed to form them, making the process a true test of skill and patience. Kyle recalls that in this world, children typically begin their magic training between ages 5 and 8. By age 12, they're expected to have formed their first mana circle, a benchmark of a budding mage. At 13 years old, Kyle is already late to the game. I'm behind, he admits to himself, his brow furrowing in thought. For an ordinary person, this would be a deal breaker. But Kyle isn't ordinary anymore. Back then, I was just a failed NPC, he reminds himself. But now I've got the consciousness and experience of a pro. His eyes flick to the status window, where his current traits and talents are displayed. The list is less than inspiring. Talents. Oh, mana delay. Oh, sharp perception. Traits. Oh, block channels. Oh, alcoholism. A weak mind. Oh, scrawny behavior. Kyle stares at the screen, half amused, half exasperated. What a train wreck, he mutters. These flaws belong to the original Kyle Celterian, whose bleak fate was practically set in stone. But now, things are different. With his mana delay talent active and the channels cleared to his heart, Kyle is finally ready to start learning magic. All he needs to do now is form the magic circle. Unfortunately, there's one glaring problem. How do I even make a magic circle? He wonders aloud, scratching his head. Do I do it the way I learned in the game? In the virtual world of fantasy defense, forming magic circles had been a straightforward process, a series of button inputs and visuals. But here, in this strange reality, Kyle isn't sure if the same rules apply. Kyle sits in his room, still contemplating how to form his first mana circle, when there's a knock at the door. It's Leonhardt. Good news! Leonhardt begins, standing tall in the doorway. Your father has lifted the restriction on your confinement. Kyle's jaw nearly hits the floor. Wait, really? He exclaims. No more being locked up in here? Leonhardt nods but quickly adds, however, there are conditions. Kyle leans forward, eager to hear the terms. First, Leonhardt says, I'll have to accompany you at all times. You may walk around the mansion and the garden, but you're not allowed to leave the premises under any circumstances. Kyle blinks, processing the rules, and then bursts into an excited cheer. I'll take it, he shouts, jumping up and down with childlike enthusiasm. The thought of being able to move freely in the garden, his new training ground, is more than enough for him. Leonhardt watches the boy's outburst with a mix of confusion and amusement. Kyle, meanwhile, glances at his status screen and notices something unusual. Leonhardt's affection level has increased to -20. The boy pauses mid-celebration, staring at the notification in disbelief. It was definitely at -50 before, he mutters to himself. Leonhardt raises an eyebrow, noticing Kyle's sudden shift to deep thought. What are you thinking about? The knight asks. Kyle doesn't respond right away, but the gears in his mind are spinning. He figures the increase in affection must have something to do with Leonhardt seeing him meditate for 6 hours straight. Ah, so he's one of those types. Kyle muses, imagining Leonhardt as the kind of person who gets inspired by effort and hard work like a coach in a sports movie. Finally, Kyle looks up at Leonhardt with a grin. Your timing's perfect, he says. There's somewhere I want you to go with me. Leonhardt folds his arms. Where are we going? Kyle smirks, opting for a touch of mystery. You'll see when we get there. Later that afternoon, Kyle and Leonhardt are seen walking through the mansion, heading toward Kyle's chosen destination. Along the way, they encounter a red-haired maid. The moment she spots Kyle, her eyes widen in sheer horror. Lord Kyle, she stammers, frozen in place. Kyle tilts his head, amused by her reaction. Meanwhile, the maid's mind races. He's supposed to be confined. What is he doing out here? Panic washes over her face as she darts toward Leonhardt, practically begging for an explanation. Sir Leonhardt, what's going on? Why is he out? Leonhardt, unfazed by her outburst, replies calmly. The Marquis lifted his restriction. He's allowed to walk around the mansion under my supervision. The maid's jaw drops, her expression morphing from confusion to sheer dread. He's free, she whispers, as if the words themselves are a curse. Her mind flashes back to that day, the reason Kyle was banned from the library in the first place. The memory is vivid and haunting. She had found Kyle in the library, sitting amidst a pile of shredded books. One in particular, a rare manuscript she had painstakingly acquired from the Empire, was in tatters at his feet. Lord Kyle, she had cried, rushing toward him. Stop! That book is priceless. Do you have any idea how valuable it is? Kyle had looked up from his handiwork, utterly unfazed. It's just paper, he had replied, tearing another page as if to prove his point. The maid, desperate, had pleaded with him to stop. Please, this book can't be replaced. Kyle had interrupted her, his voice cold and detached. You won't be able to read it when you're dead, will you? So why does it matter? With that, he had proceeded to rip the book into shreds, ignoring her sobs and pleas. That incident had been the final straw, and the Marquis had promptly banned Kyle from the library. Back in the present, the maid shudders as the memory replays in her mind. She looks at Kyle, who stands there with an innocent smile, and her stomach churns. He's going to destroy the library again, she mutters to herself. The red-haired librarian, still shaken by Kyle's sudden reappearance, clings to Leonhardt as if her life depends on it. Sir Leonhardt, she pleads, her voice trembling. You know how bad it was. He shouldn't be allowed in the library. Not ever again. Leonhardt, caught between the terrified librarian and the surprisingly composed Kyle, listens patiently. Meanwhile, Kyle himself is left in stunned silence. He had no idea the original Kyle Salterian had caused so much havoc. But as the librarian continues to plead her case, fragments of the past flash in his mind. The shredded books, the cold dismissals, the sheer tyranny. Wow, Kyle thinks, cringing inwardly. The old me was a total jerk. The librarian isn't letting up. Her fear of Kyle rekindling his destructive streak is evident as she recounts the infamous incident that got him banned. At this point, Kyle decides it's time to intervene. Clearing his throat loudly, he commands her attention. Miss Librarian, he says, his voice calm but firm. I didn't come here to shred books or traumatize you further. Her wide eyes dart toward him, still full of suspicion. I came here to read, he says simply, his gaze steady. Now, shouldn't you be at your post? The direct question throws her off balance. And before she can think of a reply, Kyle presses on. I'm looking for books on magic, he explains. Anything about forming magic circles will do. The librarian freezes. Magic books? She echoes, confusion and alarm mingling in her voice. But you have no magical talent. Why would you even? Kyle shrugs nonchalantly. Doesn't matter. I'll take whatever beginner-level books you've got. Still skeptical, the librarian reluctantly explains. The Salterian family has always prioritized swordsmanship, so our collection of magic books is limited. We only have basic texts meant for children. That'll do, Kyle replies, waving off her concerns. Just bring me something on forming magic circles. Defeated, the librarian scurries off, muttering about how she's going to regret this. A short while later, Kyle is seated in the library with a thick, dusty book on magic open before him. The text begins by explaining how mana is the force that created everything, a mystical, supernatural energy defined centuries ago by a scholar named Joshua. The words are dense, and the explanations are long-winded. Kyle groans, resting his head in his hands. Why is this so complicated? Just get to the point already, he mutters. He flips a page, only to be met with yet another block of text that looks more like a university dissertation than a beginner's guide. How do 7-year-olds even understand this? He wonders aloud, his frustration mounting. In fantasy defense, learning new skills was simple. Everything was presented through status windows, and abilities were unlocked automatically. But here, he actually has to read and comprehend everything, and it's driving him insane. For a moment, Kyle contemplates giving up entirely. Do I really need to read all of this? He groans, teetering on the edge of a full-on mental breakdown. Then, out of nowhere, a notification pops up. Spiritual vision skill activated. Kyle freezes, blinking at the message. What? A second notification follows. This is a low-level book. The text will now be automatically translated. Before Kyle can even process what's happening, the words on the page begin to shift and rearrange themselves. Within seconds, the dense, cryptic text transforms into clear, concise explanations, all presented in a way Kyle can easily understand. His jaw drops. You've got to be kidding me. Another notification chimes in. The first module of the introductory book is ready for quick comprehension. Kyle stares at the book, now practically glowing with clarity. So, this is what spiritual vision can do, he marvels. It can translate stuff too? Relief floods through him as he realizes he won't have to slog through the labyrinth of outdated academic prose after all. With renewed enthusiasm, he begins reading. Lou is thrilled that his insight skill helped him decode the magic books with ease. Confident in his ability to learn, he calls out to the librarian, Alice. Bring me more introductory books on magic circles, he says with enthusiasm. I'll borrow them and take them to my room. Alice hesitates, but eventually complies, rummaging through the library's collection. Soon, Leonhardt begins transporting stacks of books to Kyle's room. It's a back-and-forth ordeal, with Leonhardt hauling load after load, and by the time he adds the last batch to the pile, he sighs in exhaustion. That's the last of them, he announces. Kyle, unbothered, simply says, "Good job." Then he eagerly dives into the books, flipping through pages with a determination Leonhardt has never seen before. The blonde knight watches the boy in silence, trying to process this sudden transformation. After a while, he finally speaks up. Do you think these books will be enough for you? Kyle looks up confused. What do you mean? Leonhardt explains that Alice, the librarian, is deeply worried about the safety of the books. She begged me to make sure you return them in one piece, he says. She told me some of these volumes are so rare, even selling her entire estate wouldn't replace them. Kyle smirks, remembering Alice's nervous plea earlier. She had begged him to be careful and even joked about keeping a fire extinguisher nearby, just in case he decided to burn the books. He'd assured her that he'd finish reading them in time, though he could see she was still worried. Leonhardt shakes his head, his confusion deepening. It's not just the number of books. It's the fact that you're reading it all. You used to hate reading. Kyle intentionally ignores the comment, hoping Leonhardt's suspicions will fade. He's far more interested in the intricate details of mana usage and magic circle formation laid out in the books. Leonhardt stands there for a moment, observing the pile of text before breaking the silence again. You know, he says, Hermamu disease blocks the body's mana channels. Mana and aura can't flow properly for patients with your condition. Learning magic might be impossible for you. Kyle pauses, his mind racing. Leonhardt doesn't know that he's already opened most of his mana channels. Deciding it's best to keep his breakthrough a secret, Kyle puts on an offended expression. Wow, thanks for the vote of confidence, he says, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Leonhardt stiffens, realizing he might have overstepped. I didn't mean it like that, he says quickly. Kyle cuts him off with a wave of his hand. It's fine. And honestly, you're right. Everyone in the household thinks the same way you do. He leans back, folding his arms. It must seem bizarre for me to be doing this. But hey, I'm the youngest son of the Celterian family. Acting strange is kind of expected, don't you think? Leonhardt blinks, unsure how to respond. Kyle continues, his tone softening. I get it. You're worried I'll fail again and fall into despair. But that's not going to happen. I've told you before, I'm not planning to die young. I've got a dream now, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes to make it happen. Leon Hart stares at him, speechless. The boy's words carry a weight he's never heard before. As Kyle returns to his books, Leon Hart finds himself lost in thought. He remembers a very different Kyle, a broken, defeated child sobbing in the training grounds after failing to meet his father's expectations. Back then, Kyle had been inconsolable, sure that his father didn't want him anymore. Leon Hart had tried to comfort him, but nothing worked. The boy's tears and despair had been etched into Leon Hart's memory. But the Kyle sitting before him now is different, stronger, focused. While Leon Hart reflects on this transformation, a notification pops up in Kyle's vision. Leon Hart's affection level increased by 30. Current level, 0. Kyle freezes. Wait, what? He mutters under his breath. A moment ago, the affection level was still in the negatives. What did I even do to make it jump 30 points all of a sudden? Glancing at Leon Hart, who's still watching him intently, Kyle grows wary. This guy, what's going on in his head? Leon Hart grabs a book from the pile, his towering presence making Kyle a bit uneasy. As the night approaches, Kyle instinctively shifts to the other side of the bed, trying to create some distance. Leon Hart simply drops the book on the bed, his expression unreadable. I'll be waiting outside, he says, his voice calm. Call me if you need anything. Kyle relaxes the moment Leon Hart steps out of the room. Finally, he mutters, relieved to have some peace and quiet. But his mind can't help returning to the strange jump in Leon Hart's affection score. He replays the events of the day, trying to pinpoint what caused it. Could it be because I was reading, he wonders. But that doesn't seem right. There hadn't been any noticeable change in the library. After some thought, Kyle settles on a theory. Maybe it's my persistence, he muses. Leon Hart seems like the kind of guy who values hard work. And reading through piles of books? That takes persistence. Satisfied with his reasoning for now, Kyle shrugs it off. Strange guy, he mutters. But Leon Hart is gone, and that means it's time to get to work. Kyle sits cross-legged amidst the mountain of books, ready to dive into the material. He activates his insight skill, and within moments, the books begin translating themselves at an astonishing speed. Text that would normally take hours, or even days, to read or process in seconds. Kyle watches with awe as even the most difficult passages are simplified into clear, understandable data. The system informs him that the Principles of Circle Formation book has been fully digitalized and stored. Shortly after, another message pops up. Understanding of circle formation increased. Decoding process accelerated. In just a few moments, all the books in the room are completely decoded. Kyle can hardly believe his eyes. That was fast, he says, grinning from ear to ear. Now that he's armed with all the necessary knowledge, it's time to move to the next step, testing it out. Kyle loads the data on circle formation into the system, and within seconds, another notification appears. Complete understanding of circle formation principles achieved. You are now able to form your first magic circle. A wave of exhilaration washes over him. I've actually done it, he exclaims. The realization that he's met the minimum requirements to form a magic circle fills him with pride. Kyle wastes no time putting his knowledge into action. Closing his eyes, he focuses on the golden path in front of him, a representation of the mana's flow that will guide his magic circle formation. He commands the mana to move, and it obeys. The energy begins spiraling along the golden path, perfectly following his will. At first, it's seamless. The mana flows steadily, lighting up the path like a golden thread. But then the real challenge begins. Kyle lets out a low groan as he feels a searing pain near his heart. The mana, burning within his chest, feels like molten fire coursing through him. He knows this is the critical moment. If he falters now, the mana will backfire, potentially damaging his organs. But Kyle refuses to give up. He clenches his teeth, forcing himself to endure the pain. Just a little longer, he tells himself. Sweat beads on his forehead as he pushes through the discomfort. The mana continues to align with the golden path, spiraling closer and closer to completion. The room is silent except for Kyle's controlled breathing. The mana spirals along the golden path, glowing brighter with each passing second. And then nothing. He opens his eyes, confused. Did it work? He wonders, his breathing heavy and his heart pounding. Just as doubt starts to creep in, a notification chimes. Congratulations! You have successfully formed your first magic circle. Kyle blinks, stunned, as another message pops up. Block channels weakened. Mana stagnation intensified. Refined mana can now be stored within your magic circle. Glancing forward, Kyle sees glowing spheres of mana floating in the air, their energy swirling inside the magic circle he just created. A victorious grin spreads across his face. I can finally use magic, he exclaims, his excitement palpable. For a moment, he allows himself to celebrate. But then fatigue washes over him like a tidal wave. It's morning. The sun streams through his window, and Kyle realizes he's pulled an all-nighter. The reading and translation process had been quick, but forming his magic circle had taken hours. He groans, already dreading the scolding he's bound to receive from both Urgel and Leonhardt. Still, as much as he wouldn't want their lectures, he doesn't regret a thing. Worth it, he mutters, a satisfied smile still on his face. With that, Kyle collapses into the pile of books, fast asleep. Moments later, Urgel enters the room, a breakfast tray in her hands. Lord Kyle, I brought your, she begins, but her words catch in her throat when she sees him sprawled on the floor amidst a chaotic mountain of books. Her orange eyes widen in alarm as she rushes to his side. Lord Kyle, she cries, setting the tray down and shaking him violently. What happened? Wake up. Kyle doesn't stir. He's far too exhausted, lost in a deep slumber after his breakthrough night. Urgel's panic only grows as she takes in the scene. The books, the lack of response, and Kyle's seemingly lifeless form. What on earth was he doing all night? She exclaims, her voice trembling. Little does she know, while the rest of the household was sound asleep, Kyle had achieved a monumental breakthrough. In one night, he had used all the mana he'd accumulated to successfully form his first magic circle. For Kyle, this marks the start of a new chapter in his life. Kyle Celterion, the mage. Meanwhile, in the library, Alice is still a bundle of nerves. She paces back and forth, muttering to herself. What was I thinking, letting him borrow all those books? What if he burns them? What if? Her anxious thoughts are interrupted when Leonhardt strides into the library, carrying a stack of books. The moment she sees him, her panic intensifies. Are they okay? She shrieks, rushing over to inspect the pile. Leonhardt raises an eyebrow, but doesn't flinch. Relax. None of the books were damaged. Alice breathes a sigh of relief. Kyle, finally awake and feeling refreshed, sits at his table while Urgel serves him breakfast. The moment he sees the meal, his eyes widen in surprise. The food looks like something straight out of a royal banquet. Did you really make this yourself? Kyle asks, astonished. Urgel blushes, nodding modestly. Yes, young master. Kyle doesn't hold back, showering her with praise as he takes his first bite. This is incredible. Exactly the kind of cooking I expect from you. Urgel's cheeks redden even more, and her lips curl into a small, shy smile. I'm glad it suits your taste, she says softly. As Kyle enjoys his meal, the scene shifts to a flashback from earlier that morning. While Urgel was carrying Kyle's breakfast upstairs, the cruel maids intercepted her. The green-haired maid stepped forward, pretending to be helpful. Why don't you let us take that to Lord Kyle for you? She offered with a forced smile. You must be tired. We'll handle it. Urgel's grip on the tray tightened as she eyed them suspiciously. Why the sudden change of heart? She asked, her voice calm but wary. The green-haired maid's smile twisted into something more smug. You were just a temporary replacement, she sneered. Now that Kyle's acting like a proper young master again, we're returning to the original arrangement. Sally is assigned to him, not you. Urgel saw through their charade immediately. I don't think so, she said bluntly. If you have complaints about your work, take it up with Lord Kyle himself. With that, she walked past them, her words leaving the maid stunned. The green-haired maid tried to stop her, but Urgel ignored her completely, brushing past with the grace and determination of someone who had no time for nonsense. When she reached the door, the senior maid nearby let her through, sparking even more jealousy from Sally, who called after her in frustration. Do you think you're something special? The senior maid raised an eyebrow at Sally's outburst, her interest in Urgel visibly piqued. Back in the present, Kyle savors the last bite of his meal. You've really outdone yourself this time, he says, setting his fork down. Your cooking just keeps getting better and better. Urgel beams at the compliment, revealing that she's been practicing every day and learning new recipes from the head chef. Kyle nods, impressed. Diligence suits you, Urgel, he says. Good work. But then his expression grows serious as he switches to a more pressing topic. How's your progress with spirit magic? The question catches Urgel off guard, and she looks visibly nervous. Kyle notices and gently presses further. Bring me the book I gave you before, he says. Urgel quickly retrieves the book and hands it to him. Kyle flips through the worn pages, noting how much she's read. How far are you? About halfway, she answers hesitantly. Kyle is surprised but pleased. Judging by the book's condition, it's clear she's been studying diligently. Not bad, he thinks. For someone her age, and given her noble background, she's progressing quickly. But Kyle's mind quickly shifts to the looming dangers ahead. According to the original plot of Fantasy Defense, Doomsday is just 2 months away. The Celterian family's heir succession ceremony will mark the beginning of a coup led by Adolf, and Urgel will lose her life in the chaos unless Kyle intervenes. He slams the book shut, his tone firm. Urgel, this pace won't cut it. You need to become stronger, and quickly. Urgel's eyes widen at his sudden intensity. Kyle doesn't explain the full gravity of the situation, but makes his point clear. Starting today, leave the cooking to someone else and focus solely on spirit magic. Urgel looks heartbroken at the suggestion. Kyle notices her hesitation and asks, "What's wrong?" She quickly responds, her voice trembling. "Please, young master, let me keep both tasks. I'll study spirit magic and cook for you. I won't neglect either. Please don't let anyone else serve you." Her desperate plea catches Kyle off guard. He didn't realize how much it meant to her to stay close to him. She's practically begging, her orange eyes filled with determination. Kyle is moved, unsure of how to respond. He never imagined Urgel would fight so hard to keep serving him, and for the first time, he realizes just how much she values being by his side. Kyle takes a deep breath, observing Urgel's worried expression. He understands her fear now. How could he not? Her entire world had collapsed, leaving her to fend for herself in a hostile environment. From the daughter of a baron to a slave, and now a maid, she's endured unimaginable losses, including losing contact with her family. Of course, she'd feel insecure. Being a maid might not be her dream, but it gave her stability, something she couldn't afford to lose. Kyle realizes his push for her to focus on spirit magic probably felt like he was threatening to take that stability away. Blaming himself for not explaining things properly, Kyle decides to clear the air. He begins gently. "Urgel, do you remember what I told you when I brought you to this mansion? I said you're my person. I don't abandon my people, and I never will." Urgel's eyes widen, touched by his words. Kyle continues, his tone steady but sincere. "I didn't ask you to learn spirit magic for no reason. You're an incredible maid, and your cooking is top-notch. If you keep working hard, you'll probably become the head maid someday." A faint smile plays on her lips at the compliment, but Kyle's next words take her by surprise. "But there are plenty of maids here, Urgel," he says. "Anyone could replace you in that role." Urgel opens her mouth to respond, but Kyle gently places a hand on her shoulder, silencing her. "But if you become a spirit mage? A skilled spirit mage is rare, very rare. They're respected, admired, even revered. And you, Urgel? You're not just talented. I believe you'll become the greatest spirit mage." Her breath catches at his declaration, her eyes searching his face for any sign of doubt. She finds none. Kyle smiles warmly. "You'll stand tall, above all others. No one will ever be able to replace you." The weight of his words sinks in, and tears shimmer in Urgel's eyes. "That sounds amazing," she whispers. "But what if I can't do it?" Kyle's expression hardens with determination. "You can," he says firmly. "I have absolute faith in you." He hands her the book on spirit magic and looks her in the eye. "You've got this. I believe in you, Urgel." Urgel takes the book with trembling hands, her resolve growing with each passing moment. "Thank you, young master," she says softly. "I promise I'll work hard." A notification pops up in Kyle's vision. Urgel's affection increased by 60. Current level? Kyle smiles, satisfied. "Good," he says warmly. To support her studies, Kyle makes a significant change. He officially appoints Urgel as his personal maid, giving her full responsibility for his affairs. He also moves her out of the shared maid quarters, providing her with a private room near his own. When he shows her the new room, Urgel is speechless. It's modest but comfortable, and the proximity to Kyle's room makes it ideal for her duties. "This is for you," Kyle says. "You'll be more comfortable here, and it'll make studying easier. Plus, you won't have to deal with the other maid's jealousy." Urgel blushes, overwhelmed by the gesture. "Thank you, young master. I love it, especially since it's so close to your room." Kyle blinks, momentarily surprised by her response. "She likes being near me?" He thinks, amused. She might be a bit of an addict, but it works in his favor. so he simply smiles. Then let's work hard together, he says. We're both going to survive this, no matter what. Though Urgel doesn't understand the full weight of his words, her determination to make him proud shines through. Over time, the two grow closer, with Urgel's affection for Kyle steadily increasing. It's becoming clear, even to her, that she's developing feelings for the young master. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the mansion, the blue-haired head maid, a spy for Kyle's elder brother Adolf, has been observing Kyle closely. Late one night, she reports her findings to Adolf, the instigator of the upcoming coup. Lord Adolf, she begins, bowing slightly. Your brother has changed. Adolf raises an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, how so? The spy details everything. Kyle has been exercising regularly, building his strength. He's been dedicating hours to studying magic, reading through piles of books. Most shockingly, he no longer lashes out at servants in anger. His personality has taken a complete turn. Adolf listens intently, his interest growing with each word. So, my foolish little brother is finally growing up, he muses, a sly smile spreading across his face. The headmaid nods. It seems so, my lord. Adolf leans back in his chair, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Then I suppose it's time I paid him a visit. A few days after his breakthrough with the magic circle, Kyle takes a stroll around the estate with Leonhardt. As they walk, Urgel spots them from a distance and waves enthusiastically. Kyle smiles and waves back, his mood lifting slightly, before turning his attention back to Leonhardt. I need you to take me somewhere, Kyle says, his tone unusually serious. Someplace open and out of sight. Leonhardt raises an eyebrow. What are you planning, young master? A magic experiment, Kyle replies confidently. Leonhardt blinks, trying to process what he just heard. A magic experiment? The boy who, not long ago, couldn't use mana without risking his life? Still, seeing the resolve in Kyle's eyes, he decides to play along. There's a secluded spot at the edge of the estate, he offers. Dense trees, no visibility from outside. Should be private enough. Kyle's face lights up. Perfect. Lead the way. When they reach the location, Kyle takes in the quiet surroundings and nods with satisfaction. This'll do, he says, already feeling the excitement bubbling up inside him. Leonhardt watches as Kyle positions himself in the center of the clearing. I'll keep watch, the bodyguard says, leaning against a tree. Just don't blow anything up or anyone. Kyle smirks. Noted. As Leonhardt keeps an eye out, he steals glances at the young master. Watching Kyle prepare for his experiment, Leonhardt can't help but marvel at the boy's transformation. Not long ago, magic and swordsmanship were impossible dreams for Kyle because of Hermamu's disease. Now, here he was, full of determination, defying every limitation placed upon him. But Leonhardt is skeptical. Reading a few books in a day can't erase years of physical and magical limitations. And yet, Kyle has been proving everyone wrong at every turn. Kyle takes a deep breath, focusing his energy. He closes his eyes, channeling mana into his hand. His golden path from the magic circle guides him as he shapes the energy, visualizing the spell he studied. With one smooth motion, Kyle launches the mana forward, and a magic missile streaks through the air, slamming into a tree with an explosive impact. The tree cracks and splinters, splitting clean in half. Whoa! Kyle yells, his excitement quickly giving way to panic. Did anyone hear that? Leonhardt's jaw hangs open in disbelief. What just? Quickly regaining his composure, he suppresses the sound of the explosion with aura, ensuring that no one nearby could have heard. You're lucky I was here, Leonhardt mutters. Kyle sighs in relief. Nice reflexes, but Leonhardt's mind is racing. When did you form a magic circle? He asks, his voice a mix of curiosity and suspicion. Kyle shrugs casually. Not too long ago. I just followed what the book said. Pretty straightforward. Leonhardt narrows his eyes. Then you've overcome Hermamu's disease? Kyle doesn't respond verbally. Instead, he holds up his hand, forming a glowing orb of magical energy. Leonhardt stares at the display, his mind replaying Kyle's declaration from earlier. I don't plan to die young. That moment had left an impression on Leonhardt, but now he understands why. Kyle had been serious. Leonhardt's lips curl into a rare, genuine smile. Congratulations, young master, he says warmly. Kyle smirks, a notification flashing in his mind. Leonhardt's affection increased by 20. Currently at 10. Kyle chuckles softly to himself. Knew it. Perseverance impresses him every time. Leonhardt quickly shifts his attention back to the damage. That was a magic missile, right? He asks, pointing at the remains of the tree. Kyle nods. First circle magic. Simple stuff. Leonhardt shakes his head. Simple? That's the power of a fourth circle spell. A magic missile is supposed to have the force of an adult's punch, but you just split a tree in half. Kyle blinks, surprised by the revelation. Wait, what? Leonhardt continues, more astounded than ever. You're still a first circle mage. How did you produce so much power? Kyle has no answer. I don't know, he admits, frowning. It's incredible but also troubling. Kyle knows the power discrepancy could make him a target, especially if anyone outside the estate finds out. This kind of power is way too noticeable, he mutters. In his mind, Kyle reviews everything he's learned. His insight skill has allowed him to decode first circle magic books in a single day, a process that would normally take months. But the way magic works in this world doesn't align perfectly with how it was in the game. I'm missing something, Kyle thinks. Why is my magic usage so different? Leonhardt, meanwhile, looks at Kyle with a mixture of awe and uncertainty. If this is just the beginning, the bodyguard muses, what else is this boy capable of? According to the ancient texts, using magic used to be a math lesson wrapped in a headache. First, you draw an overly complicated magic circle, then juggle some advanced mana calculations, and finally, if you didn't mess up, activate the spell. That was the old school way. But now, things are way easier. In the world Kyle knows, magic is simple. Draw a basic magic circle, pump in some mana, and voila, powerful magic at your fingertips. So naturally, Kyle gives it a go. The result? Boom! His spell is so overpowered it could probably level a mountain. Kyle quickly realizes he's made too much of an impression. He decides, yeah, maybe the world isn't ready for this yet. So, he turns to Leonhardt, the poor guard who just witnessed his little magical nuke, and says, keep this between us, okay? But Leonhardt? Oh no, he's not buying the casual act. Instead of nodding along, his favorability points drop by 50. Yep, Kyle's officially on his bad side. Shocked, Kyle scrambles to explain. Leonhardt, however, isn't letting this slide. He demands to know why Kyle wants his abilities to stay a secret. Left with no choice, Kyle spells it out. In 2 months, the family's succession ceremony will take place. A massive deal for the prestigious Celterian household. Here, the next heir is chosen, not by birthright but through competition. Swordsmanship, wisdom, charisma, and the support of loyal followers all come into play. And the stakes? Oh, they're huge. Currently, 2 brothers are locked in a heated rivalry for the top spot. The eldest, Abel Celterian, and his younger brother, Adolf Celterian. Let's meet them, shall we? Abel, the firstborn, is practically the perfect heir. Gentle, skilled with a sword, and groomed for leadership since childhood, he's backed by the family's most loyal retainers. He's got the golden boy charm. Then there's Adolf, the underdog. For years, he lived in his brother's shadow. But one day, something changed. His personality sharpened, his swordsmanship skyrocketed, and suddenly, he was a serious contender. Now, he's surrounded by fiery young knights who treat him like a gang leader. Back at the main mansion, the drama unfolds. The 2 brothers meet after a long time. Abel, ever the social butterfly, is busy greeting guests, so busy, in fact, that he completely ignores Adolf. Adolf, not amused, calls him out. Abel fumbles an excuse, claiming he didn't notice him. But Adolf isn't buying it. He fires back, pointing out how ridiculous it is that someone who could sense aura at the age of 5 would fail to notice his own brother. Abel, clearly uncomfortable, brushes it off as a fluke from the past. He doesn't want to talk about it. But the guests? Oh, they're buzzing like bees. Isn't it impressive that Abel could manifest aura at 5? One whispers. Sure, another chimes in, but my son was late with his aura, and I thought he was talentless too. Adolf's supporters hear the gossip, and they're ready to throw hands. Furious, they even threaten the guests. But Adolf steps in like a true leader, scolding his knights. Behave yourselves, he warns. We're in the main house, under my father's roof. The knights immediately back down. Abel, watching this, praises Adolf for his leadership, even calling him a worthy candidate for heir. But Adolf isn't having it. He takes Abel's words as mockery, gets right in his brother's face, and declares, "You won't be laughing for long." With that, he storms out, his loyal knights in tow, leaving Abel speechless. As Kyle Celterian sits down for breakfast, his mind isn't on the food. Nope, it's laser-focused on the upcoming succession ceremony, a high-stakes event only 2 months away. And frankly, he's feeling the heat. Now, here's the deal with the Celterian family. They don't care about birth order or legitimacy. Nope, the only thing that matters is strength. Anyone who shares the family bloodline can throw their hat into the ring to become the next head of the household. Well, almost anyone. You see, Kyle is the exception. Thanks to an illness, he was booted out of the succession race before it even began. And he's not alone. His older brother, Duke, is also out of the running. But for Kyle, it's not just about his health. Even if he were older and in peak condition, his swordsmanship and magic are, let's just say, not exactly top tier compared to his older brothers. So, while the other contenders sharpen their swords and polish their spells, Kyle's just sitting on the sidelines. And that, my friends, doesn't feel fair. At breakfast, Leon Hart tries to fill Kyle in on the latest family drama, but Kyle cuts him off mid-sentence. He's already in the loop. Turns out, a duel is brewing between his two eldest brothers, Abel and Adolf, to determine who gets the upper hand before the big ceremony. Kyle knows his brothers won't take kindly to any surprises right now. With the clock ticking, they wouldn't want anything or anyone throwing a wrench in their plans. That's when it hits Kyle. What if he, the so-called good-for-nothing, suddenly revealed his newfound magical prowess? It's a bold idea, and Kyle envisions two possible outcomes. One of his brothers might try to recruit him as an ally. Two, or they might see him as a threat and eliminate him before he becomes a problem. The boy lays out his thoughts, and Leon Hart and Urgel are left speechless, staring at him like he sprouted a second head. After a moment of awkward silence, Leon Hart finally speaks, suggesting Kyle's prediction is, let's just say, dramatic. But Kyle isn't backing down. He reminds Leon Hart of the bloody history surrounding succession disputes. Abel might be a decent guy, but Adolf? That guy's a desperate character. Kyle is convinced Adolf wouldn't hesitate to take him out if he felt threatened. Hearing this, Leon Hart is understandably worried. But Kyle, always the strategist, already has a plan to protect himself, conceal his strength. Here's the logic. Wizards often downplay their abilities to avoid drawing attention or making enemies. By pretending his magic is still weak, Kyle can fly under the radar. He figures this is the only way he can attend the ceremony without putting a target on his back. Leon Hart, after a moment's thought, agrees. It's a solid plan. But there's a catch. Leon Hart insists he'll report everything to the head of the family once the ceremony is over. For now, though, the secret is safe. Kyle will keep his power hidden, biding his time until the moment is right. But with a family as complicated as the Celterians, you just know something's going to throw a wrench into this carefully laid plan. So, here's the thing about Kyle and Leon Hart's relationship. It's a constant balancing act of, are we friends or are we not? After Kyle lays out his plan to conceal his magic, he nervously asks Leon Hart for confirmation. You're on board, right? Leon Hart agrees, but, and here's the kicker, his favorability for Kyle drops again. It's like Leon Hart has a hidden scoreboard that dings Kyle every time he's even mildly annoying. To make matters worse, Leon Hart reminds Kyle that his loyalty lies with the head of the family, not Kyle. Ouch. But hey, at least Leon Hart didn't outright reject his idea, so Kyle figures it's a win. He might not have Leon Hart's undying loyalty yet, but he's determined to change that. With a confident grin, Kyle looks Leon Hart dead in the eyes and vows to win him over someday. Leon Hart, meanwhile, suddenly feels a chill run down his spine. You know that gut feeling when someone's about to rope you into their schemes? Yeah, that's Leon Hart right now. Before things get too awkward, Leon Hart turns to Kyle with a lingering doubt. Are you really serious about becoming a wizard? He asks, clearly struggling to wrap his head around the idea. Kyle, slightly offended, explains his reasoning. Think about it. The Celterian family is famous for swordsmanship. Wouldn't it be awesome to have a skilled wizard in the mix too? Surprisingly, Leon Hart agrees. A small smile even creeps onto his face as he admits, the head of the family would probably like that idea. Favorability restored. And Kyle? He's baffled by how quickly Leon Hart's mood swings from one extreme to the other. Just as Kyle's trying to make sense of Leon Hart's fluctuating affection levels, the knight shifts his focus to Urgel, the young maid quietly standing nearby. With a genuine smile, Leon Hart praises her cooking, particularly the steak. He's all, seriously, that was delicious. Urgel, modest as ever, brushes off the compliment. It was nothing special, she says, thanking him politely. Watching this interaction, Kyle has an epiphany. Could food be the key to increasing favorability? If sharing a meal with Leonhardt boosts his affection, then Kyle figures he's just discovered a cheat code. Excited by this newfound strategy, Kyle blurts out his plan. From now on, let's eat together in my room. Leonhardt, of course, immediately finds this suspicious. Why the sudden dinner invite? He declines, insisting that he's perfectly fine eating at the knight's dormitory. But Kyle isn't taking no for an answer. With a bluntness that only he can pull off, he informs Leonhardt that wasn't a request. It's an order. And just like that, Leonhardt realizes he's trapped. There's no arguing with Kyle's orders. After a long, awkward pause, Urgel hesitantly agrees to the arrangement, breaking the tension. Late at night, while the rest of the mansion sleeps, Kyle is hard at work in his room. He's surrounded by a fortress of books, flipping through pages and jotting down notes with laser focus. At this moment, he's not just a young noble. He's a student, a researcher, and maybe a bit of a mad scientist. Kyle's scribbling strange symbols on a piece of paper, most likely magic spells. He's convinced that the quick and powerful magic activation method from his game world can work here too. After all, it worked before, splitting a tree in half like it was nothing. The problem? That kind of power is like handling a rabid dragon. Unpredictable and hard to control. As he contemplates his options, he's faced with a dilemma. Should he stick to the slow, precise magic activation method of this world? Sure, it's reliable, but it's also tedious and a pain to master. Or should he keep experimenting with the faster, more chaotic game-style activation? The sheer power is tempting, but the risk? Yeah, not so much. After some intense mental gymnastics, Kyle hatches a brilliant or reckless idea. Why not combine the two methods? He grabs his pen and gets to work. But just as he's about to execute his new hybrid magic activation, a system window pops up in front of him. Warning, high risk of explosion. Proceed. Kyle stares at the message, startled. Wait, an explosion? He wasn't exactly planning to blow himself up tonight. Still, he pauses, weighing his options. It's not just about the risk, though. He notices something odd. The system isn't showing a regular status window. It's a full-on danger alert. But then, the voice of every shonen protagonist echoes in his mind. High risk, high reward. If he wants to stand out in a family of sword-wielding prodigies, he can't play it safe. With a deep breath and maybe a little too much confidence, Kyle pushes the yes button. And then, all hell breaks loose. The room erupts in chaos. Papers are flying everywhere like a miniature hurricane, and a wild surge of magical energy fills the air. The system throws out more warnings, practically screaming at him to stop. Warning, high instability detected. Explosion imminent. But Kyle? He's in too deep now. His mind is made up, and he's determined to see this through. He's not just messing with magic anymore. He's rewriting the rules. As the system analyzes his body and the combined activation methods, the tension builds. The room crackles with raw energy, and it's clear that whatever happens next is going to be either revolutionary or catastrophic. Kyle doesn't flinch. If there's one thing he knows, it's this. You can't achieve greatness without taking a few risks. And as the system progresses with the analysis, you can't help but wonder, will this experiment catapult Kyle to the next level? Or will the mansion need a new wing by morning? With the analysis complete, Kyle gets some fantastic news. His understanding of the magic missile spell is off the charts. The system even maps out an efficient path for his new hybrid magic activation method. And miraculously, nothing explodes. Kyle is over the moon. I did it, he thinks, staring at the shimmering golden magic ball floating in his hand. It's pure energy, pure power, and pure genius. He's basically just revolutionized magic as this world knows it. But if you think Kyle's going to stop there, oh no, you don't know Kyle. The boy's already brainstorming. What if I tweak it? Add a little more magic here, refine it there. But as he's fiddling with his newfound creation, the system hits him with another warning. Caution, explosion risk remains high. This time Kyle plays it safe, or so he thinks. He reduces the output and makes a few small adjustments. Unfortunately, small adjustments turn into big mistakes. And just like that, boom, the explosion the system kept warning him about finally happens. Urgel, in the room next door, hears the deafening blast and rushes over, heart pounding. She throws open the door to find, well, a disaster zone. Kyle's room is in shambles. There's a massive hole in the wall, books are scattered everywhere, and Kyle himself is sitting amidst the rubble, covered in dirt and bruises. But what's he doing? Laughing. Yep, laughing. Urgel is not amused. She demands an explanation, but Kyle just waves it off with his usual nonchalance. It's fine. I was just practicing magic, he says, grinning as though he hasn't just turned his room into ground zero. Urgel, understandably, isn't buying it. She's staring at the wreckage, trying to wrap her head around why magic practice resulted in a crater where a wall used to be. Kyle, realizing she's genuinely worried, tries to defuse the situation with a laugh. Yeah, I guess I should have done this outside, huh? As he surveys the mess, it finally dawns on him. This is exactly what the warning system meant by explosion risk. Maybe next time, he should invest in a proper magic workshop, preferably one with strong barriers and a lot of open space. Before he can plan his next experiment, Leon Hart bursts into the room, looking like he just ran a marathon. The bodyguard's eyes widen at the scene. The destroyed wall, the books, the dust-covered Kyle still holding what looks like the remnants of his magic ball. Leon Hart's ready to demand answers, but Kyle cuts him off with a completely straight face. Could you help me clean this up? Leon Hart blinks, utterly flabbergasted. Clean? Clean? But Kyle, ever the pragmatist, reminds him it's better to clean first and think later. And because Leon Hart is the dutiful knight that he is, he starts picking up debris, muttering curses under his breath. To make matters worse, Kyle remembers that most of the books he borrowed are now in ruins. Somewhere, the librarian is probably experiencing a sudden, unexplained sense of doom. By the time the dust settles, Leon Hart is on the verge of tears. He throws his hands in the air and yells Kyle's name, frustration pouring out of him like steam from a kettle. And Kyle? He just smiles, because in his mind, despite the chaos, this was a victory. Meanwhile, over in the kitchen, Urgel is hard at work preparing a meal for Kyle. She tastes the stew she's been working on, but something's not quite right. The flavor's off, bland, uninspired. Panic sets in. Urgel imagines Kyle taking a bite, putting down his spoon, and saying with that ever-so-casual tone, "It's a bit plain, don't you think?" That's her nightmare scenario, and she'll do anything to avoid it. As she spirals into a mild kitchen crisis, in walks Daisy, the ever-cheerful senior maid with her signature blue hair and a knack for brightening up any room. Daisy notices Urgel cooking and can't help but smile. "You're really diligent, you know that?" Daisy says, clearly impressed by Urgel's dedication. Urgel, ever modest, just responds, "I'm just doing my job." Then, without missing a beat, she turns back to the stew, laser-focused on fixing its lackluster flavor. Daisy, however, isn't one to leave a fellow maid in distress. Watching how cautious Urgel is with every step, Daisy leans in and offers a tip. "If it feels like something's missing, try adding a dash of nutmeg," she suggests. It's a secret weapon for bringing out that rich umami flavor. Urgel hesitates. "Nutmeg? Really?" But Daisy's confident smile is reassuring. "Trust me," she says. "Just a pinch." After a moment of internal debate, Urgel decides to take the plunge. She sprinkles a little nutmeg into the stew, gives it a good stir, and takes another taste. And then bam! It's like a flavor explosion in her mouth. The bland stew is suddenly bursting with richness and depth. Urgel stares at the pot, wide-eyed, as if she's just discovered alchemy. Daisy, watching from the side, beams with pride. "Told you so," she says, clearly thrilled that her advice worked. After a moment of stunned silence, Urgel turns to Daisy and asks the obvious question. "Are you good at cooking?" Daisy laughs softly, the answer written all over her face. Urgel, still amazed, makes a bold request. "Can you teach me how to cook like this?" Daisy's caught off guard at first. The surprise flickers across her face before it melts into a warm smile. "Of course," she replies. "I'd be happy to teach you. For now, though." Daisy helps Urgel finish preparing the meal. With the stew perfected and ready to serve, Urgel thanks Daisy sincerely, a newfound respect in her voice. Daisy just waves it off with her signature cheerfulness, but as she watches Urgel carry the food out, she can't help but feel proud. One little dash of nutmeg, and a young maid's confidence in the kitchen has been forever changed. And who knows? With Daisy's guidance, maybe Urgel will be whipping up gourmet feasts in no time. Daisy places the food tray on her arm and follows Urgel down the hallway to Kyle's room. As they walk, Daisy starts chatting, her tone curious. She wonders aloud how Kyle has been doing lately. From what she's heard, the young lord has become much more polite, a far cry from the boy everyone used to grumble about. Urgel listens quietly as Daisy continues. "Honestly," Daisy confesses, "I was worried when I heard you'd become his exclusive maid. I thought he might trouble you or be rude." Finally, Urgel chimes in, her voice calm but firm. There's nothing to worry about. Lord Kyle treats me well. Daisy blinks in surprise, but she's clearly relieved. That's good, she says, her tone softening. She then shares something that's been buzzing around the mansion. Kyle has changed. The boy who used to sleep in late and avoid responsibilities is now waking up early, exercising, studying, practically unrecognizable from before. Daisy's amazed at the transformation, and honestly, so is Urgel. As they approach Kyle's room, Urgel reflects on the past few days. She's seen firsthand how diligent he's become. This is no longer the carefree, impulsive boy she'd expected to serve. Lord Kyle is changing, and in surprising ways. When they enter Kyle's room, Urgel sets the meal down and informs him that Daisy had been asking about him. Kyle pauses mid-thought, clearly caught off guard. She was asking about me? He asks, raising an eyebrow. Urgel nods and relays the conversation, explaining how Daisy wanted to know what he's been doing and who he's been meeting. What did you tell her? Kyle asks, his curiosity piqued. With calm precision, Urgel explains that she told Daisy nothing. I said I didn't know, she adds, because I didn't think it was right to talk about you. Kyle's expression softens into a grin. Good call, he says, clearly impressed. He praises her for keeping her discretion and assures her that she made the right choice. But then, with a thoughtful tilt of his head, he adds, next time, though, try answering moderately. If you're too tight-lipped, it might look suspicious. Urgel nods, absorbing the advice. She promises to handle things more carefully in the future. As Kyle eats, his mind races. The pieces of the puzzle are starting to fit together. The sudden curiosity, the subtle probing for information, it all points to one thing, Adolf. Kyle smirks to himself, unsurprised. Adolf has always been impatient, and it seems his second brother has already sent a spy to sniff around. And that spy? None other than Daisy, the cheerful senior maid. Kyle isn't angry. If anything, he's impressed by the audacity. Adolf must have caught wind of his recent changes, and now the gears of suspicion are turning. But Kyle has the advantage here. He knows the game being played, and he knows Adolf is rushing. That impatience will be his brother's undoing. While Adolf tries to move his pawns, Kyle silently considers his next move. With his newfound abilities and a sharp mind, it's clear he's not just going to sit back and let Adolf outmaneuver him. He's got a plan brewing, and when it unfolds, Adolf won't know what hit him. Later that night, we find ourselves in the imposing office of Marquis Renton, the head of the Celterian family. But tonight, the usually composed patriarch is anything but calm. Why? Because he's just received news that has left him utterly speechless. His youngest son, Kyle, has somehow overcome Hermimu, a terminal illness thought to be incurable. Leon Hart, ever the dutiful bodyguard, is the one delivering the bombshell. He assures the Marquis that the news is true, explaining that Kyle is not only healthy, but has also begun studying magic on his own. And not just dabbling. Kyle has already achieved his first magic circle in an astonishingly short time. If that isn't enough to blow the Marquis' mind, Leon Hart privately suspects that Kyle's abilities go far beyond the first circle. But seeing as the Marquis is barely holding it together, Leon Hart decides to save the full details for another day. The Marquis sits back in his chair, overwhelmed. His mind drifts to the last time he saw Kyle, a frail, bedridden boy who looked like he might not survive another year. Back then, the Marquis' frustration and despair had gotten the better of him. In a flashback, we see a younger, angrier Marquis confronting his sickly son. The Marquis, seething with disappointment, lashes out, calling Kyle useless and a burden. Kyle, just as frustrated, fires back. I never asked to be born like this, the boy yells, his voice trembling with emotion. And then, in a moment of raw pain, he adds, you should have just killed me the moment I was born. Those words ignite the Marquis' rage. He balls his fists and roars, you wretched fool. From now on, I'll pretend I don't even have a son like you. With that, he orders Kyle to be locked away in his room, forbidden from causing trouble. The scene ends with Kyle collapsing to his knees, sobbing bitterly as his father walks away. This was the moment Kyle's solitary confinement began, a prison of both walls and heartbreak. Now, back in the present, the Marquis feels a wave of guilt crashing over him. He had abandoned Kyle, treated him harshly because of his condition. And yet, against all odds, the boy has survived, grown, and even thrived. The Marquis doesn't know how to mend their broken relationship, but the guilt weighs heavy on his heart. Trying to process it all, he suddenly asks Leon Hart a simple question. How old is Kyle now? Leon Hart, ever professional, answers. The young master just turned 13. The Marquis freezes. 13? That's unheard of. By everything he knows, overcoming Hermamu requires extraordinary talent in magic or swordsmanship, talent that usually manifests at age 5 or 6. But Kyle? Kyle has achieved the impossible at an age far beyond what anyone thought was possible. The Marquis' confusion deepens. Have you ever heard of such a case? He asks Leon Hart, hoping for clarity. Leon Hart shakes his head. I don't know of any others, he admits. But I know what I saw. The young master overcame Hermamu. I witnessed it myself. The Marquis falls silent, grappling with the enormity of it all. His youngest son, the one he had given up on, has shattered every expectation. The question now isn't just how Kyle did it. It's what kind of future he's capable of building. One thing's for sure. The Marquis' perception of Kyle has forever changed. As the night deepens, the conversation in Marquis Rempen's office takes a surprising turn. Leon Hart, standing firm and composed, reveals yet another shocking detail. He's personally seen Kyle using first circle magic. The Marquis is left utterly dumbfounded. Every piece of this story seems impossible. Overcoming Hermamu, mastering magic, achieving first circle proficiency, but somehow Kyle has done it all. It feels almost miraculous, and the Marquis is struggling to wrap his head around it. But amidst all the wonder, a deeper question gnaws at him. What now? The strained relationship between father and son looms over him like a shadow. Uncertain of how to proceed, the Marquis asks Leon Hart hesitantly, do you think I should meet with Kyle? Leon Hart, always the pragmatist, doesn't answer directly. Instead, he counters with a simple question. Do you not want to meet him? The Marquis falters, stuttering as his emotions surface. Finally, he admits the truth. I don't even know if I can. After everything I've said and done, that child probably resents me. He must hate me. Hearing this, Leon Hart is momentarily surprised. In all the time he spent with Kyle, he's seen no sign of resentment toward his father. Quite the opposite, in fact. Leon Hart recalls a recent conversation with the young master, a memory that plays out in a flashback. That day, in the garden, Kyle had been unusually earnest. Leon Hart had casually offered to pass along any message Kyle wanted to convey to his father. But Kyle had shaken his head, determined. No, he said firmly. I need to speak with him in person. Leon Hart, trying to be reasonable, reminded Kyle that he was still confined to the annex by the Marquis' orders. He couldn't leave without permission. Kyle, however, had smiled knowingly. That's exactly why I'm telling you, he replied, his tone uncharacteristically serious. When Leon Hart still seemed hesitant, Kyle spelled it out. I want you to tell my father that I really want to see him. His words were clear, his expression sincere. Leon Hart had felt a flicker of unease under Kyle's piercing gaze. But before he could refuse, Kyle suddenly shifted tactics. Flashing his most polite smile, he started pleading, softening his tone, making himself look as harmless as possible. Please, Leon Hart, Kyle had said, leaning into the act. Just this once. For me? Faced with Kyle's persistence and his strategic use of cuteness, Leon Hart had finally caved, agreeing to relay the message. Kyle's face had lit up with excitement, his gratitude genuine. Snapping back to the present, Leon Hart clears his throat. The Marquis' earlier doubts now seem misplaced. He doesn't hate you, Leon Hart says confidently. In fact, he really wants to meet with you. The Marquis' expression shifts, a mix of surprise and guilt washing over him. He wants to see me, he asks, almost as if he doesn't believe it. Leon Hart nods, delivering the truth plainly. Lord Kyle said he wants to speak with you himself. For a moment, the room falls silent. The Marquis, burdened by guilt but now confronted with hope, is left to ponder his next move. Will he face his son and try to mend the wounds of the past? Or will fear and regret keep him from taking this crucial step? Now, we've been hearing a lot about Marquis Rempen's Celterion, but who exactly is this guy? Let's break it down. Rempen's Celterion isn't just any noble. He's the head of the prestigious Celterion Marquis, a family renowned for their unmatched swordsmanship and centuries-long duty of defending the Empire's frontier from monstrous threats. Oh, and did I mention? He's one of only 5 sword masters on the entire continent. The man's a walking legend. But beneath that larger-than-life reputation lies something more personal. He's Kyle's father. And their relationship? Let's just say it's complicated. When the Marquis grants Kyle's request for a meeting, it's a rare moment of acknowledgement. Kyle, thrilled by the news, gets dressed and prepares to head to the main house. But as he walks through the grand hall, he stops in front of a massive portrait of his father hanging on the wall. The sight of the imposing image stirs something in Kyle. His hands begin to tremble involuntarily, a physical manifestation of emotions he can't fully control. He grips one hand with the other, trying to steady himself, but the effort only brings clarity. Kyle's body remembers. Fear, resentment, pain, all the emotions tied to his father's harshness flood back, as if the memories themselves are alive. And they are clear as day, replaying in his mind. In one particularly brutal flashback, we're taken to a training ground where a younger Kyle stands before the Marquis. The man's voice booms with frustration. Why aren't you holding your sword yet? Are you really a Celterian? Kyle, struggling under the weight of his father's expectations, falls to his knees. Tears stream down his face as he cries out, I can't do it. It's too hard. But the Marquis isn't moved. His eyes blaze with disappointment as he spits out words that cut deeper than any blade. You're utterly useless to this family. Too weak to be my son. The insult lands like a physical blow. Kyle freezes, stunned. He'd known his father's temper, but he never thought he'd hear something so cruel. For the first time, Kyle begins to question his own worth. He thinks about his inability to use sword aura. He thinks about his terminal illness, the death sentence looming over him. And as much as he hates to admit it, his father's words start to feel true. Desperate, Kyle calls out, begging his father not to abandon him. But the Marquis says nothing. He turns his back, leaving Kyle kneeling in the dirt, alone with his despair. Back in the present, those painful memories still linger as Kyle stares at the portrait. They aren't just the old Kyle's memories anymore. They've become his. That's when it clicks. Kyle isn't just Kyle. He's also Lee Hyunwoo, an adult reincarnated into this 13-year-old's body. And while the original Kyle was broken by his father's treatment, this new Kyle is determined to rewrite the story. Straightening his back, he steels himself for the conversation ahead. He's no longer a scared child desperate for approval. This is going to be a talk between two adults, one who has been through hell and another who put him there. And with that resolve, Kyle makes a vow to himself. I'll prove my worth, not just as Kyle, but as the person I've become. Finally, the moment arrives. Young Lord Kyle steps into his father's office, where Marquis Remton is seated at his desk, buried in paperwork. The Marquis looks up as his son enters, his expression stern but expectant. The Marquis wastes no time, stopping his work to give Kyle his full attention. You said you had something to discuss, he begins. Kyle nods sharply. Yes, Marquis, he replies. That one word, Marquis, throws the older man off guard. His son, who once called him father, now addresses him as if they're strangers. For a brief moment, the Marquis goes silent, unsure of how to respond. But deep down, he can't shake the feeling that Kyle is planning something. Shaking off the unease, he decides to start with business. He reminds Kyle of the house arrest, stating flatly, You were ordered not to leave your room without permission. He goes on to acknowledge Kyle's recent behavior, quietly studying in the library. I allowed you access to the library under strict conditions, the Marquis adds, his tone as unyielding as ever. But if you cause trouble again, your punishment won't stop at house arrest. Do you understand me? Kyle listens calmly, but his response is anything but submissive. He offers the Marquis a cold, knowing smile. The silence lingers, tension thick in the air. Inside, Kyle is fighting to steady himself. His body trembles, the memories of his father's harshness pressing down on him. But he knows better than to expect kindness. After all, the original Kyle had caused enough chaos to justify the Marquis' stern attitude. And let's not forget, this man is one of the continent's 5 sword masters. Kyle briefly tries to use his insight skill, hoping to gauge his father's emotions or favorability. But the attempt falls flat. The system offers only basic information. The Marquis' name, age, and a single daunting message. A formidable opponent. Further details, inaccessible. Frustrated but not defeated, Kyle shifts tactics. If brute force, or even sneaky tricks, won't work, then negotiation will have to do. Taking a deep breath, Kyle finally speaks. His tone is calm and measured, a stark contrast to the fiery tantrums of his past. I understand, Marquis. That's why I officially requested this meeting through Leon Hart. The Marquis blinks, startled by his son's maturity. The boy who once argued at every turn is now meeting him on equal footing. Kyle continues, his voice steady. I admit that I've caused a lot of trouble for you in the past. The fault is mine, and I take full responsibility for my actions. He pauses, letting the weight of his words sink in. But I've reflected on my mistakes, and I promise to change. The Marquis is stunned. He stares at Kyle, struggling to reconcile the composed, apologetic young man before him with the bratty, tantrum-throwing child he's always known. To Kyle, his father's shock is almost amusing. He knows this must feel like a dream to the Marquis. A son who not only admits his faults but takes steps to fix them? Unthinkable. But Kyle isn't done yet. Straightening his posture, he locks eyes with his father and delivers the final surprise. "I'd like to make a deal with you." The Marquis raises an eyebrow, his interest piqued. A deal? From his youngest son? Whatever Kyle is about to say, it's clear this conversation is far from over. Marquis Remton Celterion, a man who's seen countless battles and made ruthless decisions for the sake of his family, finds himself stunned. His youngest son, Kyle, has just made an unexpected proposal. A deal, not a plea. The Marquis expresses his shock aloud, though Kyle seems unfazed. Calmly, Kyle reiterates his request, then drops another bombshell. He has overcome Hermimu. The Marquis admits that Leon Hart already told him this, but confesses it's hard to believe. Hermimu isn't just a disease, it's a death sentence. Miracles like this simply don't happen. Kyle, however, doesn't waste time convincing his father with words. Instead, he raises a hand, summoning a small, flaming orb of magical energy. The Marquis freezes. His skeptical mind is forced to confront the undeniable truth as he feels the raw mana flowing from Kyle's body. His 13-year-old son, his once frail and terminally ill child, is now a first circle mage. Kyle lets the orb fade and speaks with confidence. "I'll only continue to grow stronger." He reminds his father that mages who overcome Hermimu are known for their exceptional potential. It didn't take him long to reach the first circle, and he's certain his progress will only accelerate from here. With measured words, Kyle pitches his idea. A skilled mage in the Celterion line would be a tremendous asset. The value of a single powerful mage is said to equal an entire knight's order. Kyle's logic is airtight. The Celterion family has always been synonymous with swordsmanship. But imagine a family that dominates both sword and magic. The Celterions wouldn't just defend the frontier. They'd rise above every noble house in the country. Looking his father directly in the eyes, Kyle states his terms. "I will use my abilities to benefit the family, but only if you support me in this endeavor. Invest in me, and I'll become an unparalleled asset." For a moment, the room is silent. The Marquis is left speechless, processing not only the proposal, but the person delivering it. This isn't the Kyle he used to know, the tantrum-throwing child who sought attention through chaos. Kyle's words are deliberate, his tone mature. He isn't appealing to family bonds, knowing his father values the family's honor and gains above all else. Instead, Kyle frames his offer in terms of mutual benefit, a give and take. The Marquis begins to sweat. The logic is sound, the benefits undeniable, and the risk minimal. But what truly unnerves him is the realization that this boy, who once seemed so aimless, is now wielding cunning and strategy that rivals any seasoned noble. This isn't the same child he dismissed as useless. Kyle's persistence pays off. Once again, he asks Marquis Remton to invest in him as a talented individual. The Marquis, still reeling from the shock of this negotiation, finally gives in. It's not just the boy's sudden maturity that stuns him. It's Kyle's ability to read the situation, identify what the family stands to gain, and leverage that to secure his position. This skill, the ability to wield power and authority effectively, is a hallmark of nobility, and seeing it in Kyle leaves the Marquis both impressed and baffled. This is the same boy he had dismissed as a failure, a boy who threw tantrums and rebelled for attention. But now, he's a promising asset, and the Marquis can't deny it. "Fine," the Marquis finally says, his tone resolute. "I'll provide you with the funds and resources you need, magic stones, whatever it takes. But you must prove your worth to the family." A confident smile spreads across Kyle's face. "I will," he replies, his voice steady. He has no doubt that he'll exceed his father's expectations. A few days later, we find Kyle with Urgel and Leon Hart, both of whom are staring at him in stunned silence. The trio stands in Kyle's newly built magic workshop, a testament to his newfound resources and ambition. The place is incredible. Kyle excitedly shows them around, pointing out all the features. The interior is reinforced with a barrier magic artifact to prevent any accidental explosions. There are shelves of tools for potion making and carefully arranged magical implements. No more holes in the walls. Kyle declares proudly, clearly thrilled with his setup. Leon Hart finally breaks his silence, admitting that the workshop is impressive. This must have cost a fortune, he notes, raising an eyebrow. Where did you get the money? Kyle, ever the cheeky protagonist, grins and replies, my father paid for it. I charmed him into happily handing it over. Leon Hart and Urgel exchange skeptical looks. Charmed? They're not buying it. Kyle senses their doubt and decides to drop the matter, for now. Instead, he calls Urgel aside into another room. Once they're alone, Urgel asks nervously, is there something I could do for you? But Kyle waves her concern away. Not exactly, he replies. He reveals that he built this space specifically for her, a soundproof, vibration-proof room designed for practicing spirit magic freely. Urgel is overwhelmed. She stammers, pointing out that the room is right next to his workshop, but Kyle assures her that it's hers to use as much as she wants. I told you before, Kyle says, his tone firm but kind. I don't want you to just be a maid. I want you to become my right hand, a spirit user that no one can replace. Tears fill Urgel's eyes. Touched by his generosity and belief in her, she begins sobbing, overwhelmed by emotion. Through her tears, she promises to work hard, to learn everything she can so she can be of help to him. Kyle's system registers the moment with a satisfying notification. Urgel's favorability, plus 70. Seeing her loyalty grow, Kyle is delighted. But just as the wholesome moment settles, something strange happens. Suddenly, the room's magic energy begins to glow and pulse, filling the air with a strange, otherworldly aura. Kyle looks around, confused. Urgel, did you use your spirit arts just now? He asks. Urgel shakes her head, equally baffled. No, I didn't do anything, she insists. The glowing energy intensifies, swirling around them in mesmerizing patterns. Both Kyle and Urgel can only stare in astonishment. And then, out of nowhere, a small, glowing creature appears, a delicate, winged being unlike anything they've ever seen. The room falls silent as the mysterious figure hovers in the air, its presence filling the space with an almost sacred energy. What is this creature? Why did it appear now? And what does it want with Kyle and Urgel? Kyle quickly realizes what's happening. A spirit summoning. The small, chubby creature, which looks suspiciously like a winged baby Pokemon, appears out of thin air and immediately latches onto Urgel. Kyle watches the scene unfold with curiosity, deducing that Urgel must have been the one to summon it, even if she doesn't realize it yet. Urgel, clutching the glowing little creature in her arms, looks completely stunned. Is this a spirit? She asks, her voice shaking. Kyle nods, smiling. It's perfect for someone like you, with the talent of Eternal's friend of spirits. Urgel tries to protest. But I didn't do anything. Kyle calmly explains. Spirit summoning isn't like magic or incantations. Spirit users connect with the energy of spirits naturally through their souls. My guess? The spirit stone in the workshop responded to your heightened emotions. His explanation clicks, and Urgel finally begins to understand. A quick glance confirms that the spirit stone, which had been full earlier, is now completely drained. Realizing she used up the precious resource, Urgel starts to panic. But Kyle reassures her. Relax. The stone was yours to use in the first place. Though proud of her unexpected achievement, Kyle didn't anticipate her summoning a spirit this quickly. His curiosity piqued. He runs a background check on the creature. The system reveals it's a high-level being, but provides no further details, leaving Kyle frustrated. Turning to Urgel, Kyle asks, do you know what kind of spirit it is? Urgel looks down at the spirit and speaks in a strange, almost musical language. After a brief exchange, she looks back at Kyle and Leon Hart, her eyes wide. It's Ash Iris, she says, her voice trembling. An ancient spirit of light. Both Kyle and Leon Hart are stunned. Ancient spirits are the pinnacle of spirit hierarchy. Summoning one isn't just rare, it's almost mythical. Spirit users typically pour all their spirit stones into the attempt and pray for days, only to fail. Yet Urgel managed it on her first try, and unintentionally no less. Kyle, however, can't help but eye the chubby little creature skeptically. That's an ancient spirit? Looks a bit too unimpressive. Before he can say another word, the spirit smacks him on the head. Rubbing his now swollen forehead, Kyle winces as Urgel explains. This isn't its true form. If Ash Iris took its real form, the entire mansion would collapse. That sobers Kyle up fast. Yeah, let's not do that. he mutters, nursing his bruised pride. The spirit then speaks directly to Urgel, and she looks to Kyle, confused. What should I do? Kyle, ever the expert on the fantastical, explains. It's asking for a contract. It's a big deal. It means you and the spirit will share a bond, and it'll recognize you as its summoner. Though hesitant, Urgel agrees. She takes a deep breath and begins the process, declaring, I make the truest contract with the ancient spirit of light, Ashiris. The spirit acknowledges her words, stating that her name will be recorded as its summoner. Then it asks for something surprising, a name. Kyle, seizing the moment, blurts out, Flappy. Urgel, too overwhelmed to argue, goes with it. The spirit, now Flappy, accepts its new name, and the contract is sealed. Flappy leaps into Urgel's arms, and she thanks it, tears glistening in her eyes. Kyle watches the heartwarming scene, a satisfied smile on his face. This talent development project is going even better than I planned. A few days later, as Kyle is sipping tea in his room, an unexpected visitor arrives. Adolf, his older brother. Adolf, dressed sharply and exuding confidence, admits, I haven't been paying enough attention to you, little brother. Kyle isn't surprised. In fact, he's been expecting Adolf to show up. As Adolf takes a seat across from him, Kyle thinks to himself, I probably should have visited him first. But knowing him, this timing isn't a coincidence. The two Celterian brothers sit across from each other at the table, tension lingering in the air as Urgel gracefully pours them tea. Adolf, for some reason, looks grumpier than usual. His sharp gaze follows Urgel's every move, and when she politely asks if the young lords need anything else, he doesn't respond. Kyle, sensing the awkwardness, steps in. You've been working really hard lately, Urgel. Go get some rest. The girl nods, thanking him softly before leaving the room. But as she exits, Adolf's piercing eyes remain fixed on her, a calculating look crossing his face. After a moment of silence, Adolf finally speaks. That girl, he begins, his voice dripping with intrigue. She's the one you bought from the slave market, isn't she? Kyle tenses but says nothing, letting his brother talk. Adolf smirks, leaning back in his chair. She's quite pretty, isn't she? I think I could use a new maid. Why don't you send her to work for me? Kyle suppresses a sigh. Of course, this would be the first thing Adolf asks after hearing about his miraculous recovery. It's not a genuine request. It's a power play designed to get under Kyle's skin. Kyle, calm as ever, sips his tea while weighing his options. Adolf, with his cruel tendencies, would undoubtedly make Urgel's life miserable. But outright refusal might provoke his brother's ire, and Kyle knows better than to openly antagonize him. Instead, Kyle decides to play a different game. With a carefully composed expression, he politely suggests, I can arrange for another maid if you'd like. But I'm afraid I can't give you Urgel. Adolf's smirk falters. His eyes narrow, annoyance flickering across his face. Sensing the need to tread carefully, Kyle shifts tactics. He lowers his gaze, fidgeting nervously with his fingers, and murmurs, It's just that. I really like her. The act is perfect, shy, awkward, and utterly convincing. Adolf stares at him, then bursts out laughing. Oh, I see. So you've already taken a liking to her. Huh. He waves a dismissive hand. Relax, little brother. I was only joking. I'm not some villain who'd steal a girl you're fond of. He continues laughing, brushing off the entire conversation as harmless teasing. But behind his chuckles, his mind is working. Adolf still wants Urgel. Her beauty and rarity intrigue him. But for now, he knows he can't afford to antagonize Kyle. With that matter shelved, Adolf steers the conversation toward his real agenda. He leans forward, his expression softening into something almost friendly. You know, you're an amusing little brother, he says with a grin. If I'd known you were this fun, I would have befriended you earlier. Kyle responds with a polite smile, but he knows better than to trust his brother's sudden warmth. Adolf continues. So, your body seems to be recovering quite a bit. Kyle nods. That's right. I've had no major problems in my daily life lately. Adolf's grin widens. Impressive. But you're not completely healed yet, are you? Kyle shakes his head. Not entirely. But it's improving little by little every day. Adolf takes this information in, filing it away as he mentally adjusts his strategy. To him, this reformed Kyle is still a potential rival, but now he sees a new angle. If the boy can be distracted by girls, luxuries, or even misplaced trust, he could be led astray. As Adolf chuckles to himself, calling Kyle an interesting little brother, Kyle studies him in silence. He knows Adolf isn't here for pleasantries. His brother's kind words are a thin veneer, hiding an agenda that's as sharp as any sword. The game between them has just begun, and both brothers know it. But who will make the next move? Adolf leans back slightly, his sharp eyes narrowing at Kyle. He's suspicious. Kyle's claim of not being fully healed doesn't quite line up with the reports he's received. Sensing this, Kyle offers a simple explanation. Hermamu is a long-term illness. It's not something that can heal overnight, he says casually. But it's improving day by day. To drive the point home, Kyle decides to show off. Just a little. With a flick of his hand, he conjures a small flaming ball, the fire flickering brightly in the dim room. Adolf's eyes widen slightly as Kyle explains. This is a spell I created recently. It's about 1.5 times more powerful than your average magic. Kyle beams with pride, and though he's fully aware Adolf is dangerous, he doesn't shy away from demonstrating this small trick. Adolf, ever the schemer, watches closely, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. Impressive, Adolf says, his tone almost genuine. You've come a long way, little brother. Kyle offers a polite thank you, though he knows his brother's words are likely hollow. Inside, Adolf is piecing things together. Kyle's magic skills are undeniable, his attitude has changed, and his progress is remarkable. Yet Kyle claims he's still not fully healed. Adolf reflects on the report he received from Daisy, which painted Kyle as an overpowered genius. Now that he's seen Kyle in person, he wonders if the rumors were exaggerated. The boy has potential, sure, but not enough to worry him, at least not yet. Adolf convinces himself that Kyle is just a budding mage, a mere 13-year-old who poses no immediate threat. Confident in his superiority, Adolf begins to plot. If he's going to grow into a threat, Adolf thinks, then I'll use him first. Coax him to my side, and when he's no longer useful, I'll discard him. With this plan in mind, Adolf leans forward and drops the big question. Kyle, why don't you join my side in the succession race? Kyle acts perfectly surprised, widening his eyes and stammering as if the idea had never crossed his mind. Join your side? I hadn't thought about it. In reality, this is exactly what Kyle had anticipated. He knew his brothers would see him as a potential rival once they learned of his abilities. That's why he played his cards just right, showing just enough power to impress without alarming them. And now his strategy has paid off. Adolf has taken the bait. After some back and forth, Adolf decides it's time to leave. As he steps out, he says with a grin, I'll seek permission from Father to have you on my team. Don't disappoint me, little brother. Kyle, still in his polite act, thanks Adolf for trusting him with such an important role. Once outside the room, Adolf runs into Leonhardt, standing tall and composed as always. Good evening, young Master Adolf. Leonhardt greets, his voice calm. I wish you a safe trip home. Adolf's smile falters. Inside, his irritation flares. He hates seeing Leonhardt. The knight's loyalty to Kyle, and his refusal to be swayed, has been a constant thorn in Adolf's side. Adolf had tried countless times to recruit Leonhardt, but the man remained steadfast. Adolf even admits to himself that it's better for Leonhardt to stay with Kyle than to align with Abel. At least with Kyle. Adolf believes Leonhardt will be wasted, a great knight rotting under the orders of a child. With spite barely concealed in his voice, Adolf responds curtly. I'm sure you'll take good care of my little brother, Leonhardt. Leonhardt doesn't react, his expression unreadable. Adolf clenches his jaw, turning away as he exits the annex, leaving Leonhardt standing there, dumbfounded and visibly embarrassed. Moments later, Kyle's voice breaks the awkward silence, calling Leonhardt back into his room. When Leonhardt enters, Kyle looks unbothered, as though the venomous Adolf had simply been a passing annoyance. He informs Leonhardt that Adolf has officially asked him to join the subjugation team, a group tasked with carrying out dangerous missions. Kyle explains that the team will likely include Viscount Jerome, one of Adolf's closest aides from the 5th Legion. It's clear this is no simple invitation, it's a test. This will be my first mission, Kyle says. A chance to prove my loyalty to Adolf and possibly regain the family's recognition. Leonhardt's brows furrow, the weight of the situation hitting him all at once. This isn't just a mission, it's a potentially deadly setup. And as Kyle's bodyguard, the thought of his young charge walking into such danger without him is enough to make Leonhardt sweat. Trying to mask his worry, Leonhardt firmly states, if you're joining the subjugation team, then I'm coming too. But Kyle shakes his head, dismissing the idea immediately. You can't come, he says. Adolf will be watching closely. If I show up with Father's people, he'll never trust me, Leonhardt's panic only deepens. But the mission is dangerous, he argues, his voice tinged with desperation. It could even be a trap. Kyle nods calmly. You're probably right, it might be. But that's exactly why I have to go alone. He explains his reasoning. Adolf isn't going to trust him without proof of loyalty. This mission is a test of his usefulness in combat, and showing fear or relying on Leonhardt would undermine everything Kyle is trying to achieve. Leonhardt's jaw tightens. His instincts scream at him to protect Kyle, but the boy is resolute. Kyle smiles reassuringly. Don't worry about me, he says. I know it'll be dangerous, but I'm capable of taking care of myself. Even as Leonhardt begins to protest, Kyle raises a hand to stop him. Besides, he adds, I won't be showing my full abilities. The goal is to keep a low profile. Leonhardt is still visibly distressed when Kyle suddenly shifts the conversation. By the way, Kyle asks, have you ever heard of the Yorge function? Leonhardt blinks, caught off guard by the abrupt change in topic. The what? He asks, his confusion breaking through his earlier tension. Kyle leans back, his expression thoughtful and slightly mischievous. Whatever the Yorge function is, it's clear Kyle has a plan, and Leonhardt's concern may soon give way to something far more intriguing. The scene shifts, and we find ourselves deep in the forests of Tron territory. This is no ordinary forest. It's home to a colony of monsters, a persistent threat that the Celterian family must clear out regularly. Today, the subjugation team is on the move, camp set, and weapons ready. Among them is a new face, young Master Kyle Celterian. Dressed for the part, Kyle cuts an impressive figure, complete with a large mage's staff that screams serious business. But while he looks ready, Kyle is quietly wondering what exactly he's supposed to be doing. His musings are interrupted when a man approaches on horseback. Viscount Jerome, one of Adolph's trusted aides and Kyle's assigned partner for the mission. Jerome dismounts, his excitement evident. Ah, you must be young Master Kyle, Jerome exclaims. I've heard so much about you from Lord Adolph. I'll be acting with you on this mission. Kyle, ever the tactician, decides to play the novice. He offers a sheepish smile. Thank you, Viscount Jerome. Please take care of me. This is my first time in real combat. The Viscount beams, patting his chest. No need to worry. I'll protect you. Kyle smiles politely, though he knows he doesn't need protection. As Jerome promises to safeguard him, Kyle notices something curious. Viscount Jerome's favorability drops by 40 points. Kyle freezes internally. Wait, what, he thinks. This is the man tasked with protecting him, and he already doesn't like him? Kyle quickly deduces that Jerome likely sees him as a liability, a sickly boy with no real combat value. The thought irritates Kyle, but he decides to avoid Jerome for now, not wanting to risk further favorability losses. As Kyle walks away, Jerome's facade of friendliness cracks. The man's expression turns cold, confirming Kyle's suspicions. The Viscount doesn't actually care about him. He's only here because of Adolph, who instructed him to keep an eye on Kyle during the mission. Adolph doesn't trust Kyle yet, and Jerome's job is twofold. Spy on Kyle to assess his true skills, and more importantly, make sure the boy doesn't die. But Jerome considers this task an uphill battle. Babysitting a rascal with a deadly illness? This is going to be impossible, he thinks, already feeling the weight of his assignment. To Jerome, Kyle is a hindrance at best. His only hope is that the boy doesn't actively get in the way during battle. That hope is shattered when the team locates the first group of monsters. A horde of goblins appears, snarling and ready to attack. Before anyone else can act, Kyle steps forward, raising his staff. In an instant, a powerful lightning spell erupts from its tip, obliterating the goblins in one spectacular strike. The forest falls silent as the subjugation team stares in disbelief. Jerome, slack-jawed, watches the scene unfold. What just happened? Kyle calmly lowers his staff, a faint smirk on his face. Jerome's shock quickly turns to delight. Incredible, he exclaims, rushing over to Kyle. That was amazing. I never imagined you'd be such an asset in battle. The rest of the team quickly rallies behind Jerome's enthusiasm, their awe turning into admiration. They begin showering Kyle with praise, thrilled by how easily he dispatched the goblins. As Jerome's favorability skyrockets by 50 points, Kyle can't help but find it amusing. This guy's way too easy to manipulate, he thinks, keeping his satisfaction hidden behind a modest smile. Jerome, now a staunch Kyle fan, eagerly talks about how this was the easiest subjugation mission they've ever had. He can barely wait to report back to Adolph about Kyle's incredible performance. For Kyle, this is all part of the plan. He's earned the team's trust and admiration in one fell swoop, setting the stage for the next phase of his strategy. As the mission continues, one thing is clear. Kyle isn't just proving his worth. He's playing the long game. And so far, it's working flawlessly. After a successful day on the battlefield, the subjugation team gathers around a roaring fire to celebrate their hard-earned victory. Cups clink, laughter fills the air, and every other sentence seems to include praise for one person: young Master Kyle. Kyle, seated modestly by the fire, offers a polite smile. But internally, he's starting to feel a bit overwhelmed by the constant attention. "You're giving me too much credit," he says humbly. "I didn't do anything that's special." But Viscount Jerome isn't having it. His jaw practically drops at Kyle's modesty. "Are you kidding me? Your magic was incredible." Jerome insists, his tone almost offended. The rest of the team quickly chimes in, agreeing wholeheartedly. As the conversation picks up, the men start admitting their earlier misconceptions about Kyle. "Honestly, we thought you'd be a liability," one man says, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. "You're so young, and we've heard about, well, your illness." Another nods. "Not to mention, you've always been confined to the manor. We figured you'd struggle with combat or even camping." Kyle listens quietly, a small smile tugging at his lips. "But you proved us all wrong," a third man adds enthusiastically. "You took the lead out there, and you haven't complained once, not even about the camp food." The compliments keep coming, and Kyle, despite his usual composure, feels genuinely touched. These men, hardened warriors who initially doubted him, now admire and respect him. Finally, Kyle speaks, his voice thoughtful. "I just didn't want to look like a spoiled brat." He pauses, then adds, "My brother probably lived like this whenever he went on a subjugation mission. I wanted to do the same." The statement lands like a thunderbolt. The men exchange glances, visibly moved. Viscount Jerome, especially, looks on the verge of tears. To him, Kyle's words are a touching tribute to Adolf, a sign of deep admiration from a younger sibling. "Lord Adolf will be so proud to hear this," Jerome declares, his voice brimming with emotion. "I'll make sure to tell him myself." What Jerome doesn't realize, of course, is that Kyle's entire display was carefully calculated. With a few heartfelt words, he's turned the team into his biggest supporters. Jerome's favorability skyrockets again, and even the other members of the subjugation team seem determined to sing Kyle's praises to Adolf. Kyle, watching their reactions, hides a knowing smile. Too easy, he thinks. Later that night, after the fire is burned out and the camp has fallen silent, Kyle remains awake. The only other person up is a guard keeping watch. Kyle approaches him casually. "I'm going to take a walk," he says. "You should get some rest." The guard hesitates, but eventually relents. "Don't go too far," he warns, settling back down. Kyle nods, but as he steps into the shadowy forest, his mind is already racing with plans. This isn't just a simple walk. Something bigger is brewing. As Kyle sets off on his midnight stroll, he can already hear the faint sounds of yawns and snores from the camp behind him. A small smile creeps onto his face. Too easy, he thinks. They've all let their guard down completely, lulled by the day's victory, and convinced there's nothing to worry about. Even the sentries are half-hearted in their watch. Kyle, of course, knows better. "They're being reckless," he mutters to himself. "Goblins might be manageable, but ogres? That's a different story." Reaching into his coat, Kyle pulls out a small glass bottle. Inside is a concoction of his own making. Ogre perfume, a potent substance capable of summoning ogres within a 10-kilometer radius. Holding the bottle, Kyle chuckles to himself, recalling how this perfume was an experienced farming tool in the game. But here, it's much more than that. It's a key part of his plan. In a flashback, we see Kyle discussing the perfume with Leonhardt. The bodyguard's face is a mix of confusion and concern. "Ogre perfume?" Leonhardt asks. "I've never heard of that before." Kyle smirks. "That's because I'm the one who created it." He explains that the perfume's fragrance lures ogres from kilometers away, making it a powerful tool for summoning high-level monsters. Leonhardt listens, stunned, as Kyle proudly describes its high performance. But Leonhardt isn't convinced. "Young master, this subjugation team is here for goblins. Ogres are on a completely different level. If they show up, it'll be a disaster." Kyle's response is calm, but firm. That's exactly the point. Kyle lays out his reasoning. The subjugation team is made up of 12 expert knights and a ragtag group of 5th Legion soldiers. While goblins are manageable for them, ogres will push their limits. And that's exactly what Kyle wants. He doesn't have much faith in the Fifth Legion. To him, they're little more than a collection of brainwashed street criminals, molded into fanatics by Adolf's dark powers. Sure, Kyle muses, they're loyal to Adolf. But as individuals, mediocre at best. Despite their limitations, these so-called knights have become a cornerstone of Adolf's power. By brainwashing them into unwavering devotion, Adolf not only expanded his influence, but also demonstrated his ability to lead even the most hopeless individuals. Kyle knows this is dangerous. Adolf's legion is obedient to the point of fanaticism, and if Adolf moves during the succession ceremony, a tragedy is inevitable. That's why Kyle has made it his mission to weaken the Fifth Legion before it's too late. And tonight? Tonight is just the beginning. Kyle's plan is straightforward but ruthless. Use the ogre perfume to summon high-level monsters and force the knights to fight them. These knights, supposedly experts, will either die heroically or be exposed as weaklings. Either outcome serves Kyle's purpose. As he gazes at the bottle in his hand, Kyle feels no hesitation. The Fifth Legion needs to be broken from within, he thinks. With a flick of his wrist, he uncorks the bottle, letting the potent fragrance waft into the cool night air. The die is cast, and Kyle's next move is in play. Now, in the present, Kyle's plan is in motion. The perfume has done its job, luring a massive, bloodthirsty, two-headed ogre straight to the subjugation team's camp. The beast tears through the forest with thunderous stomps, its monstrous head scanning for prey. When it reaches the camp, chaos erupts. The first thing the ogre does? Smash through the tents like they're paper. The knights, groggy and caught off guard, stumble out of their makeshift shelters in a panic. Their first instinct is to run, and for most of them, it's the only instinct they've got. Amidst the fleeing chaos, one brave soul decides to take a stand. He halts in his tracks, spinning around to face the monster. "Don't run," he shouts to his comrades. "We're knights of Celterion. It's just a mere ogre." The others freeze, staring at him like he's lost his mind. "A mere ogre?" They mutter incredulously. The knight barely finishes his rallying cry before the ogre's massive foot comes down, turning him into a grotesque stain of blood and bone. The horrifying sight breaks what little morale the group had left. They scatter in every direction, screaming in terror as the two-headed beast continues its rampage. Just as despair is about to consume them all, a clear, confident voice rings out. "What are you all doing?" The knights turn to see Kyle standing tall, his staff glowing faintly in the moonlight. "Is this how the honorable Celterion knights behave?" he demands, his voice cutting through the chaos. The words strike a chord, pulling a few soldiers out of their panic. Some hesitate, but they stop running. Kyle doesn't stop there. "If we fall back now, the ogres will enter the territory," he shouts. "We must stop them here, in the forest." Meanwhile, the ogre is still wreaking havoc, tossing terrified knights into the air like ragdolls. But Kyle's voice carries a determination that's hard to ignore. Slowly, the knights rally around him, emboldened by the courage in his tone. "This kid wiped out the goblins," one whispers. "He can handle this too, right?" Their faith in Kyle, though misplaced, gives them just enough hope to regroup. When Kyle sees the knights ready to follow his lead, he smirks inwardly. Exactly as planned, he thinks. Raising his staff, Kyle calls out, "Viscount Jerome, get over here." The stage is set, the players are in position, and the next move in Kyle's game is about to unfold. Viscount Jerome arrives on horseback, his face lighting up with relief the moment he sees Kyle unharmed. The knight knows all too well that if anything happened to the young lord, Adolf would have his head. "Leave this to me," Jerome shouts, dismounting with urgency. "I'm a high-level knight, and I'll handle the ogre. Men, help Lord Kyle escape." But before the plan can be set in motion, Kyle counters it with firm resolve. "I'm not running," he declares, his voice steady. Jerome stares at him, stunned. "I'll fight by your side until the end," Kyle continues. "How could I possibly abandon my men and flee? That wouldn't be knightly of me or honorable." The young mage's words strike a chord with Jerome. He hadn't expected such bravery from a 13-year-old. And now, with Kyle standing firm at his side, the Viscount begins to feel a surge of confidence. "If we work together," Jerome thinks, "we might just have a chance." Kyle, ever the strategist, casts haste on Jerome and his horse. The spell envelopes them in a soft glow, and Jerome feels the change immediately. His movements become lighter, faster, and more precise. "Incredible," he mutters, marveling at the boy's abilities. Kyle steps back, offering his plan. I'll handle support from the rear while you lead the charge. Jerome nods. Leave it to me. Drawing his sword, the Viscount charges forward. The blade bursts into flames, its fiery light cutting through the darkness. Jerome challenges the twin-headed ogre, his voice ringing with determination. Come on, you beast. Let's see what you've got. The soldiers freeze in place, their eyes widening as they watch Jerome sprint toward the massive ogre. Is he insane? One whispers. No one just charges at an ogre like that. But Jerome's fearlessness has a ripple effect. Seeing their leader charge ahead, and Kyle refusing to retreat, the soldiers realize they have no excuse to cower. If they're not running, one mutters, then neither will we. The group steels themselves, weapons drawn. Together, they follow Jerome into battle. Kyle, watching from the rear, hides a smirk. Everything is unfolding exactly as he'd planned. The ogre perfume worked flawlessly, summoning not just any ogre, but a rare and dangerous variant. A two-headed monstrosity with unparalleled strength. It performed even better than I expected, Kyle thinks, amused by his success. But now, the stakes are higher. Convincing the soldiers to fight this beast will be no small feat. Standing tall, Kyle rallies the 5th Legion. Don't falter now, he shouts. This is where we protect our honor and our homeland. The soldiers, emboldened by Kyle's words and Jerome's bravery, charge into the fray. Kyle, meanwhile, takes a step back and surveys the chaos. To most, it looks like he's just another soldier fighting valiantly. But in truth, he knows exactly what's about to happen. This is where they'll meet their end, he thinks, watching as the ogre roars and swings its massive fists. The soldiers fight on, unaware that the real winner of this battle is already decided. Kyle. The battlefield is drenched in chaos and blood as the twin-headed ogre continues its rampage. The subjugation team, once boasting 12 expert knights, has been reduced to a mere 3. The towering beast rips through the soldiers with terrifying ease, and the only one managing to hold his ground is Viscount Jerome. Despite his bravery, even Jerome is faltering. The ogre is relentless, its massive size and brutal strength overwhelming any attempts to subdue it. Jerome calls out to the monster, his voice trembling with anger and desperation. I'm your match, beast. The ogre pauses, its twin head swiveling to locate the source of the challenge. Seizing the moment, Jerome charges forward, unleashing a series of fiery slashes with his sword. The beast retreats slightly under the onslaught, momentarily on the defensive. But as Jerome fights, the grim reality sets in. The other warriors, looking around at the mangled corpses of their comrades, begin to lose hope. How many of us are even left? One whispers, his voice shaking. The answer is clear, not enough. Fear grips the remaining knights as they realize they're hopelessly outmatched. While they panic, Kyle watches silently from the sidelines, his sharp eyes fixed on the unfolding carnage. Good, he thinks coldly. Let the ogre wipe them all out. That's why it's here. Kyle's goal is simple. Eliminate the knights corrupted by Adolf's darkness. Every fallen soldier is another piece of Adolf's power erased from the chessboard. Meanwhile, Jerome fights on, though his exhaustion is evident. Bloodied and battered, he knows that survival is slipping further out of reach. There's only one option left. He thinks grimly, his hand trembling as it tightens around his sword. The dark power Adolf gave him. In a flashback, we see Adolf explaining the power's devastating potential. The darkness will make you stronger, Adolf had said, his tone both enticing and ominous. But once you unleash its full extent, you won't return to your original form. You'll become a monster, mindless, uncontrollable. The memory haunts Jerome as he stands at the crossroads. Unleashing the power means sacrificing his humanity. But dying here, leaving his comrades to their fate, seems even worse. Just as Jerome is about to make his fateful choice, Kyle's voice cuts through the chaos. Wait! Jerome turns, startled. I'll provide you with magical protection, Kyle says firmly. Keep fighting, we can still win this. The Viscount's grip on his sword loosens as a wave of relief washes over him. With Kyle supporting them, he feels hope rekindled. Kyle raises his staff and casts mental cleaning, a spell designed to clear the mind and restore focus. The remaining knights feel the spell take effect immediately. Their panic fades, replaced by a strange sense of clarity and calm. Energy surges through their weary bodies, and their confidence is renewed. We've got this, one of the mutters gripping his weapon tightly. The battle rages on, but with new clarity and motivation. The knights charge forward, their minds and weapons sharp. But will this newfound resolve be enough to turn the tide? Or will the twin-headed ogre continue its deadly rampage? The Fifth Legion charges at the twin-headed ogre once more, their confidence bolstered by Kyle's spell. They fight fiercely, landing devastating hits that seem to turn the tide of battle. From a safe distance, Kyle watches it all unfold, a faint smirk on his face. He begins a silent countdown, ticking off the seconds. The knights are giving it their all, their weapons biting into the ogre's thick flesh. They believe they're making progress, that victory is within reach. But Kyle knows better. When his countdown ends, the illusion vanishes. Suddenly, the clarity, strength, and coordination the knights felt disappear like a puff of smoke. Their swings falter, their footing wavers, and their confidence crumbles. Viscount Jerome, who is rallying his men, freezes in horror as the last of the high-level knights are smashed into the ground by the ogre. "No," Jerome whispers, his voice trembling as he surveys the carnage. Now he's the only one left standing. The realization hits him like a hammer. All the confidence Kyle's spell had given him was a trick, a mirage designed to make him believe he stood a chance. Kyle, watching with satisfaction, thinks to himself, and now the final piece falls into place. Jerome, battered and desperate, refuses to give up. His voice shakes as he calls out to Kyle. "Just one more spell. Give me something to finish this monster once and for all." Kyle's lips curl into a mischievous smile. Everything is playing out perfectly. "As you wish," he says, raising his staff. Kyle casts Ensnare, a spell that causes spectral arms to appear, wrapping tightly around Jerome and pinning him in place. Jerome's eyes widen in shock. "What's happening?" he shouts, struggling against the invisible bindings. But it's another trick. The arms aren't real, just a mental trap designed to paralyze Jerome and render him unaware of the world around him. Kyle's voice cuts through the illusion. "Keep your eyes forward, Viscount." Jerome snaps out of the trance just in time to see the twin-headed ogre looming over him. "No," he cries, but it's too late. With one final, brutal swing, the ogre ends Jerome's life. From the sidelines, the remaining regular knights watch in horror, their fear reaching its peak. They tremble, certain that their deaths are next. But before the ogre can turn its attention to them, its massive body is suddenly engulfed in flames. The beast lets out a deafening roar before collapsing in a heap, lifeless. The knights stare in stunned silence as the smoke clears, revealing Kyle standing triumphantly on the ogre's corpse. "It's over now," he declares, his voice calm and reassuring. The surviving knights are awestruck. Their young lord, a mere 13-year-old, has single-handedly defeated a monster that annihilated their best warriors. Kyle, ever the tactician, plays the moment perfectly. Picking up the high-grade inner core from the ogre's corpse, he steps forward and addresses the group. This victory belongs to the 12 brave knights and every soldier who fought without regard for their lives. He pauses, letting his words sink in. "Viscount Jerome gave me the opportunity to deliver the final blow. Without his sacrifice, and yours, this wouldn't have been possible." The knights are overcome with emotion. To them, Kyle isn't just a mage or a noble. He's their savior. As the knights cheer and praise him, Kyle hides his satisfaction behind a modest smile. This isn't just gratitude, he thinks. It's loyalty. With his cunning plan now complete, Kyle has not only eliminated the knights corrupted by Adolf's darkness, but also secured the unwavering devotion of the surviving soldiers. And the best part? They don't even realize they're all pawns in his game. After the intense events in the forest, the story resumes with Kyle and the surviving soldiers returning home. The subjugation mission is declared a success. The goblin den was wiped out, and the mutant twin-headed ogre was slain. But this victory came at a heavy cost. As the group approaches the estate, Adolf is already waiting outside, his expression stormy. The moment Kyle steps into view, Adolf's eyes narrow. "Is it true?" he demands, his voice sharp. "Is Viscount Jerome dead?" Kyle steps forward, his face a picture of calm composure. "Yes," he says evenly, confirming the Viscount's demise. He pauses, choosing his words carefully. Jerome fought valiantly, but the mutant ogre was too much for him. Adolf, visibly agitated, doesn't wait for further explanation. He strides over to the tarp-covered corpse, ripping it off with one swift motion. He freezes when he sees Jerome's body. The corpse is intact, human, free of the monstrous deformities that would have come from unleashing the dark power. Adolf's mind reels. Why? He thinks, his frustration mounting. Why didn't he use it? In the face of death, why didn't Jerome unleash the power I gave him? The loss hits Adolf harder than he wants to admit. Jerome was one of his most trusted subordinates, and the other high-ranking knights, those tainted by his dark power, are all dead as well. His carefully built cult has been wiped out. The coup he was planning? Crippled beyond repair. Adolf seethes silently, his mind racing for alternatives. Perhaps I can bring that ogre into my camp somehow, he muses darkly. For now, Adolf forces himself back into character. He plasters on a fake smile, turning to Kyle with feigned warmth. At least you returned safely, he says, his tone almost gentle. And defeating the mutant ogre is no small feat, father. Must hear of your achievement. I'll make sure you're properly recognized. Kyle, playing the part of the bashful younger brother, chuckles shyly. Thank you, brother, he replies, his tone humble. Adolf's jaw tightens as he struggles to maintain his facade. Inside, rage burns hotter with every passing second. But for now, he has no choice but to smile and bide his time. Kyle, meanwhile, watches Adolf carefully. He's convinced his older brother has swallowed the bait and believes the charade. For Kyle, this is yet another victory in his strategic game. Later that night, Kyle returns to his room, where he's greeted by Urgel and Leon Hart. Urgel fusses over him, cleaning him up after his harrowing time in the forest. As she works, Kyle recounts his adventure with a mix of pride and humor. This mission was a perfect example of killing two birds with one stone, he says, smirking. Actually, no, 3 birds with one stone, he elaborates. Not only did he wipe out Adolf's 5th Legion and the 12 knights empowered by dark magic, but he also gained recognition from Adolf himself. And let's not forget the mutant ogre's core, a high-grade treasure now in Kyle's possession. Kyle leans back, satisfied. The mission wasn't just a success, it was a masterstroke. As the night deepens, one thing becomes clear. While the forest mission may be over, the real game is far from finished. Kyle sits comfortably in his room, stroking Flappy, his adorable yet powerful spirit companion, while Leon Hart listens intently to his recount of the forest mission. The bodyguard, still astounded by Kyle's confidence, lets out a relieved sigh. I'm just glad you made it back in one piece, young master. That mission was incredibly dangerous. But Kyle waves off the concern, his tone nonchalant. Dangerous? Not really. I could have taken down that mutant ogre myself, if I wanted to. Leon Hart's eyes widen slightly. I was just pretending to be weak, Kyle continues, smirking as he scratches Flappy's head. Better for everyone to think I'm harmless. Keeps the attention off me for now. The overwhelmed bodyguard hesitates, then asks the big question. Do you plan to join Lord Adolf's side now? Kyle's smile sharpens. Just wait and watch, he says cryptically. With the kind of PR I've got recently, it's only a matter of time before my eldest brother Abel comes looking for me. A few days later, the Salterian family gathers in the grand conference room for an important meeting. At the head of the table sits Marquis Remton, his commanding presence unshakable. Across the table, the tension between Abel and Adolf is palpable, their gazes locked in a silent battle of wills. The Marquis begins, his voice steady and authoritative. Today, we will review the results of the recent subjugation expedition and determine the distribution of the spoils. He pauses, his piercing eyes scanning the room. Additionally, we will discuss the contributions of Kyle, whose efforts were crucial in defeating the mutant ogre. The murmurs start almost immediately. Whispers ripple through the gathered nobles, many of them confused or even dismissive about why Kyle is being brought up in such an important meeting. Adolf's ears perk up. He sees this as an opportunity to steer the narrative in his favor, perhaps even to convince his father to officially align Kyle with his faction. But before he can speak, someone else cuts in. With all due respect, my lord, a grating voice says, it's an exaggeration to say Kyle played a significant role. All eyes turn to the speaker, Baron Hemington, a portly noble with a self-satisfied smirk. Marquis Remton raises an eyebrow, his tone neutral but firm. Explain, Baron. Hemington doesn't hesitate, his voice dripping with condescension. I understand your desire to praise your youngest son, my lord. But Kyle is merely a first-circle wizard, an apprentice who only recently began learning magic. Kyle stands silently beside his father, his expression unreadable as Hemington continues to talk. The Baron presses on, his tone becoming increasingly smug. Considering the trouble Kyle has caused in the past, it seems excessive to commend his achievements just for surviving an expedition. The room grows tense as more murmurs break out. Some nobles nod in agreement, while others glance nervously at the Marquis. Kyle remains perfectly still, his face betraying none of the thoughts swirling in his mind. This fool has no idea what he's talking about. Kyle muses, his sharp eyes scanning the room, already formulating his next move. The Marquis remains quiet for a moment, letting the weight of Hemington's words hang in the air. But as the Baron smirks triumphantly, "Now let me tell you, Baron Hemington is the kind of guy who just lives to stir the pot." He starts ranting about Kyle, questioning how someone like him could change so drastically overnight. He does it by the whole new and improved Kyle narrative and is convinced it's all an act. The room's quiet at first, but eventually, a few others gather the courage to agree with the Baron. They bring up Kyle's past antics, because hey, who doesn't love dragging out old dirt? Hemington doubles down, saying he's worried Kyle will cause even more trouble. Kyle, meanwhile, just smiles. You can almost see the gears turning in his head. And then, like the boss he's becoming, Kyle claps back. Our boy doesn't mince words. He tells the Baron not to judge him until he's faced a mutant ogre himself. Because, it's super easy to talk big when you haven't been staring down a beast that could squash you like a bug. Kyle's confidence stuns the room. He's only 13, and here he is, standing up to this loudmouth. That's when Abel decides it's time to jump in. The eldest son calmly reminds the Baron that even high-level knights struggle with regular ogres, let alone mutants. He points out that it's nothing short of a miracle that Kyle returned alive after taking down such a monster. Kyle, who's been bracing himself for more criticism, is completely caught off guard when Abel defends him. It's not every day your big brother steps up like that, right? Baron Hemington tries to save face, but his argument takes a dark turn. He reveals that 12 high-level knights died protecting Kyle. Ouch. But Abel doesn't back down. He counters that Kyle was the one who actually killed the ogre. And this isn't just a rumor. It's confirmed by the surviving knights. Abel goes on to say that people shouldn't judge Kyle based on his wild childhood. After all, the kid has been studying magic and working hard to improve himself. Before the Baron can respond, Adolf swoops in, clearly annoyed. He shuts Hemington down, warning him not to overstep his bounds. And just like that, the Baron folds, apologizing and keeping the rest of his opinions to himself. It's a mic drop moment for both Abel and Adolf, and Kyle is floored. He never expected both of his brothers to back him up so fiercely. The cherry on top? Abel formally suggests to their father that Kyle should be properly honored for his achievements. Even the 5th Legion, who witnessed the mutant ogre fight firsthand, testified to Kyle's bravery. With the 1st and 2nd sons backing him, the Marquis finally makes a decision. Kyle's probation is lifted, meaning he's no longer under house arrest and can roam freely. But here's the catch. He won't get any spoils from the mutant ogre. None. Zilch. Kyle's silently screaming inside. After all that recognition, why is he not getting any of the rewards? Determined to get answers, he confronts his father after the meeting. And this is where it gets interesting. The Marquis, in his quiet and imposing way, reminds Kyle that he already took the ogre core for himself. Yep, the old man knows. Realizing he's been caught red-handed, Kyle decides to let it go. Freedom, he tells himself, is reward enough. Before Kyle can catch his breath, Adolf corners him. He sweet-talks Kyle, reminding him of the promise he kept to report his achievements to their father. Adolf even claims he deeply cares about Kyle. But let's be real, we all know he's just trying to manipulate the kid into joining his side. As they're talking, Abel spots them from across the room. Watching Kyle interact with Adolf, something clicks for the eldest son. Maybe, just maybe, his little brother really has changed. With that thought, Abel calls out to Kyle. Hey, he says, we need to talk. Kyle's sitting across the table from Abel, the eldest son of the Celterian Marquis. They're sharing what seems like a casual chat over tea when bam, Abel drops a curveball. He reveals he's got a secret skill. And here's the kicker. Nobody knows about it. Not even their father. Kyle, being the modest guy he is, tries to play it cool, but you can tell he's a bit rattled. I mean, who wouldn't be? Your super accomplished big brother just casually throws a mystery bomb at you. Kyle chuckles awkwardly, surprised but also feeling the weight of the moment. This is not the kind of tea party he was expecting. A quick flashback gives us the setup for this heart-to-heart. It turns out Abel called out to Kyle shortly after their recent conference. Now, imagine this. Abel, the golden child of the family, walks up to Kyle with a warm smile and tells him, "Great job on the battlefield." That smile says it all. Abel's clearly the favorite to inherit their father's title. and he's as smooth as butter about it. He compliments Kyle for handling himself like a pro during the recent subjugation mission, even calling him the pride of the family. Kyle, being the humble overachiever he is, quickly downplays it, saying he was just lucky and still has a long way to go. But Abel isn't buying it entirely. He humors Kyle and asks if they can chat before dinner. Apparently, Big Bro wants all the juicy details about Kyle's battlefield exploits. Fast forward to their team meeting. Initially, Kyle suspected Abel might have an ulterior motive, because, let's face it, nothing's ever that simple in this family. But when Abel shares this secret skill of his, Kyle's left genuinely surprised. It's clear Abel isn't here to scheme against him, at least, not directly. That said, Kyle can't shake the feeling that there's more to this visit than meets the eye. Now, here's where it gets intense. Kyle starts putting the pieces together. In this world of fantasy intrigue, Kyle's no stranger to the stakes. He knows the rebellion spearheaded by Adolf, another player in this high-stakes family drama, is a ticking time bomb. Abel, for all his charm, might be trying to recruit Kyle to strengthen his position against Adolf. Makes sense, right? A little family loyalty to balance the scales of power? The problem? Kyle knows how this game plays out in the original story. And spoiler alert, it doesn't end well for him. In the original timeline, Adolf's coup spells doom for Kyle. But now, with Abel's support, there's a glimmer of hope if he plays his cards right. No pressure, Kyle, no pressure. Back at the tea table, Kyle carefully chooses his words. He suggests it's probably better if he doesn't know Abel's secret. After all, if even their father isn't in on it, why should he be? Abel's reaction? A blank stare, a sip of tea, and a calm question. So, you really don't want to know? Kyle, trying to keep his cool, nervously explains to Abel that it's not like he doesn't want to hear his secret. He's just wary. And honestly, can you blame him? Having a big secret dropped on you by the eldest son of the family is bound to come with strings attached, or so Kyle thinks. He admits he's afraid of being emotionally blackmailed into returning the favor. Hearing this, Abel's expression shifts. For a moment, he almost looks disappointed. After a pause, he finally speaks, his tone more direct now. He asks Kyle if he seriously thinks he's the type to pull something like that. Kyle, trying to lighten the mood, lets out a chuckle. That's exactly what I'd expect from you, big brother, he says. Setting down his cup, Kyle lays his cards on the table. He knows he can't outwit Abel in a battle of words, so he suggests they skip the mind games and just be upfront. Then, out of nowhere, Kyle drops a bombshell. He's not really supporting Adolf. Sure, he's currently stuck on the second son's side, but he's not fully committed. This catches Abel completely off guard. His eyes widen, curiosity clearly piqued. But just when it seems like he's gaining an ally, Kyle shuts that door too. He calmly states that he doesn't plan on joining Abel's side either. Talk about playing hard to get. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the estate, a magical storm rages, or at least that's what it looks like. On closer inspection, it's not a storm at all. It's Adolf, venting his frustration in the most dramatic way possible. Intense, magical energy crackles in the air as he obliterates a puppet during one of his brutal training sessions. Casual Tuesday stuff. Standing nearby is Daisy, quietly observing the chaos. When Adolf asks if Abel went to see Kyle, Daisy confirms it immediately. But she also admits she couldn't eavesdrop. Those pesky escort knights were standing guard. And let me tell you, this news does not sit well with Adolf. Adolf already knows why his older brother visited Kyle, and it's making his blood boil. He wipes the sweat from his face, trying to stay calm. But deep down, he's seething with desperation. Kyle is a key piece in Adolf's plans, and he's not about to lose him to Abel. Adolf's thoughts take a darker turn, and he mutters that if Kyle sways too easily, poisoning him might be the only option. Yikes, someone needs a stress ball. Daisy, clearly overwhelmed, tries to keep a straight face. She's stuck in this mess, placed in the annex to spy on Kyle, and now she's feeling the pressure of Adolf's increasingly dangerous ambitions. But like it or not, she knows she has to comply. Back in Kyle's room, the conversation between him and Abel is still going. Abel's clearly rattled by Kyle's refusal to join him, and he can't hide his feelings. He's not used to being turned down. Sensing his brother's frustration, Kyle asks if he wants to know the reason for his decision. Abel doesn't respond, but his silence says it all. Kyle takes a deep breath and lays it out. He can't join Abel because the eldest son is too kind. Yeah, you heard that right. Kindness is apparently a deal breaker. Abel, understandably baffled, stares at Kyle like he's just spoken a foreign language. Kind? Is that a compliment or an insult? Either way, he's embarrassed. It's not every day someone gets rejected for being too nice. Abel doesn't know whether to laugh or argue. But for now, he simply sips his tea, letting Kyle's strange logic sink in. Kyle's sitting across from Abel, and after being called kind, the eldest son seems a bit puzzled. Meanwhile, Kyle has an idea. His trusty insight skill might give him the edge here, so he activates it to dig deeper into Abel's character. But plot twist, his skill bounces back with an error message. Apparently, Abel is a high-level target, meaning Kyle can't get a full read on him. The only info he gets? Abel's name and favorability, 0. At first, Kyle's stunned. 0 favorability doesn't sound great, but then he realizes something. Other than Urgel, Abel's neutral stance is the best anyone has shown him at first glance. Considering his rogue reputation, this tiny sliver of neutrality feels like a massive win. Kyle is so touched that he mentally concludes, yep, Abel really is a good person. Abel, watching Kyle's face shift dramatically, is confused. What's up with you, he wonders. Despite the awkwardness, Abel takes the moment to express his feelings. He apologizes, admitting he feels bad for not being there for Kyle sooner. He's only now making an effort, and that guilt is weighing on him. Kyle, ever the cheeky one, waves it off. No need to apologize. Honestly, if I had a troublesome younger sibling, I'd have buried them somewhere by now, he jokes. Abel's jaw drops for a second before he bursts into laughter. He's convinced Kyle is just being witty and commends him for his sense of humor. Abel even admits that if he'd known his younger brother was this funny, he might have tried to bond with him sooner, and maybe even beaten Adolf to securing Kyle's loyalty. Yeah, no sibling rivalry there. But Abel isn't giving up without a fight. He shifts gears, making a bold offer. Look, whatever Adolf promised you, I can do better, he says. Abel sweetens the deal with promises of even greater rewards, asking if there's any chance Kyle might reconsider. Kyle, sipping his tea, counters with a cool response. I'm indulging your kind-hearted nature right now, big brother, he says. Then, he points out the elephant in the room. Abel wouldn't kill him for siding with Adolf, but Adolf? That's a different story. Kyle breaks it down. He knows Adolf's cruel nature all too well. If Kyle ever stops being useful, Adolf wouldn't hesitate to eliminate him. And let's face it, Kyle's still a first circle wizard, a total novice. He lacks the strength to fend off someone like Adolf if things go south. Abel listens in stunned silence as Kyle lays it all out. After taking a moment to process, Abel admits that Kyle's assessment of Adolf is unique. No one in the family has ever described the second son in such extreme terms. Kyle nods, agreeing, and points out something else. Abel didn't deny any of it. Not once. That silence? It speaks volumes. Abel's lack of objections confirms he probably agrees with Kyle's opinion. And Abel doesn't deny it. Instead, he subtly changes the topic, steering the conversation back to his earlier revelation, his secret skill. Finally, Abel reveals his so-called trivial skill, good intuition. As Abel continues to open up, he shares a secret that's weighed on him for years. Ever since he was young, he's had this gut feeling, an almost supernatural intuition that warns him just before something bad happens. Following this instinct has saved him from countless dangers. But now, as the succession ceremony looms closer, his bad premonitions are stronger than ever. And where are they pointing? Straight at Adolf. Abel admits he can't back up these feelings with any solid evidence, which frustrates him. He's cautious, sure, but even he isn't certain about how far Adolf might go. Hearing this, Kyle is absolutely stunned. He can't believe how accurately Abel is assessing the situation. To Kyle, this intuition sounds like a low-level form of precognition, maybe even a sensitivity to dark powers. It's surprising because Abel didn't have any abilities like this in the original game. This revelation gets Kyle thinking. Could Abel's intuition be part of the changes caused by Kyle entering this world? After all, Abel isn't the only one who's different. Urgel, a minor character meant to fade into obscurity, suddenly has incredible elemental magic talent. It's a wild theory, but one Kyle can't ignore. Abel continues, pointing out that Adolf is their biological brother and the second heir to the Marquis family. While their father sees Adolf as violent, he doesn't believe his second son would truly cross the line. Abel, however, isn't so sure. His bad feelings about Adolf are enough to keep him on edge, even if he can't convince anyone else. It's clear that keeping this intuition a secret has been a lonely burden for Abel. Kyle, however, doesn't think Abel is crazy. Quite the opposite. He trusts Abel's intuition completely. Looking his brother in the eye, Kyle assures him they're on the same page. The day Adolf becomes the successor, Kyle warns, "Our family is doomed." He makes it clear that no one, not even Kyle himself, despite being on Adolf's side, will be safe if that happens. Abel is floored. He didn't expect Kyle to believe him so easily, let alone with such conviction. But Kyle isn't done. He reveals his plan. He'll pretend to be loyal to Adolf for now. By playing the perfect subordinate, Kyle hopes to gain Adolf's trust and lower his guard. Once the time is right, Kyle plans to take him down hard. Hearing this, Abel realizes Kyle's playing a dangerous game, and he's doing it with a precision that's both impressive and unsettling. But Kyle's not going in alone. He extends a hand to his big brother, boldly asking if Abel will join the plan. Abel, stunned by how quickly Kyle mapped this out, just stares at his little brother. After a moment, Abel nods. How could he refuse? He's the eldest sibling, after all, and if his cute younger brother is asking for help, it's his duty to provide it. That said, Abel sets one condition. He'll work behind the scenes. It's too risky for him to act openly, especially with Adolf watching so closely. Kyle agrees, but isn't done yet. He has one more favor to ask of Abel before they seal the deal. And what is it? Well, that's a story for another time. But one thing's for sure, this unlikely duo is about to make waves. The scene kicks off with Leonhardt absolutely losing his mind. His wide eyes are glued to a pile of platinum coins, stacks of them, just sitting there on Kyle's table like they're no big deal. For context, one platinum coin is worth 10 gold coins. Translation? Each one of those shiny discs is worth more than several months of Leonhardt's salary. Understandably, he's freaking out. Struggling to process this level of luxury, Leonhardt blurts out the obvious question. "Young master, where did you get all this money?" Kyle, ever the cool operator, just flashes a smug smile before dropping the bombshell. "Big brother gave it to me." Cue Leonhardt's jaw hitting the floor. Abel? Abel, the eldest son of the Marquis, known for his calculated and serious demeanor, casually handed over this much money to a 13-year-old? Leonhardt's brain is doing mental gymnastics, trying to make sense of it. Kyle explains further, and we get a quick flashback. Turns out Kyle originally just wanted to borrow a little money. Like a modest loan. But when he approached Abel, the eldest son didn't just agree. He offered the full amount up front. And not only that, but Abel told Kyle he didn't even need to pay it back. "Think of it as a gift," Abel had said, his tone as casual as offering a cup of tea. Kyle, clearly moved by the gesture, realized something he didn't expect. Abel is actually really generous. It's the kind of sibling support he didn't think existed in this cutthroat family. Back in the present, Leonhardt is equally baffled by Abel's apparent generosity. But his confusion doesn't stop there, because now his attention is drawn to something else on the table, a glowing orb. The orb is pulsing softly, sitting next to the pile of coins. Leonhardt stares at it, his face a mix of curiosity and disbelief. Finally, he asks the obvious question. "What is that?" Kyle, looking far too calm for someone surrounded by priceless treasures, picks up the orb. "Oh, this? It's a personal communicator," he says nonchalantly. Apparently, Abel gave it to him so they could stay in touch more easily. Leonhardt's jaw drops again. If the coins were enough to send him spiraling, the communicator is the knockout punch. He knows exactly what it is, and just how insanely expensive it must be. A single personal communicator costs more than an entire mansion, garden included. A mansion, and Abel just gave one to Kyle like it was pocket change? Leonhardt can barely keep himself upright. Seeing his steward's face go pale, Kyle steps in to clarify. He explains that the orb isn't a full-fledged personal communicator. It's a simplified version. This one is specifically designed for direct communication between Kyle and Abel. So, while it's still ridiculously valuable, it's not quite mansion-level extravagant. Small comfort for Leonhardt, who's probably wondering why he didn't get one for Christmas. As Leonhardt stands there, still struggling to comprehend the scene in front of him, Kyle leans back, looking as calm and collected as ever. To him, this level of wealth and support is less about the money and more about what it symbolizes, Abel's trust and willingness to help. But for Leonhardt, he's probably wondering if he stumbled into a whole different world. And let's be real, this is just the beginning of whatever scheme Kyle is cooking up with his newfound resources. After a moment, Leonhardt finally calms down, though he's still a bit shell-shocked by all the wealth lying around. Figuring things must have gone smoothly with Abel, he asks Kyle for confirmation. Kyle nods, admitting that Abel turned out to be just as kind as he'd hoped. Then, in typical Kyle fashion, he casually hands the sack of platinum coins over to Leonhardt. asking him to hold on to it for now. Leonhardt hesitates. I mean, who wouldn't? It's not every day you're handed enough money to buy your own country. But eventually, he takes the bag, still looking puzzled. What do you even need this much money for? He asks, genuinely baffled. After all, the workshop renovations are done, and they've stocked up on enough magic stones and spirit stones to last a while. That's when Kyle drops his big reveal. I'm gonna make money, he says with a sly grin. The platinum coins, he explains, are his investment fund. It's clear that Kyle has a massive plan brewing, but as usual, he's keeping the details close to his chest. Meanwhile, elsewhere, we check in with Urgel, who's deep in the middle of a training session. She's leveled up, now wielding a staff like a true magic practitioner. During her session, she focuses her magic, trying to make the tip of her staff glow and brighten the room. The good news? There's a glowing light. The bad news? It's not coming from her staff. It's Flappy, glowing brightly from across the room. Urgel stares at the little creature in dismay, realizing her spell didn't work after all. As she mutters to herself about her failure, she notices something else. Kyle's in the room too. Flappy, ever the mischievous one, is perched comfortably on Kyle's head, shining like a magical headlamp. Urgel scolds Flappy for being disrespectful, but Kyle waves it off with a laugh. It's fine, he says. I could use a hands-free flashlight. Leonhardt, overhearing this, cringes so hard it looks like he might implode. But before he can comment on Kyle's terrible humor, he suddenly notices something strange. They're in an unfamiliar location. Leonhardt looks around, his confusion turning to alarm. Why are we in a dungeon? He demands. Kyle, in true troll fashion, shrugs and replies with the most unhelpful answer imaginable. Because there was a dungeon, so we entered it. Leonhardt's eye twitches. That's not an answer, he snaps. After all, they left the house with the excuse of visiting in Phelim, the neighboring estate. Now, they're in a dungeon, and Leonhardt has no idea how they got here. Kyle, unbothered as always, smirks and explains that there just happened to be a dungeon on the way to Phelim. Naturally, he decided they should stop by. Then, because he can't help himself, Kyle lets out an annoying laugh. Leonhardt looks like he's about to have a meltdown. He takes a deep breath, barely managing to keep it together. Let's just leave, he says through gritted teeth. This place is dangerous. But Kyle, of course, doesn't agree. Why leave when they've barely begun exploring? Leonhardt stares at him in disbelief. Is Kyle even hearing himself? Finally, Leonhardt snaps, raising his voice to remind Kyle about the literal monsters they saw swarming the entrance of the cave when they arrived. As they venture deeper into the dungeon, Leonhardt starts piecing things together. The number of monsters is thinning out, a clear sign they're getting closer to something big. Leonhardt, experienced and cautious, suspects a boss monster is lurking ahead. He explains that mid-level monsters tend to avoid the areas near stronger predators, and the pattern they're seeing fits perfectly. But here's the problem. Leonhardt isn't confident he can handle whatever they're about to face. He suggests turning back, but Kyle? He's already got his sights set on that boss monster. Hearing this, Leonhardt is stunned, and more than a little pissed. It finally clicks for Leonhardt. Kyle knew they were going monster hunting in a scary, dangerous dungeon. The whole story about visiting in Phelim? A half-truth at best. Kyle doesn't deny it. He calmly explains that they do have business with the Phelim estate. He just couldn't resist taking a detour into the dungeon. After all, if he'd told the truth from the start, they'd never have made it out of the house. The number of guards assigned to them would have doubled. Or worse, Adolf and Abel might have gotten involved. And if those two started throwing punches, Kyle knows he'd end up caught in the middle of their feud. But that's not all. Kyle reminds Leonhardt that Urgel's spirit magic training is top secret. So far, the only person he's told is their father, and he plans to keep it that way for now. On top of that, there's Flappy, the glowing, mischievous spirit beast that Kyle can't risk showing to anyone else. For Kyle, sneaking into the dungeon isn't just about monster loot. It's about keeping everything under the radar. Still, Leonhardt isn't convinced. Sure, Kyle's plan avoids a lot of political drama, but it's also incredibly risky. Leonhardt points out that Urgel is still a beginner at spirit magic, and while Kyle has recently advanced to the second circle, it's not enough to guarantee their safety in a place like this. Kyle, ever the overconfident strategist, cuts him off. Don't mistake me for being powerless just because I pretend to be weak at home, he says. He reminds Leonhardt that he's already overcome Hermimu, showcasing magic that far exceeds what's considered normal. Kyle knows Leonhardt witnessed his abilities firsthand. Leonhardt tries to argue again, but Kyle shuts him down. We've got everything we need, he insists. You're the tank. Urgel's the healer. And me? I'm the damage dealer. We're a complete team. He grins, practically daring Leonhardt to disagree. But then Kyle takes things a step further, and this is where the mood shifts. He looks Leonhardt in the eye and drops a chilling statement. Watch carefully and choose wisely who you'll pledge your loyalty to from now on, me or my father. Leonhardt freezes, horrified. Did he just hear that right? A 13-year-old boy, standing in the middle of a monster-filled dungeon, is essentially telling him to pick a side in what's starting to feel like an inevitable power struggle. Kyle doesn't stop there. He tells Leonhardt that a knight with divided loyalties isn't useful to him. He wants a knight who belongs to him alone. His voice is steady, his gaze unwavering, and the weight of his words leaves Leonhardt gripping his sword nervously. For a moment, there's nothing but silence between them. Kyle says nothing more, giving Leonhardt time to process everything. Deep down, Kyle knows Leonhardt's loyalty is currently to Remton Celterion, the Marquis. And while Leonhardt has followed Kyle faithfully so far, it's clear that his true allegiance lies with his original master. Kyle understands that forcing Leonhardt to choose now would backfire. But he also knows that time is on his side. Leonhardt has already hesitated. That's a start. And Kyle is confident that one day, Leonhardt will acknowledge him fully. When that happens, Kyle will gain something more valuable than any treasure in this dungeon. A knight who is loyal to him, and him alone. With the stakes higher than ever and Kyle's ambitions coming to light, one question remains. Will Leonhardt stay loyal to the Marquis, or will he pledge himself to this fearless and dangerously clever young master? One thing's for sure. This dungeon crawl is only the beginning. The trio presses on, finally reaching the heart of the dungeon, the Minotaur's secret sanctuary. The air is thick with dread as they find themselves standing in front of the boss room. There, sitting ominously with its massive hammer resting between its legs, is the Minotaur. Its hulking figure is enough to make Urgel shiver with fear. The sheer size of the beast makes it feel like the room itself is alive with menace. Kyle, however, remains silent, his sharp eyes fixed on the mythical beast. This is the moment he's been waiting for, the reason he dragged them all into the dungeon despite Leonhardt's protests. The dungeon, as Kyle knows from the fantasy defense game, is a beginner-friendly farming spot. Its layout is straightforward, with no traps and minimal monsters. But its true allure lies in the boss. While challenging, the rewards for defeating the Minotaur are exceptionally generous. For Kyle, the prospect of gathering all that loot with just a small party is too tempting to pass up. As Kyle daydreams about the treasures he'll haul back, Leonhardt identifies the creature before them. That's a Minotaur, he says grimly. He explains that it's a beast 3 times stronger than an ogre, capable of crushing bones with a single swing of its massive hammer. Its lack of magic doesn't make it any less terrifying. Its brute strength is more than enough. Realizing the stakes, Kyle shifts into strategy mode. He lays out the plan with calm precision. Leonhardt, as the tank, will draw the Minotaur's aggro and block its hammer attacks. Kyle will cast a shield to enhance Leonhardt's defense, combining it with the knight's sword energy to withstand the beast's blows. But there's one attack they need to be especially wary of: the Minotaur's enraged whirlwind charge. Kyle explains that when the beast enters this frenzy, it will tear through anything, no matter how strong their defenses are. The key, he says, is to lure it to the edges of the room, where it will eventually tire itself out. That's when they'll strike. Leonhardt listens intently, but something about Kyle's extensive knowledge is nagging at him. Before he can press further, Kyle turns to Urgel. He gives her a straightforward role. She'll cast buffs before the fight and stay out of harm's way. But Urgel surprises him. She refuses to hide behind a rock, insisting that she didn't train in spirit magic just to be a coward. Her determination touches Kyle. He agrees to let her participate, but advises caution. Your most important job is to stay alive, he tells her. As long as you're standing, we'll always have a chance. He places a reassuring hand on her shoulder, reminding her that both his and Leonhardt's lives are in her hands. Urgel, moved by his words, feels a newfound sense of pride and responsibility. Leonhardt, meanwhile, watches this interaction with a suspicious look. How does a sheltered 13-year-old boy know so much about dungeon strategy? From the importance of a healer to the Minotaur's mechanics, Kyle's knowledge is far too advanced for someone who's supposedly never set foot in a dungeon before. Finally, Leonhardt can't hold back. He calls Kyle out, pointing out how suspiciously familiar he seems with dungeon tactics. Is this really your first time in a dungeon? He asks, his tone sharp. Kyle freezes, his mind racing. He realizes he's let too much slip, showing knowledge that number 13-year-old, even a magical genius, should have. To cover his tracks, he nervously blurts out that he picked up some tips during the goblin hunt and the ogre fight. But Leonhardt isn't buying it. "You're saying you learned about minotaurs from the same people who struggled to handle an ogre?" he asks skeptically. The logic doesn't add up, and Leonhardt's sharp gaze makes Kyle sweat even more. Kyle can feel the walls closing in. Leonhardt's questions are getting uncomfortably close to the truth. Kyle knows he needs to focus on the fight ahead, but in the back of his mind, he can't shake the feeling that Leonhardt might be starting to piece together his secret. Kyle's overactive imagination kicks into high gear as he envisions his worst-case scenario, being exposed as an imposter. In this grim fantasy, the people conclude he's been possessed by a demon, because what other explanation is there for a bratty kid suddenly becoming competent? And what's the medieval solution to demons? You guessed it, a good old-fashioned burning at the stake. Game over. Refusing to let this nightmare become reality, Kyle scrambles for a believable excuse. He quickly claims that he read about the Minotaur in a book. Leonhardt, still skeptical, narrows his eyes, but Kyle doesn't back down. He reminds the knight how he practically lived in the library for a while. He even tosses in a detail about reading some secret military strategy books. After a tense moment, Leonhardt finally relents. A wide smile spreads across his face as he concludes that Kyle must have been studying monster strategies in addition to magic. Leonhardt is genuinely impressed, and for once, he can't stop praising the young master. "The Marquis will be so proud of your growth," he exclaims, beaming. Urgel, not wanting to be left out, chimes in with her own compliments, showering Kyle with praise. Kyle, relieved his bluff worked, is taken aback by how easily Leonhardt was convinced. But he knows he can't rely on quick lies forever. He makes a mental note to craft a solid backstory for his uncanny knowledge of this world, something he can fall back on next time. With that awkward moment behind them, the trio moves forward. Urgel takes the lead in preparing them for the battle, casting her spirit magic spells. She starts with Light's Empowerment, which boosts health and defense by 30% while enhancing mana and sword energy. Next, she casts Light's Healing, restoring any lost health and providing a regenerative effect over time. Kyle notices how much stronger her spells have become compared to when she first started training. "You've improved a lot," he says with an encouraging smile. Urgel giggles shyly, clearly proud of her progress. Finally, it's time to face the boss. Kyle gives Leonhardt the signal to lead the charge. Without hesitation, the knight rushes forward, aiming to land a powerful first strike on the sleeping Minotaur. But just as Leonhardt's blade is about to connect, the beast's eyes snap open. With a guttural roar, the Minotaur raises its massive hammer, blocking Leonhardt's strike with ease. The two adversaries lock eyes, and Leonhardt immediately senses the difference in his own body. Thanks to Kyle's shield and Urgel's buffs, he feels sturdier, faster, and much more prepared to take on the towering beast. The Minotaur, now fully awake and furious, bellows, "Who dares disturb my slumber?" It threatens to crush anyone foolish enough to covet its treasure, swearing vengeance on all intruders. Before it can finish its tirade, a blast of ice magic slams into its face, cutting its rant short. Enraged, the Minotaur glares around the room, trying to locate the attacker. The culprit? Kyle, of course, standing with a mischievous grin plastered across his face. "That's right, I'm your friendly neighborhood dungeon thief," Kyle announces boldly. Without missing a beat, he unleashes Ice Lance, sending another projectile hurtling toward the Minotaur. The beast blocks the attack with its hammer, growling in frustration as it struggles to spot the young mage amidst the shadows. Just then, Leonhardt capitalizes on the distraction. With a swift and precise sword slash, he draws first blood, sending crimson spraying through the air. Kyle smirks, his voice cutting through the chaos. "Stay focused, Minotaur. My knight is more than capable of handling you." The Minotaur, now seething with rage, curses them all. "You'll regret stepping into my domain," it roars, promising to make sure none of them leave the dungeon alive. The beast hefts its massive hammer and targets Leonhardt, who is midair, poised for an aerial strike. Kyle's sharp eyes catch the move, and in a split second, he casts Stone Sill, conjuring a protective shield just as the hammer crashes down. The dungeon echoes with a deafening clash, and even the Minotaur looks shocked that its full-powered attack didn't break through. Leonhardt, however, isn't celebrating. He's sweating buckets beneath the shield, feeling the immense force pressing down. His arms are trembling from the strain, and he knows that if Kyle hadn't timed the spell perfectly, they'd be pulling him out of the dungeon in pieces. From his vantage point, Leon Hart begins to see the bigger picture. Kyle's magic is precise, his timing impeccable. Every move is calculated, as though Kyle knows the beast's strategy in advance. It's not just skill, it's an uncanny intuition, something Leon Hart can't quite explain. For the first time, he feels a strange but undeniable confidence in Kyle's ability to lead this battle. Just then, Kyle shouts a command. Leon Hart, move now! Without hesitation, Leon Hart dives to the side, and Kyle casts Ensnare. The spell roots the Minotaur in place, leaving it momentarily paralyzed. The beast thrashes, but it can't break free. Taking full advantage of the opening, Kyle unleashes a barrage of magic missiles, pelting the Minotaur with unrelenting force. Each missile strikes with precision, smoke rising from the beast's battered body. It's the kind of onslaught that should have ended the fight right then and there. But this isn't an ordinary monster. As the smoke clears, the Minotaur is still standing. It's bruised and scorched, sure, but it's far from defeated. The beast takes a deep breath, straightening its massive frame. Its sudden calmness unsettles the group. Urgel whispers, "Did we win?" Kyle narrows his eyes. "No," he says flatly. And then the Minotaur laughs. The deep, guttural sound echoes through the cavern, sending chills down their spines. "I'm impressed, little humans," it says. "But this is the end for you." Before they can react, the Minotaur activates its ultimate move, the whirlwind attack. Kyle's earlier warning comes to life as the beast begins spinning, its massive hammer creating a deadly vortex. The ground shakes, dust fills the air, and chunks of rock are flung across the chamber. Kyle's survival instincts kick into overdrive. "Split up," he shouts, his voice cutting through the chaos. He orders Leon Hart to keep the Minotaur's attention and lead it to the edges of the room, where it can wear itself out. Leon Hart doesn't hesitate. He knows what needs to be done. Kyle casts a haste spell on him, boosting his speed, while Urgel casts Blessing of Light, adding an extra layer of protection. Leon Hart feels the surge of energy coursing through him. Fueled by magic, he charges at the rampaging Minotaur, hurling his sword at its neck. The weapon strikes true, but the beast's hide is tougher than steel. The sword ricochets off, barely scratching it. Still, it's enough to piss the Minotaur off. Its glowing red eyes lock onto Leon Hart. With a guttural snarl, it abandons its wild spinning and charges straight for him, hammer in hand. As Leon Hart continues to lure the rampaging Minotaur away, Kyle and Urgel crouch behind an ancient altar, carefully watching the chaos. Then, out of nowhere, Kyle begins counting down. 30 seconds. It's all part of the plan. Kyle had calculated everything beforehand, knowing the Minotaur's whirlwind attack would exhaust it after half a minute. The key to victory? Surviving long enough for the beast to tire itself out. While Kyle calmly counts down, Leon Hart is in a much less enviable position, running for his life with the enraged Minotaur hot on his heels. Each swing of the beast's massive hammer comes closer and closer to hitting its mark, but Leon Hart refuses to slow down, relying on sheer determination and Kyle's haste spell to keep moving. 5 seconds. Urgel shouts, her voice filled with urgency. Leon Hart pushes himself to his limits, even as fatigue begins to take over. The Minotaur swings its hammer down with a deafening crash, just inches behind him. At the 1-second mark, the beast lets out a guttural groan and collapses to its knees, completely drained. The hammer falls from its grip, landing with a thunderous clang. Leon Hart, barely avoiding the attack, stumbles to a halt, gasping for air. The timing couldn't have been closer. Kyle's haste spell expired at the exact moment the Minotaur's attack ended, returning Leon Hart's speed to normal. For a brief moment, Leon Hart wonders, was this just a coincidence? Or did Kyle plan it all from the beginning? Before he can dwell on the thought, Kyle's voice cuts through the tension. Damage time! With a gleam of excitement in his eyes, Kyle pulls out a magic circle, activating a spell formula that switches to user control mode. This unlocks all ability limits, allowing him to channel an unprecedented amount of magical power. As shards of energy materialize around him, Kyle can't help but marvel at the sheer intensity of the magic coursing through him. This is true magic, he mutters, a grin spreading across his face. Without hesitation, he unleashes a barrage of powerful attacks on the exhausted Minotaur. Meanwhile, Urgel notices a nasty gash on Leon Hart's arm from an earlier encounter. Without a word, she steps forward, her staff glowing softly as she casts healing light. The warm, golden magic envelopes Leonhart's arm, mending the wound in seconds. Leonhart stares in awe at his fully healed arm. Not even a scar remains. He turns to Urgel, gratitude written all over his face. "Thank you," he says, genuinely touched. "You've done more than enough." Urgel smiles shyly, brushing off the praise. But inside, she feels a newfound sense of accomplishment. She truly belongs in this fight. Kyle takes a deep breath, surveying the scene. Despite the tension and danger, the plan had worked perfectly. Kyle rushes to the treasure chest with all the excitement of a kid on Christmas morning. He doesn't just open the chest. He literally starts kissing it, much to the confusion of Urgel and Leonhart, who watch him with wide-eyed disbelief. "It's all mine," Kyle murmurs, practically swooning over the chest. Sparkling, beautiful, glorious treasure. Finally, he opens it, and sure enough, it's brimming with precious stones, rare artifacts, and magical goodies. His excitement reaches a new high as he activates his insight skill to analyze the items one by one. First up, the Sword of the Rhino. This artifact, forged from rhino bones and special metal, boasts the ability Rhino Strength, which increases the user's strength by 10%. It also has exceptional durability, making it a weapon built to last. Kyle's eyes light up as he realizes how perfect this sword is for Leonhart. He doesn't say anything just yet, but in his mind, the match is already made. Next, Lul's necklace. A shimmering piece filled with nature's energy, it holds the ability Nature's Blessing, which stores natural energy. It also features Clear Mind, allowing the user to gather energy faster. This will be perfect for Urgel, Kyle thinks, already envisioning how it will enhance her spirit magic. Without hesitation, he hands the necklace to her. Urgel blinks in surprise, staring at the necklace in her hands. "For me?" she asks, stunned. "Of course," Kyle replies nonchalantly. He doesn't dwell on her reaction, quickly moving on to find something for himself. After a bit more rummaging, Kyle's eyes lock onto his prize, the Staff of Bravery. This weapon practically oozes magical potential. It increases casting speed and boasts the attribute Memorize, allowing the wielder to store up to 3 spells, including 2 circle magic, to use without consuming mana. Kyle's grin widens as he clutches the staff. This is it, the perfect artifact for a wizard, so powerful that in the fantasy defense game, it's considered a must-have. With this staff, Kyle knows he won't need to worry about weapons for a long time. While Kyle is basking in his newfound treasure, Leonhart examines the Sword of the Rhino. Even at first glance, he can see its magical properties. It's a fine sword, the kind any knight would dream of wielding. But guilt weighs on him. He remembers when Kyle asked him about his loyalty, when he couldn't give a clear answer. Leonhart feels unworthy of accepting such a valuable gift from a young master he hasn't fully pledged himself to. Meanwhile, Urgel hesitates over the necklace. She worries that by accepting it, she'll owe Kyle a debt she can't repay. Seeing their reluctance, Kyle is genuinely baffled. What's wrong with these two? He wonders, shaking his head. Finally, Kyle decides to set things straight. He explains that the artifacts aren't simply rewards. They're tools to help them grow stronger. "We don't have much time," he says, his tone serious. Darkness is looming over the Celterian family. If we want to face it, we need to be prepared. He also makes it clear that no one else can know about the loot. If his family found out, they'd insist on redistributing it according to some stuffy procedure. That would only waste time and dilute the strength they've gained. "I'm trusting you both to keep this between us," he says, looking at them earnestly. Hearing this, Leonhart and Urgel finally agree to accept the gifts. They thank Kyle, humbled by his trust and resolve. Leonhart tightens his grip on the sword, silently vowing to prove himself worthy. Urgel clutches the necklace, feeling a surge of determination to live up to Kyle's expectations. With their mission complete and treasures claimed, Kyle declares it's time to move on. Next stop, the neighboring estate of Infilum. A few days later, Kyle and his entourage arrive at the granary region of Infilum, but their reception is far from warm. In fact, the hosts seem downright panicked. Inside the grand estate, a voice echoes with frustration and anxiety. "What on earth is going on?" yells a man with striking purple hair. This flustered individual is Count Frantel Neron, the Lord of Infilum, and he's clearly unprepared for this unannounced visit from someone bearing the prestigious Celterian emblem. The Count's nervous energy fills the room as he demands answers from his subordinates. Who exactly from the Celterian family came to visit? he asks, wiping sweat from his brow. Unfortunately, his staff can't provide much clarity. All they know is that the guests are carrying a symbol that only direct disciples of the Celterian family possess. Count Neron's anxiety skyrockets. Rumors of the Celterian succession ceremony have been spreading like wildfire, and none of them are good. Whispers say that the candidates vying for succession are like a brewing storm, dragging chaos wherever they go. Most noble houses, including in Phelim, have made it an unofficial rule to stay far away from the Celterian family during such tumultuous times. The Count, desperate to avoid getting entangled in any Celterian drama, feels like his worst nightmare has arrived. But as much as he wants to avoid the situation, he knows he can't leave such prominent guests waiting outside. Taking a deep breath, he composes himself, plasters on a wide, friendly smile, and heads out to meet them. The Count's practiced diplomacy wavers when he finally sees who the guest is. His eyes land on none other than Kyle Celterian, the youngest and most infamous son of the Celterian family. Count Neron's jaw drops. Kyle, unfazed, is already helping himself to the estate snacks. He looks up mid-bite and, with his usual cheeky charm, apologizes for the sudden visit. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Count Frantel Neron," he says, as if he didn't just barge in uninvited. The Count is stunned. Of all the Celterian siblings, he'd braced himself for Abel, the noble and composed eldest son, or Adolf, the ambitious and cunning second son. But Kyle? The infamous fourth son known for his uncontrollable antics and penchant for chaos? That was the last thing he expected. Trying to recover, Count Neron blurts out his first thought. Unfortunately, his filter doesn't engage in time. What is he doing here? The room goes silent. Leon Hart's eyes flash with anger, and he grips his sword. The tension in the air is palpable. Even Count Neron realizes his mistake and looks mortified. But Kyle, ever the cool-headed strategist, waves it off with a laugh. "It's fine," he says, sipping his tea. "I know my reputation precedes me." Kyle admits that he's been a troublemaker in the past, but things have changed. He explains how overcoming Hermimu, an intense magical challenge, gave him the chance to reflect on his behavior. Now he's determined to grow stronger and contribute to the family. Count Neron is floored. He's only ever known Kyle as an irredeemable troublemaker and an outcast. Hearing such maturity from him is hard to believe. Hesitantly, the Count asks, "You overcame Hermimu? Is that true?" Kyle responds by forming a magic circle in front of the Count, showcasing his progress with an elegant flourish. "I've been training hard," he says. "I want to be a proper member of the family and support them however I can." The Count, now completely dumbfounded, stares at the young lord. This isn't the Kyle Celterian he's heard so much about. The bratty child who caused endless headaches for his family? Nowhere to be seen. Instead, he's looking at a young man with poise, determination, and undeniable talent. For the first time, Count Neron begins to wonder if the rumors about the youngest Celterian son were all wrong. As Kyle chats calmly with the still-reeling Count, his sharp mind is already working. He knows he's walked into a delicate situation, but that's exactly what he planned. Count Frantel Neron observes Kyle carefully, and the boy surprises him. Those aren't the dull, mischievous eyes of a bratty troublemaker. Kyle's gaze is sharp, intelligent, and determined. His manners are impeccable, and his clear desire to support his family leaves the Count deeply impressed. The rumors, the Count concludes, must have been false. Kyle isn't the chaotic outcast he'd heard about. He's well-mannered, driven, and undeniably capable. "Your father must feel reassured now," the Count remarks, "especially since the first wizard has emerged from a family so renowned for its swordsmanship." Kyle offers a polite smile, humbly accepting the praise. "You flatter me, Count Neron," he says, though internally he's already moving to the next step of his plan. The Count, curious, leans forward. "But surely you didn't come all this way just to exchange pleasantries, young lord?" Kyle chuckles, coyly avoiding the question at first. But the Count's absolutely right. He didn't barge into Phelim just to say hello. After apologizing for his unannounced visit, Kyle gets straight to the point. He explains that, given the Celterian family succession crisis, he needed to keep his movements discreet. The Count nods in agreement, understanding the need for secrecy during such a delicate time. With that out of the way, Kyle reveals the true purpose of his visit: purchasing grain. Phelim is the largest granary in the north, making it the ideal place for Kyle's needs. The Count looks surprised. "We already have a trade agreement with your family," he points out. "Do you need to purchase more than the agreed amount?" Kyle confirms this, explaining that the additional grain isn't for the family, but for his personal use. He's conducting magic research and needs the surplus stock for his experiments. While Kyle keeps the nature of his research under wraps, he makes it clear this will be a one-time deal, with the possibility of regular purchases in the future. The boy also mentions Enphilim's excellent harvests over the past few years. With their surplus grain piling up, Kyle proposes to buy the excess stock, solving a problem for both parties. At this point, Kyle reveals his trump card, platinum coins. Leonhardt steps forward, holding a small box. He opens it to reveal the gleaming, rare coins inside. The room goes silent as Count Neron and his assistant stare at the coins, their jaws practically hitting the floor. Platinum coins? The Count sputters, utterly astounded. How? How does someone so young have such money? Kyle, unfazed by their shock, smiles confidently. What do you think of this as payment for the grain? He asks. The Count, trying to mask his eagerness, quickly agrees. He admits that they've struggled to manage their surplus and are happy to sell the excess grain. He also promises not to pry into Kyle's research, understanding that a wizard's work is often confidential. Kyle, pleased by the smooth negotiation, thanks the Count for his understanding. However, Count Neron hesitates for a moment. Even though I won't ask about your research, he begins cautiously, I must ask about the origin of this money. Dealing with uncertain funds could cause trouble for all of us, especially since you're so young. Kyle doesn't miss a beat. You don't need to worry, Count Neron, he says reassuringly. These coins came from my eldest brother, Abel. The Count visibly relaxes at this revelation. Kyle, ever casual, confirms it with a sly grin. There's no one else I'd call my older brother right now, he says, leaving little doubt about where his loyalties lie. Hearing this, Count Neron feels a wave of relief. If Abel is backing Kyle, then this youngest Celterian isn't tied to Adolf's schemes, a fact that immediately puts the Count at ease. Neron already knows Abel as a calm and reliable figure, and now he sees Kyle as a promising partner. With this dynamic in mind, the Count realizes something important. Helping Kyle today could pave the way for a stronger relationship with Abel tomorrow. Deciding to trust Kyle, Neron agrees to sell the grain without further hesitation, but not before they hash out the price. The Count kicks off the negotiation. How about 7 silver per pack? Kyle, unfazed, counters immediately. 4 silver per pack, he says firmly, reminding the Count that they're dealing with old grain, which isn't exactly a hot commodity. Kyle also points out the ongoing storage fees the Count is incurring, suggesting it's better to offload the grain now than let it continue to cost him. Count Neron frowns, reconsidering. After a brief pause, he responds, 6 silver per pack. Kyle doesn't miss a beat. 4.5 silver, he counters, adding with a smile, anything higher than that would weigh on my conscience. Leonhardt, watching this intense back and forth, is utterly speechless. He had no idea Kyle had such a knack for bargaining. The negotiation continues, with both sides pushing their limits. Finally, after much haggling, Kyle suggests a compromise, 5 silver per pack. The Count considers it for a moment and agrees, acknowledging it as a fair price. With the deal sealed, Kyle retires to his room, where Leonhardt can't help but compliment him. I didn't know you were this good at bargaining, he says, impressed but also a little suspicious. Did you learn that from a book too? Kyle freezes for a second, knowing how suspicious it sounds. He can't exactly tell Leonhardt the truth, that he honed his haggling skills as an adult gamer, negotiating in online markets. Instead, he leans into the lie. Of course, he says confidently. There's nothing you can't find in the library. Leonhardt raises an eyebrow, but lets it slide. The bodyguard then recalls something Kyle mentioned earlier, coming to Enphilim to make money. Is buying grain part of that plan, he asks. Kyle nods. He explains that his plan is simple. Buy the grain while it's cheap, store it, and sell it later when demand rises to turn a profit. It's a classic business strategy and one that could work well in the right conditions. But Leonhardt is skeptical. That's all well and good, he says, but the grain supply is stable right now. The Celterian estate already has enough stock to last until next year. Kyle smiles knowingly. That's true for now, he says, leaving his bodyguard intrigued. What exactly is Kyle planning? Does he know something about the grain market that others don't? Leonhardt, ever the skeptic, informs Kyle that selling old grain isn't likely to yield much profit. But Kyle, unfazed, counters with a simple explanation. Insurance is for stable times, he says, adding that he's preparing for the unexpected. To most people, this might sound like an overly cautious and fruitless endeavor. But Kyle isn't most people. He knows the future because he's seen it play out before. In the original fantasy defense storyline, A massive famine follows the Celterian succession ceremony, triggered by an unprecedented weather anomaly. Grain prices skyrocket, and food becomes so scarce that even the wealthiest families can't secure enough. When that time comes, no one will care whether the grain is fresh or old. They'll pay any price for it. Kyle smiles to himself, thinking about the fortune he'll make when the famine hits. With a confident grin, he reflects on how his knowledge of the future lets him take bold risks others wouldn't dare. Of course, he can't explain this to Leon Hart, which leaves him pondering how to dodge more of the knight's questions. But to Kyle's surprise, Leon Hart interrupts his thoughts with an unexpected statement. I get it. Everything you've done so far has been for a good reason. I'll trust you on this one too. Kyle blinks, stunned. This is the same nosy, overly suspicious knight who didn't trust him as far as he could throw him just a short while ago. Yet here he is, offering his trust freely. Kyle quickly checks Leon Hart's favorability meter, and his jaw nearly hits the floor. It's at 50. For context, when they first met, it was solidly in the negatives. Seeing this growth almost brings Kyle to tears. He really trusts me, he exclaims, barely keeping his emotions in check. Leon Hart, watching Kyle's dramatic reaction, raises an eyebrow. You're being a bit much, he mutters. Just then, Urgel pokes her head into the room, breaking up the moment. Young master, she says, Count Neron has something to discuss with you before dinner. Kyle, startled by the request, follows Urgel to meet with the Count later that evening. That night, Kyle steps into Count Frantel Neron's room, where he finds the Count chatting with a young girl with purple hair, the same shade as the Count's. Come in, Neron says warmly. There's someone I'd like you to meet. Kyle, caught off guard, freezes. His curiosity peaks when the girl introduces herself as Iris Neron, the Count's daughter. At first, Kyle can't quite process what he's seeing. He stares at her, completely dumbfounded, as Iris calmly smiles back. And then it hits him. He knows her. In the split second it takes for recognition to sink in, Kyle's thoughts begin to race. Why is she here? What's her connection to all of this? And what's our history? With the way things are unfolding, it's clear that Iris is no ordinary noble's daughter. Kyle's nerves hit an all-time high as Count Frantel Neron introduces him to the girl who's making him feel like he's seen a ghost. Iris Neron. Polite on the surface, but exuding an air of arrogance, Iris steps forward with a pleasant smile. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time, she says with practiced politeness. Kyle, on the other hand, can't say the same. His mind is reeling. Of all places, why here? He thinks, desperately trying to keep his expression neutral. Let's take a step back and look at why Kyle is so rattled. In the fantasy defense game, Iris Neron was a mage with a lot of early game appeal. Thanks to her cute appearance and high-ranking magic talent, she had a loyal fanbase during the game's early stages, when levels were still low. She was a reliable force then. But here's the problem. Iris had a lot of personality issues. She was arrogant, condescending, and had a love for luxury that could bankrupt even the most dedicated players. Her unique trait of loving diamonds didn't help. Many players spent a fortune trying to raise her favorability, only to regret it later. As the game progressed and more powerful S and SSS rank magicians became available, Iris, capped at A rank, lost her usefulness. Her difficult personality didn't do her any favors either, and she was eventually abandoned by most players. Kyle reflects on all of this, grimacing internally. Recruiting her was hardly worth the effort back then. Why would it be any different now? But alas, here she is standing right in front of him, no less daunting than she was in the game. And now, Kyle faces the real challenge, navigating Count Neron's obvious attempt at matchmaking. The Count, seemingly oblivious to his daughter's glare, explains, Iris is turning 11 this year. Since you're just a little older, I thought you might get along. Kyle glances at Iris. Her expression screams, no, we won't. Unbothered by her attitude, the Count continues, boasting about Iris's exceptional magic talent. He suggests they could learn from each other since they're both studying magic. Kyle forces a smile, masking his inner panic. He knows Iris is a handful. Her snobby demeanor confirms that much. But he can't outright refuse this meeting without offending his host. Iris, meanwhile, stares at him with thinly veiled contempt. Clearly, her father's vision of them bonding isn't something she's on board with. Despite her unfriendly gaze, Kyle steps up, determined to make a good impression. It's nice to meet you, Lady Iris, he says with charm, though he doesn't mean it. I'm Kyle Celterion, the fourth son of the Marquis. He bows slightly, his tone dripping with politeness. I look forward to your guidance, he adds with a disarming smile. As he speaks, Kyle activates his insight skill to analyze Iris. While outwardly projecting charm, his inner thoughts are running wild. I need to know exactly what I'm dealing with. Kyle's insight skill gives him a detailed glimpse into Iris Neron's abilities, and it's a mixed bag of surprises. First, he sees her talents, companion of mana and magical brain, both of which are impressive. But what really catches his attention is her favorability, a staggering -40. While he expected her disdain, the sheer intensity of her dislike is still a bit jarring. But it's Companion of Mana that truly shocks Kyle. In the original fantasy defense game, Companion of Mana was the top-tier talent reserved for only 0.01% of magicians, all of whom were SSS grade. It's a game-changing ability, leagues above his own mana delay, and something Kyle had never seen before his reincarnation. Seeing it attached to Iris, an A-rank mage in the original game, leaves Kyle baffled. Her original personality flaws made her a character most players avoided, but with a talent like this, everything changes. Kyle quickly concludes that Iris, like Abel and Urgel, must have bloomed with untapped potential in this new world. If she truly is an SSS grade talent, her personality quirks might be worth enduring. No matter how annoying she is, Kyle thinks, I can't let her slip away. Just as Kyle solidifies his resolve, Iris breaks the silence with a sharp, condescending tone. I've never heard of you, she says, glaring. I've heard plenty about Abel and Adolf, though. Kyle's smile doesn't waver, though internally, he's seething. She's clearly trying to get under his skin. Iris doesn't stop there. I heard you're just a first circle mage. She continues, her tone dripping with arrogance. I'm already in the second circle, so how do you plan to handle the level gap? Count Neron begins to panic, clearly mortified by his daughter's rudeness. But Kyle maintains his calm facade, even as he mentally labels her a twisted brat. Without flinching, Kyle responds confidently. That's correct. I'm a first circle mage, he says unfazed. But I only started learning magic 3 months ago. This revelation hits like a thunderbolt. Iris's smirk falters, her ego taking a sudden blow. She knows better than most how much time and effort it takes to form a magic circle. And this boy did it in half the time it took her. Even the Count is left speechless by the statement. For a brief moment, Iris is humbled. But as expected, she quickly rebounds, finding a way to protect her pride. Well, it's impressive, but starting at 13? That's late, she says dismissively. Everyone knows you should begin learning magic by age 10 at the latest. Kyle feels his patience thinning, but keeps his composure. He recognizes her needling for what it is, an attempt to get a rise out of him. With his smile still firmly in place, Kyle responds calmly. You're right, I did start late. That's because I was suffering from Hermamu, which I only just recovered from. Iris's expression shifts as the weight of his words sinks in. Overcoming Hermamu, a disease known to cripple or kill those afflicted by it, is no small feat for a moment. She's genuinely at a loss for words. But true to form, she quickly backpedals, scrambling to downplay her reaction. Don't misunderstand me, she snaps, folding her arms. It's not like I'm complimenting you or anything. Kyle raises an eyebrow, suppressing the urge to roll his eyes. Of course, he says, his voice laced with just enough sarcasm to let her know he isn't fooled. As their verbal sparring comes to a temporary pause, Kyle can't help but think about the task ahead. Count Frantel Neron, attempting to salvage the situation, steps in to address his daughter's arrogance. Iris, he says sternly, do you even know what Hermamu is? He explains how only individuals with extraordinary magic potential can overcome the life-threatening illness, which is why survivors of Hermamu are often referred to as genius magicians or knights. The Count praises Kyle's feat, emphasizing how incredible it is for a 13-year-old to have overcome such a devastating sickness. He looks to Iris, hoping to inspire her respect. Kyle is bound to grow even stronger, he says warmly. You can learn a lot from him, his resilience, his discipline, but Iris isn't having it. She scoffs. How could I learn anything from someone who's beneath me? He's just a first circle mage. Kyle isn't fazed. He expected this arrogance from the moment he met her. Her contempt for the weak trait is written all over her behavior. If anything, her bratty attitude only solidifies his next move. She'll have a lot of problems if she keeps this up, Kyle thinks, suppressing a sigh. And just like that, he sets his sights on recruiting Iris as his next project. Kyle steps forward, his demeanor calm but commanding. You shouldn't judge people based on appearances, he says, his tone even but laced with authority. Iris's smug expression falters as Kyle leans in closer, his eyes locking onto hers. The proximity is unnerving, and for the first time, her confidence wavers. I'll prove to you that I'm not weaker than you, Kyle declares, his voice steady and filled with conviction. Iris freezes, unsure how to respond. For someone she's dismissed as beneath her, his boldness is unsettling. Kyle doesn't give her time to recover. Once I do, you'll have no choice but to stop looking down on me, he says, each word hitting its mark. Her composure shaken, Iris manages to stammer. How do you plan to prove that? Kyle smirks. A duel, he says, his tone brimming with confidence. The atmosphere in the room shifts instantly. Count Neron's face pales as the tension rises. He didn't expect things to escalate so quickly, and now he's torn between intervening and letting the situation play out. Kyle continues, laying out the terms. If I lose, I'll admit you're stronger than me, he says. But before he can finish, Iris cuts him off, her face flushed with indignation. Fine, she snaps. But if I win, you'll kneel and kiss my feet. Her terms are dripping with condescension, a clear reflection of her arrogance and overconfidence. The Count's jaw drops. Iris, he exclaims, mortified by her behavior. She claims she read it in a book, classic Iris logic. Kyle, understandably dumbfounded, wonders aloud. What kind of book even says something like that? And then comes her father, the purple-haired Count Frantel Neron, who is thoroughly mortified. He's convinced she's been sneaking those spicy romance novels with age restrictions again. Iris, of course, denies it like a seasoned actress, complete with crocodile tears. But then Kyle, the mad lad that he is, casually agrees. Yep, he says he'll lick her feet if she beats him in a duel. Cue the Count's horrified reaction. He's all, what are you even saying? Don't agree to this nonsense. But Kyle stands firm. He's confident. After all, he has zero intention of losing to this arrogant girl. Now Kyle's no pushover. He adds his own terms to the deal. If he wins, Iris has to 1. Accept him as her teacher. 2. Stop looking down on people of lower rank forever. Iris hesitates for a moment, but eventually agrees. Why? Because she's absolutely sure she'll win. She scoffs, calling him a mere first-circle mage who just started learning magic, then storms off with all the grace of an offended peacock. As she leaves, Count Neron looks utterly defeated. He turns to Kyle, apologizing profusely. He admits his daughter has some personality issues. Turns out, Iris has been spoiled by her family since she was little, and now she's struggling to connect with people her own age. Heck, she doesn't even have any friends because her reputation in social circles is that bad. Hearing this, Kyle can't help but feel a pang of sympathy. He gets it. A few months ago, he was basically the male version of Iris. Arrogant, entitled, and in dire need of a reality check. But here's the kicker. The Count actually asks Kyle to go all out during the duel. That's right. He wants Kyle to teach Iris a lesson, one she'll never forget. This puts a little smirk on Kyle's face. He wasn't planning to let her win anyway, but now he's got full parental approval to give her the fight of her life. Meanwhile, over in Iris's corner, she's fuming. How dare Kyle think he can beat her? And the audacity of him trying to teach her anything. It's infuriating. But then, as she stomps around throwing a tantrum, a certain memory flashes in her mind. She recalls the moment Kyle leaned in close during their earlier encounter. And wouldn't you know it, it's the kind of thing straight out of one of those romance novels she totally doesn't read. Cue the internal conflict. Iris starts to wonder, wait, is Kyle handsome? Oh no. She quickly shakes the thought away, reminding herself that he's still just a first-circle mage. But even as she badmouths him, her feelings start to shift. Her pride won't let her admit it, but her favorability towards Kyle is secretly creeping up. And the funniest part? She has no idea what's happening. After the foot-licking duel terms fiasco, we catch up with Kyle as he's strolling through the mansion with his travel buddies, Urgel and Leonhardt. Just a casual walk to shake off the madness. But Leonhardt, ever the observant one, decides to stir the pot with a theory. He casually suggests that Count Frantel Neron might have had an ulterior motive for introducing Iris to Kyle. Naturally, Kyle's like, what do you mean, ulterior motive? Leonhardt, with his trademark smirk, drops the bomb. Marriage proposals, my guy. He points out that Iris is 11, an age where noble families start tossing around engagement ideas. And when you consider the age gap between Kyle and Iris, it's, well, perfect by noble standards. Kyle, understandably horrified, fires back with a big, what? The thought of marriage, especially to someone as arrogant as Iris, sends shivers down his spine. He's also deeply uncomfortable with the whole idea of discussing marriage for an 11-year-old. But Leon Hart doesn't back down. He reminds Kyle that this is normal in noble society. Early teen engagements? Commonplace. Gross, but true. It's all about securing alliances and family ties. As the gears in Kyle's brain start turning, he begins to piece it all together. The Count didn't just drag Iris out to randomly meet him. It was probably part of a grand matchmaking plan. And here Kyle thought he was just here to talk about grain sales. Despite all this, Kyle is not having it. He's like, what kind of crazy world am I living in? Leon Hart, on the other hand, is surprisingly chill about the whole thing. He advises Kyle to go easy on Iris during the duel. After all, if her father is playing matchmaker, the last thing Kyle should do is humiliate his potential future bride. But Kyle? Oh no, he's not taking that advice. In fact, this new revelation makes him even more determined to crush Iris in the duel. He declares, if that's the Count's real plan, then I definitely need to teach her a lesson. Kyle refuses to entertain the idea of marrying someone like Iris just because of her noble status. Her overbearing attitude? A complete deal breaker for him. At this point, Leon Hart is done trying to reason with Kyle. Meanwhile, Urgel is just standing there, absolutely baffled. She's still stuck on the idea of her young master potentially being engaged to Iris. And, spoiler alert, she's not a fan of it either. Fast forward to the next day, and it's finally time for the duel. The tension is thick as Kyle and Iris step into the arena. The rules are straightforward. 1 round, magic only, and no one gets hurt ideally. Leon Hart, acting as referee, warns them that he'll step in if things get too dangerous. But judging by the fire in Kyle's eyes and Iris's overconfidence, this duel is going to be anything but calm. Before the action kicks off, Leon Hart lays down the rules again and asks both contenders if they agree to the terms. Kyle, ever the strategist, turns to Iris and asks her directly if she's okay with Leon Hart, his personal escort knight, acting as the referee. After all, that could seem a bit unfair, right? But Iris, brimming with her usual overconfidence, boldly declares that she has no objections. She knows all about Celterian combat arts. Leon Hart's skills are practically legendary in Infilum. If anything, she figures he'll be even stricter on Kyle to keep things fair. Classic Iris, thinking she's already got the upper hand. With both fighters satisfied, Leon Hart raises his hand and calls for the duel to begin. As soon as the match starts, Iris wastes no time. She's got a wand in hand and a fire arrow ready to go. The spell zips toward Kyle, crackling with heat and raw energy. Clearly, she's not here to play around. She wants to win and fast. But Kyle? Oh, he's not fazed in the slightest. In fact, he looks almost amused. As the fire arrow barrels toward him, he silently admires her skill. The speed of her incantation is impressive, especially for someone her age. But let's be real, Kyle's no ordinary first circle mage. Just as the flames are about to reach him, he casually counters with a wind spell. A light gust is all it takes to snuff out her fire arrow like a birthday candle. The look on Iris's face? Priceless. Furious doesn't even begin to describe it. She takes his calm demeanor as an insult, as if he's saying she's not worth getting serious about. And Iris? She hates being underestimated. So, what does she do? Double down, of course. She fires off another barrage of fire arrows, each one fiercer and more intense than the last. This time, she's determined to make him sweat. But Kyle's still in control. With an effortless flick of his staff, he conjures a massive magical shield that absorbs the onslaught. The resulting explosion is loud and dramatic, but the barrier holds firm, leaving Kyle completely unscathed. Now, here's where things get interesting. Despite her fiery temper and relentless attacks, Kyle can't help but admire her guts. For an 11-year-old, Iris is genuinely talented. Her magical power and confidence are no joke. After dodging and blocking her fiery attacks, Kyle decides it's time to dial things up a notch. With a flick of his staff, he conjures a magic seal. This isn't just any spell, it's his signature move, the magic missile. Now, if you're wondering just how powerful this spell is, let's flash back for a moment. The first time Kyle used it, he split a massive tree in half. Yeah, it's that strong. So naturally, Count Frantel Neron is on the sidelines, absolutely losing it. Wait, is he double casting? The Count can hardly believe his eyes. Double casting is a technique so advanced, even experienced magicians struggle with it. And here's Kyle, a so-called first circle mage, pulling it off like it's no big deal. Meanwhile, Iris sees the missiles barreling toward her. She quickly conjures a magical shield, and for a brief moment, it looks like she's got it under control. The missiles collide with her barrier in a spectacular explosion. Boom! But then trouble. The force of the impact sends her flying like a rag doll. While she's still catching her breath, she notices something alarming. Kyle's first spell didn't just hit her shield, it absorbed it. She's completely exposed. Realizing she's in trouble, Iris scrambles to her feet, ready to cast her next spell. But before she can even think of her next move, she freezes. Why? Because Kyle's staff is already pointed at her forehead. Checkmate. Kyle, ever the calm and composed victor, simply smiles as he lowers his staff. The referee announces the obvious. Lord Kyle is the winner. The verdict is final, and there's no arguing with it. As Kyle walks away, Iris is left standing there, frozen in disbelief. How could she have lost? She's a second circle mage. For crying out loud. He's supposed to be the underdog, the weakling, the guy she could defeat without breaking a sweat. But the truth? Kyle didn't just beat her. He destroyed her. And that realization stings. Humiliation, rage, and confusion swirl inside her as she watches Kyle walk away. She can't accept it. She won't accept it. In a desperate attempt to save face, Iris blurts out, "You just got lucky." The room goes silent. Everyone, her father, the referee, even Leon Hart, raises an eyebrow. Lucky? They all saw the fight. It was clear Kyle outclassed her in every way. But Iris isn't backing down. She insists that her condition wasn't right and demands a rematch. Here's the kicker, though. Kyle doesn't argue. He doesn't even smirk or roll his eyes. He just nods and says, "Sure, let's go again." And then he drops the mic. But this time, I'll make my win even more convincing. With the stage set for round 2, one thing's for sure. Kyle's about to make sure Iris never underestimates him again. Iris is fuming. Kyle's calm acceptance of her rematch only adds fuel to her fiery determination. This time, she's sure, absolutely sure, that she's going to win. But guess what? She doesn't. The match begins. And before you can even say magic missile, she's disarmed, her wand flying out of her grasp. She's left gasping for air, completely drained of energy. And here's the kicker. This is her 5th consecutive loss. 5. At this point, it's less of a duel and more of a one-sided beatdown. Kyle, ever the logical one, walks up to her and says what we're all thinking. You're going to keep losing. Let's just call it quits here. Iris, though, she's not having it. She drops to her knees, groaning in frustration, and then she starts crying. Big, fat, dramatic tears. You cheated, she doesn't say, but you can see it in her eyes. Cue the chaos. Her sobbing escalates in a full-blown wailing. It's not just crying. It's the kind of tantrum you'd expect from a kid who got their toy taken away. Everyone's watching, and her father, Count Frantel Neron, looks absolutely mortified. He rushes to his daughter, torn between embarrassment and guilt. Sure, he wanted her to lose and learn a lesson, but this is a little too much. He comforts her as she bawls, all while Kyle stands awkwardly in the background, trying not to look like the villain in this story. To be fair, Kyle does feel bad. Kind of. He starts wondering if he went too far. Did he accidentally bully her? But then again, it's not his fault she insisted on rematch after rematch, right? Later that night, Kyle retreats to his room, still replaying the day's events in his mind. He notices a box on his bed. It's the outfit Count Neron sent him for the evening banquet. Kyle, being the ever-practical teen, thinks this is overkill. It's just a family dinner, he grumbles. But Leon Hart, his trusty knight and occasional therapist, reminds him that this is a formal occasion. He's got to dress the part. Still, Kyle's confused. Why would he even be invited after making Iris cry? That seems like the perfect reason to uninvite him, doesn't it? Leon Hart, however, has other ideas. He points out that the Count might actually like Kyle even more now. Why? Because Kyle's decisive victories prove his strength and skill. In noble circles, that's a big deal, enough to make Count Neron double down on wanting to connect their families. But Kyle isn't buying it. He's convinced Iris hates his guts now, and honestly, he'd rather stay as far away from her as possible. He didn't even dare to check her expression after the fight, probably because he's scared of what he might see. Leon Hart, on the other hand, has a different take. He teases Kyle, suggesting that Iris might have a crush on him. That smug little smile of his says it all. Kyle, of course, shuts that idea down immediately. No way. Not possible. Romance? At his age? Nah. But Leon Hart just shakes his head. You're clueless about this kind of stuff, aren't you? Eventually, With a little help from Urgel, Kyle suits up for the banquet. And let's just say, the kid cleans up really well. Leonhardt can't help but compliment him. And Urgel? She's practically swooning. Seeing how great he looks, Kyle starts feeling a bit more confident. With his head held high, he decides it's time to head downstairs and face whatever chaos awaits him at the banquet. Our boy Kyle arrives at the banquet hall, looking sharp and ready to endure whatever this formal dinner throws at him. The hosts greet him warmly, admitting they've been expecting him for quite some time. Kyle thanks them for the invitation, trying his best to keep things polite and formal. That's when two young men step forward to introduce themselves. One with purple hair, resembling the Count, introduces himself as Lehman, while the other, with brown hair, goes by Myers, the eldest son of Count Neron. Kyle greets them with a respectful nod and remarks that he hopes the dinner will be a pleasant experience. While the three young men chat, Count Neron watches from the sidelines, grinning like a proud parent who's orchestrated this whole encounter. But then, it hits him. His precious daughter, Iris, still hasn't arrived. His smile fades, and he immediately sends a servant to fetch her. Kyle overhears this and feels a pang of guilt. After all, he made Iris cry earlier during their duel, and he's convinced that's why she hasn't shown up yet. He starts to worry that she might skip the banquet entirely because of him. But before his guilt can spiral any further, Iris makes her entrance. The hall falls silent as she walks in with her maid, her beautiful dress shimmering under the lights, jewelry perfectly complementing her regal appearance. She pauses at the entrance and announces her arrival to her father. And then it happens, her eyes meet Kyle's. For a few seconds, the world seems to freeze. Iris can't help but blush, feeling a wave of nervousness wash over her. To her dismay, Kyle looks ridiculously handsome in his suit, and she finds herself flustered. Meanwhile, Kyle is stunned speechless. He thought Iris might skip the banquet altogether, but here she is looking like an absolute vision. The two just stare at each other. Neither says a word, lost in their own thoughts. Iris is mentally kicking herself for finding him so attractive, while Kyle is struggling to believe this is the same girl who threw fire arrows at him earlier. Thankfully, Count Neron swoops in to end the awkward moment, beaming as he compliments Iris on her beauty and announces that it's time to sit down for dinner. And of course, in his not-so-subtle matchmaking style, he places Kyle right next to Iris. Kyle, instantly suspicious, hesitates. He's worried that sitting next to her might make her uncomfortable, or worse, she might start crying again. To make sure he's not making the wrong move, Kyle activates his insight ability to gauge her emotions. And that's when he spots it. Her favorability rating has shot up to -10. Wait, hold up. Kyle's shocked. The last time he checked, her favorability was 30 points lower. What's changed? How could it have risen so much after he upset her earlier? The revelation leaves him baffled and maybe a little curious. Could it be that underneath all her arrogance and fiery temper, Iris is starting to see him in a new light? Or is there something else going on in that complicated mind of hers? His best guess? It must be tied to her vanity trait. Maybe losing to him made her grudgingly admire his skill. Whatever the reason, Kyle is just relieved she doesn't seem to outright despise him. With that in mind, he settles in and decides to enjoy the meal. The food is exquisite, the atmosphere surprisingly pleasant, and Iris is behaving shockingly well. No arrogance, no tantrums. For a moment, Kyle thinks, maybe this won't be so bad. But then, Peppergate happens. Iris politely asks her brother, Myers, to pass the pepper from his side of the table. Kyle, ever the observant one, notices that there's a pepper shaker right next to her. Thinking she just missed it, he casually reaches for it to hand it to her. Big mistake. Their hands brush for the briefest moment, and Iris's face goes nuclear, bright red, full-on flustered. She yanks her hand back as if Kyle just handed her a live grenade. Kyle, completely bewildered, calmly explains, I was just giving you the pepper. The room goes silent as everyone processes her dramatic reaction. Kyle, trying to salvage the situation, places the pepper within her reach and pretends like nothing happened. Iris, now brooding in her chair, mumbles a reluctant thank you, though it's clear she's furious with herself for overreacting. Kyle, meanwhile, can't help but wonder, why does her attitude feel worse now, even though her favorability went up? The next day, Kyle's confusion reaches new heights when Iris unexpectedly shows up at his room. Yep, you heard that right, she visits him. Kyle's heart skips a beat as he nervously invites her in. Leonhardt and Urgel, standing by like stunned statues, exchange silent glances, equally baffled by her sudden appearance. The two sit across from each other, teacups in hand. Kyle is so thrown off that he doesn't even know where to start the conversation. After a painfully awkward pause, he finally manages to say, "I didn't expect you to come to me first." Iris sets down her cup and gives him a direct look. "You need to keep your promise," she says bluntly, reminding him of the deal they made before the duel. Kyle's eyes widen as she continues. "You said you'd be my teacher if you won. So teach me." She doesn't wait for his reply. Instead, she leans forward, her voice steady and determined. "I need to know what makes your magic so powerful. Your technique is different from anything I've ever seen. I've read every book I can get my hands on, and I've never come across magic like yours." Kyle freezes. His mind races as he realizes what's happening. She's onto him. Kyle's unique magical abilities are a result of secrets he's been carefully guarding. Iris doesn't waste any time. She dives straight into interrogation mode. She's practically on the edge of her seat, firing off questions. "Where did you learn that magic? Did you come up with it all by yourself? And double casting? How on earth are you pulling that off?" Now, Iris isn't the kind of girl to calmly sip tea while waiting for answers. Nope, she's practically yelling and even slamming the table, demanding Kyle spill the beans. It's clear, this girl really wants to learn his magic, and she's not afraid to ruffle a few feathers to get there. But Kyle? Oh, he's not fazed by her outburst. Cool as a cucumber. He raises a hand like, whoa, chill for a sec, lady." He tells her straight up, "Let's have a civil conversation, all right? No need for theatrics." Then he hits her with a big conclusion. "So, you're basically asking to be my disciple? Huh?" Iris is momentarily stunned, her purple hair practically bristling with confusion. But Kyle isn't done. He drops the bombshell. "If you want me to teach you magic, you'll need to fix that attitude of yours." And oh boy, this is where the fun starts. Iris looks at him like he's speaking in riddles. Fix her attitude? What does he mean by that? Kyle lays it out plain and simple. First, stop looking down on others. Second, quit being so stubborn. Third, think 3 times before you blow up at someone. All of this is delivered with a friendly smile, like he's handing her a self-help pamphlet. But Iris? Oh, she's not smiling. Her face says, "Are you kidding me right now?" As expected, she snaps. Her hands hit the table, and she tells him he's spouting nonsense. "Even my father doesn't lecture me like this," she yells. But Kyle doesn't care about daddy's leniency. He shrugs and hits her with the ultimate comeback. "That's cool, but if you don't change, I'm not teaching you. Take it or leave it." Now, Iris is not used to being told no. She's fuming, ready to chew him out again, but Kyle stays unbothered. He calmly confirms her earlier suspicions about his magic. "Yes, it's unique. Yes, I invented it. And no, you won't find it in any textbook or from any other mage." The cherry on top? Kyle leans in and points out that learning directly from the creator of this groundbreaking hybrid magic is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He's the only one who can teach her, and if she's serious about magic, she'd be a fool to pass this up. Kyle lays out all the cards on the table, waiting for her decision. After hearing Kyle lay out his terms with that smug confidence of his, Iris tries one last time to protest. She huffs, puffs, and probably considers flipping the table. But deep down, she knows the truth. No one's forcing her here. The choice is hers, plain and simple. And that's the problem. This bratty noble has been living a life where her every whim was indulged, and compromise was a foreign concept. But now, if she wants that precious magic knowledge, she's got to play by Kyle's rules. After a lot of glaring, grumbling, and probably imagining strangling him, Iris finally folds. She begrudgingly accepts his terms, swallowing her pride for the first time in who knows how long. Kyle? Oh, he's loving this. He flashes her a sly smile, the kind that says, "Yeah, I won this round." But of course, he doesn't let her off easy. "Just so you know," he adds, "pretending to behave only when I'm around won't cut it. This has to be a full-time personality upgrade, not a part-time act." Kyle's no fool. He's dealt with Iris enough to know all her tricks. So, like a true chess master, he reveals his trump card. He's already put safeguards in place to keep her honest. And that's when he drops the bomb. With a snap of his fingers, a glowing piece of parchment materializes out of thin air. Iris's eyes practically pop out of her head. "What is that?" she demands, already sensing this is going to be yet another hoop for her to jump through. Kyle smirks and says, "It's a magic contract. Everything we just agreed on, it's written right here. All you have to do is sign it." He hands her a fancy feather pen, but before she can so much as blink, he drops the kicker. Oh, and just so you know, if you break the contract, an absolute penalty, enforced by the ancient gods, mind you, will activate. Cue Iris's face, going from annoyed to utterly horrified. The penalty is divine? Unbreakable by magic? This isn't just a pinky promise. This is serious. Iris, still reeling, stares at the contract and blurts out the question we're all thinking. Why the heck do we even need this for a simple agreement? And that's when the truth dawns on her. Kyle doesn't trust her. Not even a little. Kyle, ever the straightforward guy, doesn't sugarcoat it. Yeah, I don't trust you, he says with the bluntness of a hammer. This is just insurance to make sure you don't, let's say, forget our deal. It's checkmate, folks. Iris can't argue, can't escape, and can't cheat her way out of this one. All she can do now is decide if she's really ready to take the leap, or if her pride is worth more than the magic she so desperately craves. Iris, still reeling from Kyle's no-nonsense attitude, gets hit with yet another bombshell. Kyle tells her outright that this entire setup, contract and all, was orchestrated with her father's full blessing. Yep, Count Frantel, Neron himself, handed Kyle the magic contract, making it clear he's on board with every single term. Hearing this, Iris is shocked. Her father, the man who's pampered her all her life, is siding with Kyle? She can hardly believe it. Kyle goes on to reveal that after their duel the day before, the Count practically ran to him with a rare family treasure, the magic contract. He'd been thrilled that Kyle managed to defeat Iris, seeing it as proof that he was the right person to set her straight. The Count had one request: teach my daughter well, no matter how stubborn she is, and stubborn she is, folks. But the fact that her father was willing to part with one of only 2 treasured family contracts shows just how serious he was about this whole thing. When Kyle finishes explaining, Iris's face goes from pale to red-hot with anger. She calls Kyle a liar and storms out, determined to confront her father about what she's just heard. Kyle watches her go, blinking in disbelief. Seriously? He mutters, realizing she's not even remotely interested in staying calm or hearing him out. But before she can fully leave, Kyle decides it's time for some tough love. He raises his voice, calling out, "If you walk out of this room, the contract is void. I won't teach you, and you'll never see me again." Those words hit Iris like a lightning bolt. She freezes mid-step, her fury replaced by uncertainty. For all her bluster, she clearly doesn't want Kyle out of her life completely. Slowly, the gears in her head start turning as she contemplates the consequences. Kyle, not one to waste time, presses her further. Decide now. Sign the contract and learn my magic, or walk away and lose this chance forever. The ultimatum leaves her in a tight spot, and the poor girl starts sweating bullets. It's a classic fight between her pride and her ambition. Kyle doesn't flinch as she wrestles with her decision. He knows this moment is crucial, not just for her growth, but for his own future, too. Sure, she's got insane potential as an SSS-class talent, but if her character doesn't improve, she's a ticking time bomb he has no interest in babysitting. Finally, after what feels like an eternity, Iris sighs and picks up the pen. After picking up the pen, Iris doesn't just rush in and sign the contract. Nope, she's laser-focused, reading each term like she's decoding an ancient scroll. Kyle, meanwhile, watches her with an amused smile, letting her know it's perfectly fine to take her time. "Go ahead, read every word," he says cheerfully. "On the first party, you're the second party. Nice and simple." But then, Iris's eyes land on a curious line in the contract. One of the penalties for breaking it? A mild stomachache. Yep, you heard that right. All that dramatic build-up about penalties, and the worst she's getting is an upset tummy. She stares at Kyle in disbelief, wondering why he made it sound like she'd be cursed with eternal suffering. The realization eases her nerves a bit, and she thinks, if that's the worst, then no problem. Kyle, of course, just smirks to himself. Oh, she'll regret underestimating it once she actually feels it, he thinks slyly. As Iris continues reading, she stumbles upon Clause 7, and suddenly, her confidence takes a hit. The clause requires her to participate in combat training. This one doesn't sit well with her. She asks Kyle, "Do I really have to do this?" Kyle doesn't mince words. Absolutely. What's the point of learning advanced magic if you're too scared to use it in real situations? If you want my magic, you have to prove you're willing to fight for it. Then, in a moment of rare honesty, he asks, "Why do you want to learn magic in the first place?" And this stops Iris in her tracks. She pauses, paper in hand, as the question rolls around in her mind. Finally, she opens up. She confesses that, at first, her only motivation was to be better than everyone else. As a child, She loved the feeling of being praised and admired. Beating others in magic and making them submit gave her a thrill. That's what drove her to work so hard. But then something changed. Iris admits that recently, she's been studying magic because she actually enjoys it. It's not just about crushing others anymore. It's about the process. The thrill of learning, improving, and seeing her skills grow has become her new motivation. She even admits she's willing to pull all-nighters just to learn more because it's fun now. Kyle is stunned. His jaw literally drops. For the first time, he's hearing the real Iris, unfiltered. And honestly, he's impressed. This competitiveness, coupled with her newfound passion for magic, is exactly the mindset she needs to truly succeed. He realizes that despite her flaws, she's got the makings of a magical genius. Kyle's admiration quickly turns into a grin. That's what I wanted to hear, he says, feeling reassured about his decision to take her on as a student. A true magician needs curiosity, ambition, and a hunger for growth, not just a big mana pool. Iris wraps up her confession with a bold declaration. I want to become a combat magician. I want to get stronger and learn magic that's even more powerful. Kyle can't help but smile. Finally, they're on the same page. Without further hesitation, Iris signs the contract. As soon as she does, the glowing paper and feather pen float away, zipping over to Kyle's hand. He inspects the document, then nods. It's official, he says with a genuine smile. I'm looking forward to working with you. To seal the deal, Kyle extends his hand for a handshake, but Iris just stares at it, confused. Kyle chuckles and says, it's a sign of trust. I hope you'll become a reliable companion in the future. And with that, the first steps of their unlikely partnership are complete. Iris, being the innocent yet overly imaginative 11-year-old that she is, misinterprets it as a marriage proposal. Yep, she's absolutely horrified at the thought of being betrothed so young. Naturally, she refuses to shake his hand. But instead of storming off like she usually does, she nervously asks what he meant. Kyle's about to explain, but before he can, she awkwardly blurts out something about looking forward to their companionship, even more, whatever that means in her flustered state, and bolts out of the room. Slam! Door shut. Kyle just sits there completely baffled. Wait, what just happened, he wonders. He's still piecing it together when his bodyguard, Leon Hart, chimes in, offering some sage advice. Maybe try watching your words around her, Master Kyle. You're a bit good-looking, and you might be giving off the wrong vibe. Kyle nearly chokes. Good-looking? That's not even relevant here. But Leon Hart just shrugs knowingly. To make things even more awkward, it turns out Kyle isn't the only one catching flack from this situation. His maid and fellow student, Urgel, has been quietly observing all this marriage talk, and let's just say it's hitting her right in the feels. Why? Because Urgel has a little, or maybe not so little, crush on Kyle. She doesn't say anything, though. After all, she's just his maid and student, at least for now. Later that night, as Kyle's winding down and getting cozy with a book, Urgel walks in with a completely unexpected question. Master Kyle, are you going to marry Lady Iris? Kyle, mid-sip of water, does what any sane person would do in this situation. He spits it out everywhere. What? Where did that come from? He splutters, staring at her like she just grew a second head. Urgel, unfazed, quietly continues tidying his bed as if she didn't just drop a bombshell. Kyle, on the other hand, decides it's time to set the record straight. He points out the very obvious fact that both he and Iris are literal kids. He's 13, she's 11, and they're way too young to even think about marriage. The whole conversation has him fuming, and Kyle mutters under his breath about how weird it is that everyone in this town seems so eager to marry off kids. Urgel, noticing his irritation, quickly backpedals and realizes she might have read too much into things. But she's not done yet. As Kyle tries to focus on his book, Urgel takes another shot. So, you're really not thinking about marrying the Count's daughter? At all? Kyle sighs, closes his book, and gives her a serious answer. No, Urgel. I've got way too much going on right now to think about marriage or love. Between surviving in this world and avoiding death in a rebellion, I've got my hands full. Let's revisit this topic in, 5 years. Urgel listens intently, and as she processes his words, a small smile creeps onto her face. 5 years, she thinks to herself. That's perfect. I'll be 17, and he'll be 18. It's fate. But she doesn't say any of that out loud. Instead, she decides to drop a hint. Master Kyle, my mother is really beautiful. Kyle raises an eyebrow. Okay, and Urgel grins, which means I'll grow up to be beautiful too. Just like her. Kyle freezes. His brain short-circuits as he realizes what she's implying. Before he can even respond, Urgel cheerfully bids him good night and walks out, leaving him sitting there, jaw on the floor, cheeks burning, and sweat dripping down his face. Kyle stares blankly at the door she just left through, trying to process what just happened. Did she just... No, that's not, but maybe... He's too stunned to even form a coherent thought. One thing's for sure, Urgel just threw him for a loop, and he wasn't ready for it. As he sits there, blushing and confused, one thing crosses his mind. Why are kids in this world so ridiculously mature? As Urgel steps out of Kyle's room, our boy finds himself replaying their conversation in his head. Her words about growing up to be beautiful linger, and for some reason, Kyle feels his cheeks heating up. She already is pretty, he thinks to himself, and that realization makes him smile, before the blush creeps back. Could it be that Kyle has a little crush on Urgel, but is too shy or oblivious to admit it? Probably. But don't expect him to figure it out anytime soon. That warm, fuzzy feeling doesn't last long, though. Kyle's thoughts shift to the other part of what Urgel said about her mother. He remembers that Urgel's once noble family, the Barons, fell from grace in a tragic collapse. Her father and brothers are dead, leaving only her mother and younger sister, whose whereabouts are unknown. The memory sobers him up quickly. Kyle realizes Urgel might still wonder about her family, but doesn't want to bring it up. Maybe it's guilt, or maybe she doesn't want to burden him. Either way, it's enough to plant a seed in Kyle's mind. I need to look into this, he decides, his resolve firm. A few days later, it's time for Kyle and his crew to head back home. As the carriage pulls away from the Phelim estate, Kyle waves goodbye to Count Frantel Neron and his family, thanking them for their hospitality. Inside the estate, Iris is not taking the farewell well. She grumbles, pouting about how Kyle could have stayed a few more days. Why is he in such a rush to leave? She mutters under her breath. Her father, ever the teasing parent, smirks. Oh, don't tell me you've grown fond of Kyle already. Iris's face turns beet red. What? Of course not, she snaps, arms crossed like a petulant child. She insists her frustration is only because Kyle didn't even teach her any magic before leaving. But the truth? She's genuinely upset about him leaving so soon, though she'd never admit it outright. Instead, she threatens. Next time he comes here, I'm not even opening the door for him. And that's when it happens. A sharp, sudden sting in her stomach. Her father and brothers rush to check on her. Are you okay? What's wrong? They ask, confused by her random outburst. Iris clutches her stomach, groaning. Count Frantel, Neron's eyes widen as the truth dawns on him. He remembers the contract he gave Kyle, the one that requires Iris to think 3 times before getting upset. It's the penalty, he mutters to himself. He kneels down beside Iris, urging her to calm down. You need to hold back your anger, he says quickly. Take a deep breath and think before you react. The pain will stop if you do. But Iris, stubborn as ever, snaps back at him instead. I have every right to be upset, she yells, only to double over as the pain intensifies. Tears of frustration and embarrassment well up in her eyes as she mutters curses under her breath, specifically aimed at Kyle. That jerk! This is all his fault. Meanwhile, Kyle is miles away, enjoying the serene breeze on his journey home. He leans back in his carriage seat, letting out a satisfied sigh. But then, he feels it, a faint tingle in the back of his mind, like someone's angrily swearing at him. He smirks knowingly. Iris, he mutters to himself, shaking his head with a chuckle. Of course it's her. I knew that contract would work wonders. Kyle looks out the window, a small smile playing on his lips as the countryside rolls by. He doesn't feel an ounce of guilt about her current predicament. After all, this is exactly what the contract was designed to do. Teach Iris to control her temper. Welcome back to the estate, where life doesn't slow down for Kyle and his crew. No sooner do they return home than Kyle gets hit with some shocking news. His eldest brother, Abel, came looking for him while he was away. And, get this, Abel didn't just stop by for a friendly chat. Nope, he brought a massive shipment of grain from Phelim. Wait, grain? From Phelim? The same place Kyle just stocked up for the looming famine? What's going on here? Kyle wonders, completely baffled. When the brothers finally meet, they take a walk around the estate to catch up. Kyle is dying to know what prompted Abel to buy grain from the same place at the same time. Did Abel somehow figure out the famine was coming? That should be impossible. Kyle's knowledge comes from being reincarnated into this world's storyline. No one else is supposed to know. Abel, ever the cool and composed eldest son, explains that he had a good feeling after hearing Kyle's story about Infilum. Something just clicked for him, and he decided to stockpile grain as well. Naturally, Kyle's next question is, okay, but how much grain are we talking about here? And that's when Abel drops the bomb. He bought 100 times the amount that Kyle purchased. Kyle freezes, his jaw practically hitting the ground. 100 times? Are you serious right now? He's freaking out, not because Abel overspent. Oh no, this move is actually going to make them filthy rich when the famine hits, but because this kind of bold action could ripple through the storyline in unpredictable ways. But Abel? Cool as ever. He waves off Kyle's concerns like they're nothing. Relax, he says with a smile. If it turns out to be a bad investment, I won't blame you. This was my decision. Kyle sighs, realizing that's not even the issue. He tries to explain that there's no way they'll lose money on this. Once the famine hits, the demand for grain will skyrocket, and their stockpile will turn into a gold mine. But internally, Kyle's having a bit of an existential crisis. How is Abel this lucky? He wonders. He's like one of those people who buys a lottery ticket for fun and ends up winning the jackpot. Abel, ever oblivious to Kyle's inner turmoil, casually mentions he's never bothered with lotteries because it's beneath his noble status. This just makes Kyle even more exasperated. Of course he doesn't need to play. He was born into wealth, and now he's about to accidentally make another fortune. Some people really have it all. While the brothers chat, the scene shifts to the estate's training grounds. Here, we see someone deep in the throes of intense sword practice. The figure moves with precision and skill, cutting through the air with each strike. It's none other than their father, the Marquis himself. Despite his advancing age, the Marquis proves he's still got it. His swordplay is sharp, his movements fluid, and his determination unwavering. But his session is interrupted when Kyle walks in, carrying a stack of fresh towels. You called for me, father? Kyle asks, stepping into the room. The ever-intense Remton Celterion, the Marquis himself, is momentarily surprised when Kyle walks in with towels, as he hadn't sensed his son enter the room. Nevertheless, he thanks Kyle for the towels and takes one to wipe the sweat from his face. So, the Marquis begins, How was your trip to Infilum? Kyle, ever the polite son, replies swiftly. It was good, father. Count Frantel Neron treated me exceptionally well during my stay. He mentions that his time at the estate was comfortable, and Remton nods in approval, clearly pleased to hear this. As they chat, Remton casually mentions that he received a letter from Count Frantel Neron earlier that day. He mentioned you'd be teaching his daughter magic, he adds, raising an eyebrow. Kyle nods, confirming the news. He explains briefly how the arrangement came to be, recounting his run-ins with the purple-haired handful known as Iris. The Marquis, however, seems deep in thought. He's heard plenty of rumors about Iris Neron, most of them less than flattering, and starts to voice his concerns. But just as he's about to comment, a memory stops him cold. His own son, Kyle, wasn't exactly a saint in his younger years either. With a wry smile, the Marquis settles for calling Iris unique. Kyle immediately picks up on the subtext. He remembers all the chaos Iris caused during his stay and nervously chuckles. Yeah, she's definitely something else. Despite the unspoken concerns, Remton surprises Kyle by saying he thinks the contract is a good idea. Teaching her will be a valuable experience for you, he says encouragingly. Kyle promises to do his best, though he privately wonders if his father truly understands what he's signing him up for. Once the subject of Iris is wrapped up, Kyle, ever curious, asks if the Count mentioned anything else in his letter. The Marquis pauses, brow furrowing as he tries to recall. It doesn't take long for him to snap his fingers and remember. Ah yes, there was one more thing, an engagement proposal. Kyle stiffens. Engagement? His voice betrays his disbelief. Remton waves it off casually. Yes, the Count suggested an engagement between you and Iris. But don't worry, I didn't entertain the idea for a second. He explains that the Celterion family has no tradition of early engagements, and Kyle's elder brothers, Abel and Adolf, aren't even engaged yet. It wouldn't make sense for you, the youngest, to be betrothed before your older brothers. The whole idea is preposterous, the Marquis concludes. Kyle breathes a sigh of relief. I thought the same thing, father. I've got too much to focus on right now. Studying, training, catching up on everything I missed while I was ill. Marriage isn't even on my radar. After airing his thoughts, Kyle hesitantly asks if his father can handle the matter with the Count on his behalf. I'd rather not be involved in shutting it down if possible, he admits. The Marquis nods in understanding, promising to deal with the issue personally. Kyle feels a weight lift off his shoulders and thanks his father sincerely. The Marquis seems satisfied with their conversation and prepares to leave the training grounds. But just as he reaches the door, he turns back to Kyle with a parting comment that catches his son completely off guard. You know, Kyle, I've never had any intention of forcing you into a political marriage. Kyle's eyebrows shoot up. Really? He blurts out, his tone laced with subtle confusion. This kind of leniency isn't exactly standard for noble families. Remton glances over his shoulder, his expression unreadable. Your future should be your choice. Just don't waste it. The conversation between Kyle and his father takes a deeply personal turn, catching our young protagonist off guard. With an uncharacteristic softness in his voice, Remton Selterian confesses something that Kyle never expected to hear. Despite appearances, his relationship with Kyle's mother was never about status. The pain in the Marquis' eyes is evident as he begins to tell the story. He admits that while he and Kyle's mother were never formally married, it wasn't because of her lower background. Kyle listens closely as his father speaks with a vulnerability that's almost startling. Your mother, she didn't want a formal marriage, Renton says, his voice steady but tinged with sorrow. From here, we're transported into a flashback. The scene is set years ago, during a private conversation between the Marquis and Kyle's mother while she was pregnant with him. She's radiant yet resolute, her face set with a mix of love and sadness. Remton, ever the determined man, tries to convince her of his sincerity. I don't care about your background, he tells her, his tone firm. You'd have the title of a concubine, and I've already secured the retainer's approval. There's nothing standing in our way. But Kyle's mother shakes her head gently, her smile tinged with sadness. It's not about what you've arranged, Remton. I can't. Her reasoning cuts deep. She explains that she was the late Marquis's maid, Abel's and Adolph's mother's most trusted servant. After her mistress's passing, she couldn't shake the guilt of even considering a marriage with Remton. It felt like a betrayal to the woman she once served with loyalty and respect. What would Abel and Adolph think? She asked softly. They've already lost their mother. I don't want to complicate their lives further. Her voice trembles with emotion as she adds, I don't need a title. I don't need the approval of the retainers. I just need your love for me and our children. That's more than enough. The Marquis, stunned by her words, hesitates. She meets his gaze, her expression serious. Will you protect us, Remton? Will you love us and keep us safe? Her question pierces through him, and he promises without hesitation. I swear to you, I will protect you. I love you and our children with all my heart. The flashback fades, and we return to the present. Remton, his voice thick with emotion, concludes his story. We loved each other deeply, Kyle. That was enough for her. And in time, I realized it was enough for me too. Kyle sits there, absorbing the weight of his father's words. The Marquis looks at his youngest son with an intensity that Kyle hasn't seen before. When you choose a spouse, consider your family's interests, yes. But don't let status or background cloud your judgment. Love matters more than any of that. Remton goes on to admit something else that shocks Kyle. I know I haven't done much for you until now, Kyle, but that's going to change. From this point on, I'll support you in whatever you choose to do. His tone is resolute, and the sincerity in his eyes leaves no room for doubt. Kyle is taken aback. This is a side of his father he's never seen before. He's always viewed the Marquis as a cold, calculating figure. Yet here he is, openly expressing guilt, vulnerability, and a commitment to support his youngest son. But Kyle's sharp mind quickly pieces together another layer of the puzzle. While his father's love is genuine, Kyle suspects there's also a pragmatic side to this newfound support. A marriage alliance with a powerful family, especially one involving the youngest son, could disrupt the family's internal stability. Kyle realizes Remton is playing a careful game, prioritizing family harmony over political maneuvering until the succession is fully secured. Typical Remton, Kyle thinks. He pretends not to grasp the full complexities behind his father's motives, choosing instead to play the role of the harmless youngest son for a little while longer. The conversation wraps up as Kyle politely excuses himself. I'll be heading to the library, father, he says, bowing respectfully. As Kyle leaves the training grounds, the camera lingers on Remton Selterian, who's now deep in thought. His mind wanders to the peculiar way Kyle avoided mentioning his mother, Aisha, during their conversation. The distance between them feels palpable, especially since Kyle still doesn't refer to him as father. The realization weighs heavily on the Marquis, and he wonders if Kyle resents him, much like Aisha might have. With a sigh, he reaches for the locket around his neck. Inside is a picture of Aisha, her gentle smile frozen in time. Remton stares at it, the pain of old memories flickering across his face. Do you resent me too, Aisha? He murmurs quietly, his heart heavy with regret. Meanwhile, Kyle walks through the hallways, lost in his own thoughts. His father's words from earlier, about supporting him completely from now on, echo in his mind. For a moment, he wonders if the Marquis really means it. Could his father's sudden change of heart be genuine? Or is it just another calculated move? Kyle shakes his head, trying to clear his thoughts, but they quickly drift to another concern: the dungeon spoils. He realizes he never brought them up during his earlier conversation with Remton. The topic of his mother and his third brother, Duke, had completely derailed him. Now, it feels awkward to circle back and bring it up later, so he's unsure how to proceed. On top of that, he remembers he told Leonhardt to keep quiet about the dungeon spoils around the Marquis. But can he really trust Leonhardt? The bodyguard's loyalties seem split between him and his father, making the situation even more precarious. Whatever happens, happens, Kyle mutters to himself, deciding to deal with the fallout if Leonhardt spills the beans. Determined to focus on his studies, he hurries toward the library. On his way, Kyle bumps into someone unexpected: Duke, his older half-brother, and Aisha's first son. What a coincidence, Kyle thinks, glancing up at the taller figure. It's been a while since they've seen each other, and Kyle can't help but notice how much Duke has changed. Though only 2 years older than him, Duke's physique is leagues ahead of Kyle's, no doubt thanks to early training as a knight. In fact, Duke recently became a lower-ranked knight, an impressive feat for someone his age. Kyle can't help but feel a little envious, though he hides it well. Duke, however, is less sentimental. "What are you doing out here?" he asks bluntly, clearly out of the loop when it comes to household affairs. It becomes evident he doesn't know Kyle's confinement has been lifted. Kyle calmly fills him in, explaining that his contributions to the subjugation squad earned him recognition, which led to his freedom. But Duke's expression darkens, and skepticism flashes across his face. "You? Recognized for contributions?" "Please," Duke scoffs. "You're probably up to something again, pretending to act all grown up." Kyle raises an eyebrow at the accusation, surprised by the hypocrisy. "You're the one saying that," he thinks, biting back the urge to retort. After all, Duke's reputation isn't exactly spotless either. This moment between Kyle and Duke is raw, emotional, and a deep dive into the broken relationships within the Celterian family. Let's unpack this tragic flashback that explains the burning hatred Duke holds for his younger brother. The scene begins on the night Aisha passed away. Duke is kneeling by her bedside, tears streaming down his face as he clutches the sheets. His sobbing fills the otherwise silent room, his grief too heavy to contain. He's the first to find her lifeless, and the weight of her loss is already threatening to crush him. Suddenly, the door bursts open, and Kyle, his younger brother, barges in. At this point in time, Kyle is still the arrogant, self-centered troublemaker that everyone despises. His presence feels completely out of place. "Why is it so quiet in here?" he asks, his tone bordering on dismissive. Kyle doesn't even notice his mother's still form on the bed. Instead, he starts complaining, his voice full of entitlement. "Shouldn't everyone be celebrating now that I'm back?" Duke, barely able to process the words, lifts his head from the sheets, his face streaked with tears. "She's gone," he chokes out. "Mother, she's dead." Kyle freezes, his cocky demeanor faltering for the briefest moment. His face shifts to something almost resembling heartbreak, a rare, vulnerable look for someone like him. For a second, it seems like Kyle might actually grasp the gravity of the situation. But then, that vulnerability twists into something darker. A sinister smile spreads across his face, and a chuckle escapes his lips. "Wow, I can't believe it," Kyle says, breaking into laughter. "I always thought I'd be the one to go first." Duke's grief boils over into pure rage. In an instant, he's on his feet, grabbing Kyle by the collar and slamming him hard into the wall. His grip tightens as he snarls through gritted teeth. "You bastard," he growls, his voice trembling with fury. "How dare you joke about Mother's death? After everything she did for you. After everything she endured because of you." Duke's words come spilling out, each one more venomous than the last. He accuses Kyle of being the reason their mother fell ill. "She spent every moment worrying about you. You selfish brat. Fighting, stealing, causing trouble. Do you even realize how much stress you put her through?" He shakes Kyle violently, his tears now mixed with pure hatred. "You killed her, Kyle. It's your fault she's gone. All she ever did was try to help you. And this is how it ends?" For once, Kyle seems shaken. Duke's words hit him like a freight train, and for the first time, it looks like the boy might actually realize the gravity of his actions. His eyes dart around the room, his breathing ragged. But then his defense mechanisms kick in, refusing to take the blame. Kyle shoves Duke away, snapping, "Let go of me." His voice cracks, a mix of anger and desperation. "It's not my fault. Why don't you ask yourself who's really to blame?" Kyle lashes out, pointing fingers in the most absurd direction imaginable. "If you want someone to blame, blame Mother. She's the one who gave birth to me in this broken, wretched body. She's the reason I was born sick." Duke's fury explodes. Without hesitation, he throws a punch, his fist colliding with Kyle's face in a sickening thud. The blow sends Kyle staggering, cutting off his tantrum mid-sentence. "Don't you dare talk about her like that," Duke growls, his voice low and dangerous. "Not after everything she did for you." Kyle, now clutching his face, glares up at his brother, but doesn't say another word. The pain, both physical and emotional, is enough to keep him silent for the moment. Duke's hatred toward Kyle spills out in the form of harsh words and unfiltered rage. As Kyle lies on the floor, gasping for air, Duke spits venom at him, calling him worse than an animal. "I held back for Mother's sake," Duke growls, "but now that she's gone, I have no reason to. I don't have a brother like you." With that, Duke turns his back on Kyle, leaving him to suffer both the physical pain and the crushing weight of being disowned once again. The flashback ends, and the memory's emotional toll is undeniable. Kyle, the reincarnated protagonist, now fully understands the depth of Duke's resentment. He doesn't blame Duke for feeling this way, not after seeing how the original Kyle reacted to their mother's death. But that doesn't mean he's giving up. "This isn't going to be easy," he thinks, "but I have to fix things no matter how hard it gets." Back in the present, Duke's fury hasn't subsided. He continues his tirade, his voice filled with disdain. "You haven't changed," he sneers. "I know who you really are better than anyone. You're still the same rotten bastard you always were." Duke's voice rises as he issues a command. "Get out of the mansion. Go back to the annex where you belong, and don't show your face here again." His determination to make Kyle's life miserable is crystal clear. But Kyle, unwilling to let Duke walk all over him, stands firm. "That's not going to work for me," he says calmly. Duke freezes, visibly confused. "What do you mean? You were banned from the main house. You're confined to the annex." Kyle walks forward with measured steps, his expression steady. "Not anymore. The head of the family lifted my house arrest. I've been granted access to the main house." His words are direct, each one carefully chosen to shake Duke's confidence. The revelation leaves Duke stunned and seething. Kyle presses further, tilting his head as if genuinely curious. "Tell me, Duke, what authority do you have to override Father's orders?" The question strikes a nerve. Kyle's words drip with calculated subtlety, but the message is clear. "Are you claiming to be superior to the Marquis?" Duke's face twists in rage, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turn white. He wants to lash out, but he's trapped. His father's decision has effectively tied his hands, leaving him powerless to enforce his own will. His anger boils over, and with a sharp hiss, he snarls, "You're trash," before throwing a wild punch at Kyle. The blow is fast, too fast for Kyle to react. But before it lands, Adolf steps in, seemingly appearing out of thin air. With a firm grip, Adolf grabs Duke's wrist mid-swing and stops the attack cold. Both Kyle and Duke are stunned by Adolf's sudden appearance. Kyle, in particular, silently thanks his lucky stars, realizing that Adolf just saved him from taking a fist to the face. Where did he even come from? Kyle wonders, already suspecting that the scheming second son has been lurking nearby, eavesdropping. Adolf, ever the instigator, doesn't miss a beat. "Duke," he says with a smirk, "you shouldn't be hitting your younger brother, especially not in Father's main house." Duke clenches his jaw, clearly frustrated, but the reprimand seems to cool his temper, at least outwardly. He mutters an apology, though it's clear it's more to Adolf than to Kyle. Adolf, however, isn't satisfied with that. "You should apologize to Kyle," he suggests, his voice dripping with mock sincerity. And just like that, the flames are reignited. Duke bristles at the idea, his pride refusing to let him offer even the smallest apology to Kyle. "I can't apologize to him," he says firmly, shooting Adolf a glare. Adolf raises an eyebrow, clearly amused by Duke's stubbornness. "Who does he get that from?" Adolf muses aloud, as if the answer isn't glaringly obvious. Kyle, standing nearby, quickly catches on to Adolf's game. He's been watching us this whole time, Kyle thinks. His timing's too perfect. Turning to Kyle, Adolf asks with a feigned air of concern, "Are you hurt?" "Duke wasn't always like this, you know." Kyle nods slightly, his voice subdued. "I know. I made a lot of mistakes in the past. I don't blame him for not trusting me anymore." Adolf studies him for a moment, as if trying to gauge the sincerity of his words. Then, he steps closer and places a hand on Kyle's shoulder. In a chilling whisper, he says, "I trust you." The gesture is unsettling, but Kyle doesn't see it that way. Instead, he feels a strange sense of relief. "Thank you," he says, offering a small, polite smile. Adolf isn't done yet, though. Deciding to shift gears, he reveals something that catches Kyle completely off guard. He's been teaching Duke swordsmanship. "He's been training with me for a while now," Adolf says casually. But even with all that effort, Duke's average at best. The blunt assessment surprises Kyle, though he keeps his reaction to himself. Adolf, meanwhile, continues. "Now he gestures at Kyle with a sly grin. "You're a wizard who overcame Hermimo. You're on an entirely different level." Kyle is taken aback by the unexpected comparison. Is Adolf really trying to butter me up by putting Duke down? He wonders, stifling a laugh. Adolf doesn't miss a beat, though. "I think it'd be far more fun to teach someone like you," he says smoothly. "If Duke's being a pain, I can always send him away." Kyle quickly shakes his head, eager to avoid getting tangled in Adolf's web. "I appreciate the offer, but I'm still just a first circle mage," he says politely. "I have a lot to learn about magic before I can think about anything else." His response is respectful, but the subtext is clear. Thanks, but no thanks. Before Adolf can try to sway him further, Kyle steps back, making a beeline for the library. Adolf watches him go, a smirk playing on his lips. He's not particularly upset about the rejection. It's just another opportunity to observe his youngest brother's growing cunning. With a scoff, he mutters to himself, needing to learn a lot. "Huh? We'll see about that." Kyle makes it to the end of the hallway, but curiosity gets the better of him. He sneaks a glance back at Adolf, and there he is still standing in the same spot, watching him intently. The sight sends a chill down Kyle's spine. What's his deal? He wonders, unable to shake the feeling that there's more to Adolf's actions than meets the eye. Kyle knows Adolf well enough to understand that he's not the type to go out of his way for anyone, least of all their third brother, Duke. Adolf teaching Duke swordsmanship feels off, especially since Duke has always been considered average in talent. For someone as cunning as Adolf, who thrives on power plays and manipulation, this kind of mentorship doesn't add up. Kyle's thoughts turn to the original fantasy defense storyline. In every rout, Duke never survives the rebellion. It's a fixed event. No matter what choices are made, the third son always meets a grim fate. This raises an unsettling question. Was Adolf the one responsible for Duke's death in every timeline? The pieces aren't quite fitting together, and Kyle knows he's missing something. There's got to be more to Duke than I realize. He thinks, his suspicions growing. Maybe even a secret that Adolf knows and I don't. With a new mystery brewing, Kyle resolves to keep a closer eye on both of his brothers. While Kyle is busy unraveling his latest puzzle, the scene shifts to the outskirts of town. It's a tranquil area, far from the grandeur of noble estates, where the common folk reside. The cozy cabins nestled near the water, the scattered flowers, and the gentle breeze give the place an air of simplicity and peace. Amid this serene setting, we find Leon Hart. The loyal knight has made his way to this part of town to deliver a report and is now carrying a box, its contents yet to be revealed. A flashback takes us to the moment Leon Hart received this task. After Kyle's return from Enphelum, Leon Hart met with the Marquis to update him on the trip. As expected, Remtun Celterion was pleased to hear that Kyle conducted himself well, and Leon Hart's account aligned with the glowing report Count Frantel Neron sent in his letter. Satisfied, the Marquis asked Leon Hart if anything else happened during the journey. The question caught Leon Hart off guard. He knew what his master was really asking. Was there anything unusual or concerning to report? This put Leon Hart in a bind. He remembered Kyle's instructions to keep the dungeon hunt and its loot a secret. To reveal the truth would be to betray Kyle's trust, but lying to the Marquis? That was no small thing either. After a tense moment of deliberation, Leon Hart chose his side. "No, sir. Nothing significant happened," he said, keeping his voice steady. He mentioned only a few low-level monsters they encountered, claiming they posed no real threat. The Marquis seemed relieved by this answer, thanking Leon Hart and asking him to continue watching over Kyle. "It eases my mind, knowing you are by his side," he admitted. Back in the present, Leon Hart reflects on that conversation, a flicker of unease crossing his face. I prioritized Lord Kyle's orders over the family heads, he thinks. Did I make the right choice? The weight of his decision lingers, but his thoughts are interrupted when someone calls out his name. Leon Hart turns to see an older man holding a fishing rod. It's his father, a humble fisherman. The reunion brings a rare smile to Leon Hart's face, and soon the two are sitting by the water, fishing and catching up. Leon Hart's father asks how long he'll be staying, and Leon Hart admits he only has half a day. The older man sighs, clearly disappointed. Half a year since you've been home, and this is all we get, he laments. Leon Hart promises to visit more often, aware of how much his family misses him. The conversation takes a lighter turn when his father brings up the rumors swirling about Kyle. I heard the young master has finally matured, he says. Is it true? Leon Hart's hand instinctively brushes the sword Kyle gifted him. A smile spreads across his face as he nods. It's true, he says confidently. He's grown into a responsible young man. For a moment, Leon Hart allows himself to feel pride in Kyle's transformation. Leon Hart's conversation with his father takes a deeply introspective turn as he reflects on his unexpected journey as Kyle's bodyguard. What was supposed to be a short-term assignment has stretched far beyond his initial expectations, leaving him unsure of his path forward. Leon Hart admits to his father that he never planned to stay by Kyle's side for so long. It was supposed to be temporary, he says, his voice tinged with frustration. A one-off arrangement before I returned to the Celterian Knights to advance my career. But here he is, still serving as Kyle's personal guard with no clear end in sight. The uncertainty weighs on him, and it shows. His father, noticing the unease in Leon Hart's eyes, asks the pivotal question. Have you changed your mind? Do you still plan to return to the Knights? Leon Hart freezes, realizing he doesn't have an answer. For someone who prides himself on decisiveness, this moment of doubt is unsettling. I don't know, he admits quietly, looking genuinely lost for the first time in a long while. As he wrestles with his emotions, a memory surfaces. A night during one of his journeys with Kyle. They had stopped to rest, and while the fire crackled between them, they kept watch and shared a rare, candid conversation. Out of the blue, Kyle brought up an unexpected topic. I've been meaning to get you a new sword, he said, catching Leon Hart completely off guard. Leon Hart blinked in surprise. A new sword? Why? Kyle explained, his tone calm but firm. The sword you're using now isn't strong enough to match your abilities. It can't handle the aura of an advanced expert knight. If you ever poured your full strength into it, the blade would break. Leon Hart was stunned. Everything Kyle said was true. He'd had to hold back in every fight to avoid shattering his sword. But how could Kyle, a mage, possibly know that? Seeing the confusion on Leon Hart's face, Kyle shrugged. I've been studying. A mage needs to know the basics of aura as well as magic. What Kyle didn't mention was that his knowledge came from his previous life playing fantasy defense. Still, his point was clear. Leon Hart had needed a new sword for a long time, but because he'd been assigned as Kyle's guard, he'd missed the chance to earn one through merit. Kyle felt a pang of guilt for holding Leon Hart back and decided to do something about it. You've earned this. Leon Hart was speechless. He stared at the sword, then back at Kyle, trying to process the gesture. Why are you doing this? He asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. Kyle's response was simple. Because you're my knight. It's my responsibility to make sure you're equipped for the job. Those words struck a deep chord in Leon Hart. My knight. No one, not even the Marquis, had ever called him that. The Celterian household was filled with Rempton's loyal aides, seasoned veterans who had been by the Marquis' side since his youth. Compared to them, Leon Hart had always felt like an outsider, someone who didn't quite belong. He didn't measure up to them in skill, and he lacked the bonds they shared with their master. For years, he'd seen himself as just another sword in the Marquis' arsenal, easily replaceable. But hearing Kyle's words that night made him feel, for the first time, that he truly had a place. Back in the present, Leon Hart decides to open up to his father, sharing all the conflicted emotions he's been holding in. He confesses his uncertainty about staying as Kyle's bodyguard and his lingering guilt over the path he's chosen. His father listens carefully, then offers simple but profound advice. Do as you wish. Leon Hart blinks in surprise. He wasn't expecting such straightforward guidance, and it leaves him momentarily speechless. His father's confidence in him is unwavering, and his words hit home. You probably already know what you want in your heart. You just haven't realized it yet. Leon Hart falls silent, turning his father's words over in his mind. The old man, seeing the wheels turning in his son's head, offers one final piece of reassurance. Don't worry about us. The Marquis won't demand repayment, and you're not his only knight. Focus on what you want. Leonhardt nods slowly, acknowledging the wisdom in his father's words. It's complicated, he admits, but he can't deny that his father is right. The realization brings him a quiet sense of relief, and for the first time in a while, he feels like he's getting closer to an answer. After a while, Leonhardt returns his focus to the water, his thoughts shifting to Kyle. I'm the only knight he has, he muses. The thought lingers, solidifying into a sense of purpose. And just as clarity strikes him, the calm waters erupt in front of him. A fish is caught on the line. His father grins, already recognizing it as a big catch. Here, take the rod, he says, passing it to Leonhardt. Reel it in with all your strength. Leonhardt grins back and gets to work, channeling the renewed energy he's found. Later that night, the focus shifts to Kyle, who's currently in the middle of a conversation with Adolf. The second son's curiosity about Kyle seems to have grown, especially after hearing that Abel, the eldest, recently reached out to him. When Kyle mentions it, Adolf's temper flares instantly. What? Abel came to see you. Adolf snaps, his anger bubbling over. Why am I only hearing about this now? Did you accept his offer? Kyle calmly reassures Adolf that he turned Abel down. If I'd agreed, I wouldn't even bother telling you. Kyle adds with a sly smile, trying to ease the tension. Internally, though, Kyle knows the situation isn't that simple. The librarian already suspects that Kyle might be siding with Abel, and he's aware that other whispers could spread soon. Still, he plays his part perfectly, steering the conversation to keep Adolf calm. Kyle tells Adolf that he found Abel's sudden interest surprising. He's never spoken to me before, Kyle admits. To be honest, he's a little scary. Kyle plays up the gap between himself and the eldest son, suggesting it's not just their age, but also Abel's intimidating presence that makes it difficult for him to connect. I'm not really comfortable with him, Kyle adds, planting seeds of doubt in Adolf's mind about Abel's motives. Adolf, still simmering with frustration, nods. That sounds like Abel, he mutters darkly. He never does anything without a hidden agenda. He wouldn't bother talking to you unless he thought there was something in it for him. Adolf goes on, painting Abel as a manipulative figure who's probably playing the role of the nice big brother to get what he wants. He sees you learning magic, Kyle, and he thinks he can use that to his advantage, Adolf claims. Adolf's paranoia flares as he shifts into full-on smear campaign mode against Abel. Fueled by his fury over Abel's sudden interest in Kyle, Adolf is determined to paint the eldest brother as a heartless opportunist. You know, Adolf begins, leaning in as if to share a secret. Abel never cared about you. Not when you were sick. Not when you were dying. He didn't even look your way. Adolf's tone is biting, dripping with disdain. And now, suddenly, he wants to be your big brother? Please. The man's a shameless opportunist. He only cares about himself, Kyle. Don't forget that. Kyle listens with a carefully controlled expression, cleverly playing along. He nods at the right moments and even lets a subtle flicker of doubt cross his face, just enough to reassure Adolf that his words are landing. Inside, though, Kyle is rolling his eyes at Adolf's transparent tactics. This guy thinks he's being clever, Kyle muses, suppressing a smirk. Still, he knows better than to reveal his hand, so he lets Adolf believe he's winning him over. Adolf, seeing what he perceives as agreement in Kyle's gaze, grows more confident. The second son had feared Abel might be stealing Kyle away from him, but after this rant, he feels certain the boy is still firmly in his camp. His grip on Kyle is too important to lose now, especially after the devastating losses his faction has already suffered. The destruction of the 5th Legion and Baron Viscount Jerome's death have left gaping holes in Adolf's network of power. He knows he can't afford to let Kyle, a budding mage with immense potential, slip through his fingers. Even though Kyle is only a first-circle mage right now, Adolf can already see the spark of greatness in him. It's just a matter of time before he becomes someone extraordinary, Adolf thinks. And Adolf has no intention of letting that potential go to waste. Kyle, meanwhile, is smiling back at Adolf with an almost amused look, his mind racing with his own plans. He scoffs internally at Adolf's attempt to play the saint while demonizing Abel. Neither of them cared about me when I wasn't useful to them, Kyle thinks, his eyes narrowing slightly. Adolf may act like he's different, but he's playing the same game. The only difference is Abel's approach is more obvious, which at least shows he values me now. Kyle smirks at the irony. He knows he's no better than his brothers, playing his own game to manipulate them into supporting him. But for Kyle, it's not just about survival. It's about the bigger picture. To defeat the dark immortal threatening the continent, he needs the full strength of the Celterian household. And to secure that strength, he must crush Adolf's ambitions first. I'll play along for now, Kyle thinks, his mind sharpening with resolve. But Adolf has no idea I'm planning his downfall. Adolf interrupts Kyle's thoughts with a new topic, his tone laced with curiosity and suspicion. Speaking of Abel, I heard a rumor that he purchased a lot of grain from Enphilim. Any idea what he needs that much for? Kyle quickly shifts gears, hiding his surprise. Grain? He asks, feigning ignorance. He tilts his head slightly, as if genuinely confused. I did buy some grain myself, but it was only for my magic research. Adolf's interest is piqued. Magic research? Kyle nods, keeping his tone light and unassuming. Yeah, certain grains are useful for specific rituals and experiments. Maybe Abel's doing something similar. He pauses, then chuckles. Though I suppose that's unlikely since he doesn't even have a magic circle. Adolf's careful interrogation of Kyle continues, but our clever protagonist sees right through it. Adolf probes for any useful information about Abel's massive grain purchase. But Kyle remains as unhelpful as possible, assuring his older brother that he knows nothing about it. When Adolf realizes he's hit a dead end, he smoothly changes tactics. It's good to see you focusing so much on your magic studies, he says, feigning encouragement. Keep it up, Kyle. Grow stronger. You'll need to, so you can help your big brother someday. The implication is clear. Adolf sees Kyle as a tool for his ambitions. To solidify his point, Adolf hands Kyle a hefty book, presumably about advanced magic, and tells him to study hard. You'll be of use to me sooner than you think, his tone suggests. Kyle accepts the book with a polite smile, keeping his clueless act intact. Thank you, brother, he says, carefully hiding the disdain bubbling beneath his calm demeanor. Adolf, convinced that he's back in control, takes his leave, satisfied for now. The scene shifts to Urgel, who stands by a door with a determined and stern expression. It's clear she's caught wind of Daisy's activities, and she confronts the blue-haired senior maid without hesitation. Do you look down on me as well? Urgel asks sharply, her voice cold. Daisy's defensiveness flares immediately. Of course not, she protests, quickly revealing the truth of her predicament. She explains that she didn't willingly become Adolf's spy. She's acting under duress because her family is being held hostage. Adolf is terrifying, Daisy says, her voice trembling. He'll do whatever it takes to achieve his goals. I had no choice but to follow his orders. Urgel listens in silence, her face betraying no emotion. When Daisy finishes, Urgel responds bluntly, "Never show your face in front of Kyle again." Daisy hesitates, her fear and frustration evident. I'd love to, she mutters bitterly. Then she adds, almost spitefully, "You're lucky, you know. You don't have a family to hold you back." Urgel's stern demeanor falters at this remark. She falls silent, her expression shifting to one of quiet sadness. The weight of Daisy's words sinks in as Urgel reflects on her own situation. After a moment of stillness, Daisy takes the opportunity to slip away, vanishing out of sight. Once alone, Urgel's glowing spiritual companion, Flappy, emerges from her side to comfort her. She looks at the creature and speaks softly, as if to reassure herself. "I'm not lonely. I have Kyle." Flappy responds in its usual gibberish, but Urgel understands its meaning perfectly. The creature seems to be urging her to ask Kyle for help in finding her missing family. She considers the idea briefly, but quickly dismisses it. "I can't burden him with that," she mutters, shaking her head. "I don't even know if they're alive." Urgel knows all too well the grim fates that typically await women sold into slavery from her old home. She reminds herself that her life would likely have ended the same way if Kyle hadn't saved her. Dark thoughts begin to cloud her mind, but she pushes them aside with a deep breath. "No," she tells herself firmly. "I'll become stronger. He saved me, and I won't let that go to waste." Kyle's training session reaches a thrilling milestone as he works on perfecting his fire arrow spell. With a glowing magical seal in his hand, he conjures a massive flame that rapidly grows, almost touching the ceiling before it begins to whirl around the room. Urgel and her pet, Flappy, watch from a distance, their eyes wide with amazement. Kyle focuses intensely, casting the spell with precision. The flames condense into a fiery arrow that bursts from the seal and streaks toward a training dummy. The moment the fire arrow hits its target, it detonates with a powerful blast, reducing the dummy to splinters. The room falls silent except for the crackling of dissipating flames. Kyle examines the results with satisfaction, clenching his fist in triumph. This isn't just a good shot, it's a game changer. A notification from the system pops up in his mind. Congratulations! You've reached second circle magic level. Fire arrow skill proficiency, 100%. Kyle grins. Mastering the fire arrow spell and advancing to the second circle are both massive achievements, and he knows it. He's especially thrilled about the timing. This breakthrough couldn't have come at a better moment. Urgel, unable to contain her excitement, rushes over to congratulate him. You did it, she exclaims, her pride evident. You've worked so hard for this. You deserve a break. But Kyle shakes his head, a mischievous glint in his eye. No breaks for me. I got things to do. Urgel tilts her head, confused. Things? Like what? Kyle's grin widens. I'm going to Prienas to recruit new talent. The announcement catches Urgel off guard, and her eyes widen in surprise. Prienas, she repeats, unsure what to make of it. Her curiosity soon turns to concern when Leonhardt hears the news and immediately shoots the idea down. Absolutely not, Leonhardt says firmly, crossing his arms. There's no way I'm letting you go there. Kyle doesn't back down. Why not? He asks, genuinely trying to understand his knight's strong opposition. Leonhardt's expression hardens. You know why? For a moment, Kyle's confident facade falters. The look of guilt and defeat on his face says it all. He knows exactly why Leonhardt is against the idea. Urgel, meanwhile, looks between the two men, utterly confused. What are you talking about? She asks, clearly feeling out of the loop. Kyle sighs, knowing Leonhardt is right. Prienas isn't just any city. It's a notorious hub of excess and indulgence. In the fantasy defense virtual world, Prienas is the equivalent of Las Vegas, a city of gambling, drinking, auctions, casinos, and less savory pleasures. It's the kind of place that's both exhilarating and dangerous, especially for someone as young as Kyle. Leonhardt scowls. Prienas is no place for a young mage trying to focus on his craft. Have you forgotten what happened the last time? Kyle flinches, his guilt deepening. Urgel watches the exchange, still trying to piece together what's happening. But even without knowing the full story, she can tell Kyle is feeling the weight of Leonhardt's words. Kyle's previous escapade in Prienas comes back to haunt him in hilarious and humiliating detail, thanks to Leonhardt's brutal reminder. Leonhardt crosses his arms, his expression stern. Do you really not remember the last time you went to Prienas? He asks pointedly. Let me jog your memory. You gambled in the casinos until you lost everything. Clothes, dignity. You even came close to being sold at the slave market. Kyle's face turns pale as the memory resurfaces. He stammers, trying to form a response, but Leonhardt isn't finished. If I hadn't intervened, you'd be a slave or dead by now. Do you remember swearing to me that you'd never gamble again? Kyle can only gape, speechless and utterly embarrassed. This piece of history from his past life in fantasy defense catches him completely off guard. Great, he thinks bitterly. Karma's come back to bite me. Determined to turn the situation around, Kyle quickly pivots. I'm not going there for fun this time, he says, trying to sound convincing. I've got a quick errand to run at the arena. That's all. Unfortunately, this only makes things worse. Leonhardt's eyes narrow in suspicion. The arena? He snaps, his voice rising. What's next? Betting on gladiators? Kyle blinks, confused. Wait, what? No, that's not. But Leonhardt cuts him off, clearly furious. The arena is even worse than the casinos. You think losing your clothes to gambling was bad? Try getting tangled up with the arena crowd. It's a cesspool of violence and corruption. I won't let you ruin yourself again. Leonhardt, visibly annoyed, slams his fist on a nearby table for emphasis. You're staying in the mansion until I say otherwise. End of discussion. He storms out of the room, slamming the door behind him with a loud thud. Kyle yells after him, wait. Leonhardt, but the knight ignores him. Now locked in his room, Kyle mutters to himself, frustration evident in his tone. I have to go to Prienas. I can't waste this opportunity. While he's brainstorming a way out, Urgel, ever the mischievous ally, offers her assistance. She steps forward, her face thoughtful. I can help, she says with a glint in her eye. Should I cry to get attention? Or maybe I should put some medicine in Leonhardt's soup? Kyle freezes, stunned by her suggestions. What? He blurts out, staring at her in disbelief. Urgel, no. That's what's gotten into you. Urgel tilts her head innocently, as though her ideas were completely reasonable. Kyle sighs heavily, too exhausted to argue. Let's not poison anyone today, okay? He says, trying to refocus. As Kyle regains his composure, he starts laying out his own plan. I didn't think Leon Hart would be this stubborn, he mutters, pacing the room. But I don't have time to waste. The reason for Kyle's urgency soon becomes clear. He's tracking someone. Specifically, Kimu, also known as Saren, a key figure from the Fantasy Defense virtual game. The moment we see Saren's picture, it's clear this is no ordinary individual. With sharp, dangerous features and an intense glare, Saren looks like someone you wouldn't want to cross paths with unprepared. Saren is the playable protagonist of Fantasy Defense. In the game's lore, he is a swordsman with exceptional stats and potential. While his default skill tree focuses on swordsmanship, his abilities can branch into other specialties depending on how he's trained. If developed properly, Saren's swordsman path leads to near-overpowered performance, making him an invaluable asset. Kyle knows exactly how important it is to recruit Saren, the sword demon, as soon as possible. With Saren's proven combat prowess, he would be an invaluable ally in subduing the dark immortal, Kater. But first, Kyle needs to locate him, and that's where things get tricky. Saren is currently in the Prienus Underground Arena, a place Kyle would rather avoid. The scene shifts to the Underground Arena, just in time for Saren's next fight. The air is electric with excitement as spectators pack the stands, cheering loudly for the upcoming match. The arena is massive, its stone walls echoing with the roars of an eager crowd. The organizer takes center stage, thanking the audience for their patience. Ladies and gentlemen, he booms, the moment you've been waiting for. The undefeated champion of the Prienus Arena. In the pit below, 3 fully armed gladiators stand ready, though their faces betray their fear. They glance nervously at the gate where their opponent will enter. It's clear they're terrified, despite their weapons and numbers. Finally, the gate creaks open, and the organizer announces, "Here he is, the Sword Demon." Out steps Saren, the arena's reigning champion. The orange-haired boy looks eerily calm, almost detached, as he walks into the light. His lean frame and emotionless gaze catch some of the crowd off guard. What the hell is this? A kid? One newcomer complains loudly from the stands. I paid good money to watch this match, and they send in some scrawny little runt. The man beside him, a regular, smirks knowingly. First time, huh? He asks, leaning back. You don't get it. That kid with a sword? He's terrifying. I've seen grown men piss themselves when they face him. Just watch. The newcomer scoffs, unconvinced. Yeah, sure. 3 full-grown gladiators against a toothpick. This'll be over in seconds. But the regular just grins. Don't blink. You're about to see why they call him the Sword Demon. Saren steps into the arena, his sword gleaming under the flickering torchlight. For a moment, his expression remains blank, almost zombie-like. Then, as his fingers tighten around the hilt of his sword, something shifts. A deadly glint appears in his eyes, and his entire demeanor transforms. The calm, detached boy is gone, replaced by a predator. The 3 gladiators know what's coming. The moment Saren charges, they scatter, running in opposite directions. But there's nowhere to hide. This is an enclosed arena, and they're trapped with the Sword Demon. Saren moves with frightening speed, closing the distance between him and his first victim in seconds. With a single strike, he cuts the man down. The crowd gasps as blood sprays across the sand, the lifeless body collapsing to the ground. The remaining 2 fighters freeze for a moment, their faces pale. Saren turns to them, his blood-soaked sword glinting, and smirks coldly. Who's next? He asks, his voice low and chilling. Panic sets in, and the 2 men split up, running in opposite directions. But Saren doesn't seem concerned. To him, this isn't a fight, it's a hunt. He stalks them, savoring their fear as he picks them off one by one. The second man is caught mid-run, and Saren's blade slices through him with ease. The final gladiator tries desperately to fend him off, but it's no use. Saren ends his life in a brutal flurry of strikes, leaving the arena floor littered with blood and bodies. When the dust settles, Saren stands alone in the center of the pit, his clothes drenched in crimson. The crowd erupts into cheers, thrilled by the spectacle. Sword Demon! Sword Demon! They chant, their voices echoing through the arena. The organizer steps forward, raising his hands to quiet the audience. Another overwhelming victory for our undefeated champion, he declares, his voice brimming with pride. The crowd goes wild, exhilarated by the carnage. Even the newcomer, who had mocked Saren moments ago, stares in stunned silence. That kid, he's incredible, he whispers, finally understanding why the Sword Demon is the pride of the arena. The crowd's frenzied chants for more blood echo through the arena. But the atmosphere is anything but triumphant for Saren, the so-called sword demon. Despite his overwhelming victories, it's clear the orange-haired boy is drowning in misery. The darkness surrounding him is palpable, as he's forced to fight, kill, and entertain a bloodthirsty audience. Saren doesn't own his life. The arena does. Every swing of his sword enriches the evil men who have enslaved him. The audience's relentless cries for more blood push him to his breaking point. The weight of his situation crashes down on him, and he collapses to his knees in the middle of the arena, groaning in agony. His sword clatters to the floor as he stares downward, defeated. For a brief moment, Saren looks like a broken soldier, one who might welcome death over the life he's been forced to live. But the crowd doesn't care about his pain. To them, he's a spectacle, nothing more. Their chants continue, oblivious to the torment they're inflicting. Later that night, Saren is locked away in his cage once again. Heavy chains bind his wrists and ankles, ensuring he won't even think about escaping. He's slumped against the cold bars of his enclosure, gasping for air. His breathing is ragged, and for a moment, it looks like he's clinging to life by a thread. Reaching out weakly toward the gate, it's as if he's silently begging for help. Two men enter the dimly lit dungeon, the same spectators from earlier. They've secured a pass to see the sword demon up close, and what they find shocks the newcomer. He looks like he's about to die. The first man whispers nervously, his gaze fixed on Saren's frail form. But the regular shakes his head dismissively. Relax. The kid's body isn't fully developed yet, that's all. He burned a lot of energy during the fight, but he'll recover. The newcomer stares at him in disbelief. Recover? From this? On his own? He glances back at Saren, incredulous. That's inhuman. He really is a monster. As the two men leave the dungeon, their conversation turns to Saren's origins. The newcomer, still stunned by what he's witnessed, asks where the arena found someone like him. The regular shrugs. Nobody knows. He's been wandering from arena to arena, fighting wherever they'll let him. No parents, no family, no place to go. All he knew when they found him was his name. He has a name? The newcomer asks, surprised. The regular nods. Yeah, Saren. Meanwhile, back in Kyle's room, the young mage has been digging into every detail he can find about Saren. He confirms to Urgel that the sword demon is just 13 years old, his age. The realization hits hard. Saren isn't some larger-than-life figure. He's a boy, just like Kyle, trapped in a brutal existence. Kyle leans back in his chair, tapping his fingers thoughtfully against the table. They call him the sword demon in the Prienus underground arena, he tells Urgel. But he's not just some mindless killer. That guy has skills, potential, and most importantly, he'd be a great asset for us. Urgel listens quietly, her expression concerned as Kyle speaks with a mix of admiration and determination. If I can recruit him, Kyle continues, he'll be a huge help in subduing the Dark Immortal. I need to get to the arena before Saren leaves. This is my only chance to bring him into the fold. With that, Kyle's resolve is set. He knows the risks of going to Prienus, but he also knows that missing this opportunity would be an even greater gamble.